Hello, everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Chapter 1799, The Commotion Caused by Wang Teng, 3. Sigh, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. I knew it. Master isn't that kind of person. It's not that we didn't do a good job, it's just that the soul-congealing flowers are more difficult to plant. They require more time to mature, so they haven't ripened yet. Master surely won't blame us, Flower Angel said. That's right, that's right. Master is good, that's right, Master doesn't eat people. The other floral fairies chimed in with cheerful agreement, and the atmosphere became lively once again. The floral fairy race was naturally carefree and happy. They lived freely without worrying about what was happening outside. It was unfortunate that they were sold as slaves, but they were lucky to meet Wang Teng. However, what was the relationship between being a good person and not eating people? Wang Teng was unaware of the conversation between the floral fairies, with a sigh of helplessness. He had no choice but to use points to purchase the soul-congealing flower. The soul-congealing flower was one of the main ingredients for the 9-essence soul-congealing pill. It couldn't be omitted, but he didn't blame the floral fairies. The soul-congealing flower was hard to plant. The fact that they had managed to cultivate it demonstrated their efforts. It wasn't their fault that it hadn't matured. Wang Teng wasn't going to blame them for such a small matter. 2 sets of soul-congealing flowers cost 1,000 points. It wasn't cheap. If Wang Teng wanted to buy all the ingredients for the 9-essence soul-congealing pill, he would need to spend at least 5,000 points. He waited for a while before Round Ball's voice was heard. Wang Teng, the items are here. It's just outside the door. All right. Wang Teng nodded. He walked to the main door and opened it. He was surprised to see a familiar figure standing outside. Senior sister, it's you. Why did you send it over personally? I'm a staff member here, and you're under my care, so naturally I brought them over, Lin Qian said with a beaming smile. Thank you, Wang Teng said. You're welcome by right. I should call you Grand Master. Lin Qian glanced at Wang Teng with her beautiful eyes. There's no need for that. We are both students in the Stellar Academy. There's no need to be so formal. Wang Teng smiled and replied, Ha, I'll call you junior brother then, Lin Qian said. They chatted for some time before Wang Teng sent this overly enthusiastic senior sister off her gaze. Feels a little strange, Wang Teng muttered to himself. However, he didn't think too much. The soul-congealing flower was here, so he immediately started making the 9-essence soul-congealing pill. Half a day later, boom, an explosion occurred. Dark clouds covered the sky again, and lightning struck. People stared in astonishment at the alchemy room where Wang Teng was. A single thought echoed in their minds again. A column of light shot up into the sky from the alchemy room. This time, it was purple, clearly different from the previous pillar of light. This was another type of pill. It had only been half a day. The efficiency was a little high. Did the Grand Master not need any rest? The moment he finished making one Grand Master level pill, he started making another. There was hardly any pause between the two. There wasn't enough time to rest. Among the onlookers, if anyone was most astonished, it was Lin Qian. Half a day ago, she personally handed those particular spiritual flowers to Wang Teng. It was evident that he had started making the pill after she left. This efficiency was frightening. The calamity lightning struck down one by one, all deflected by a purple light. In the end, The frightening calamity lightning had no choice but to dissipate. What's that purple light? It can withstand the lightning calamity so easily. The Grand Master didn't need to come out. I think I saw a brick. Brick? Are you seeing things? I think it's a rectangular seal. Some Grandmasters were discussing among themselves with envy and bewilderment. They also wanted a weapon that could withstand the lightning calamity easily. For them, the calamity lightning they attracted every time after making a pill was a considerable hassle. A slight mistake could result in the pill being destroyed by the power of the calamity lightning. Thus, when they saw something blocking the calamity lightning easily, they were envious. Perhaps they could approach that Grandmaster later and inquire if they could obtain the rectangular seal-like weapon as well. Even if they had to pay a small price, they could accept it. Many Grandmasters started to get excited. They stared at Wang Teng's alchemy room, intending to establish connections after he came out, and then make requests when the opportunity presented itself. Make a request then. Furthermore, in their eyes, Wang Teng's alchemist skills had already reached the pinnacle of the Grand Master level. They must get to know him. If they could engage in a conversation with him, they would surely benefit immensely. The purple light pillar gradually dissipated, and the pills within it vanished from sight, leaving people feeling somewhat lost. Many believed that Wang Teng would come out soon. After all, making 2 types of Grandmaster-level pills in succession was challenging even for a top-tier Grandmaster alchemist. However, things didn't go as expected. In the following 2 days, an explosion would occur in Wang Teng's alchemy room almost every half a day, attracting the calamity lightning. Each time, the calamity lightning was effortlessly thwarted, and the pills remained intact. Each attempt was successful without a single failure. In total, this activity continued for 3 days, with a calamity lightning every half a day. That was 12 times. There was no exception at night either. This huge commotion naturally attracted many people's attention. Chapter 1800, The Commotion Caused by Wang Teng. 4 among the crowd were regular students, instructors, and of course more alchemists. On the 3rd day, the sky above volcano number 6 was filled with spectators. Some busybodies even spread the news through the Academy's internal web. Breaking news: mysterious alchemist emerges in the Academy's alchemy zone at volcano No. 6, refining 12 Grandmaster-level pills in 3 days, with 0 failures. This piece of news was sensational. 12 Grandmaster-level pills in 3 days, and not a single failure. Seriously? When did Grandmaster-level pills become so easy to make? Initially, some had doubts about the authenticity of the news, but when someone uploaded videos of the bolts of lightning that appeared over the past 3 days at Volcano No. 6, all questions disappeared. News could be fabricated, but calamity lightning couldn't. Yue Qiao and the others also saw this piece of news. At first, they didn't react, but when they saw the mention of 3 days, they were stunned. "Sister Yue, how many days has Boss been gone?" Wade asked curiously. "I think 3 days. I haven't seen him in 3 days." Yue Qiao hesitated. Could it be? Wade looked at the news on the internal web and asked in disbelief, "How's our boss's alchemy mastery? He seems quite confident, but he never explicitly told me," Yue Qiao said, sounding uncertain. "I'll ask Jihaochen and the others. They might have a clearer idea." She hurriedly contacted Jihaochen and told him about it. Before she could ask, Jihaochen gave her a strange look and said firmly, "Yes, it must be him." "Are you sure?" Yue Qiao was puzzled. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Timothy." "He knows better than me," Jihaochen said. Hence, Yue Qiao contacted Timothy and received a surprisingly unanimous confirmation. Yes, it must be him. The same words came out of Timothy's mouth. Yue Qiao almost thought that they coordinated their responses in advance. "How do you know?" Yue Qiao asked speechlessly. "Wang Teng is insane. He displayed his alchemist skills previously in the Great Qian Empire. Many people knew about it," Timothy replied. "However, he made 12 Grandmaster-level pills in 3 days. This is crazy," Jihaochen lamented. "He's not just crazy, he's a lunatic." Yue Chikao complained furiously. She couldn't hide her astonishment after getting the confirmation. Ha ha ha! You'll be surprised more in the future. Prepare yourself, Ji Haochen laughed heartily. Well, I better work on building my mental resilience. I don't want to keep getting surprised by him every time, Yue Qiao chuckled. But on the bright side, it seems like we don't need to do anything special. His reputation is bound to spread. Huh? You make sense? Ji Haochen and Timothy were stunned for a moment before they understood what she meant. That's a good thing. Wade smiled. When he comes out, everyone's jaw will drop. Yue Qiao smiled. On the Solar Dragon Race's side, Zhulong Shuang, Zhulong Hao, and the others saw this piece of news too. They asked someone to investigate the matter and confirmed the accuracy of the news. Then they immediately headed to volcano number 6. Zhulong Shan was also involved in this. He was still a member of the Solar Dragon Race, so even though he failed once, he wouldn't be thrown aside. Meanwhile, members from other factions were also on the move. They all headed to Volcano No. 6, a Grand Master. Alchemist was a rare and precious asset to these Academy factions. What's more, this alchemist was extremely efficient. He was like a money-printing machine. If they could bring this person into their fold, it would be an enormous boon. Most importantly, based on this Grand Master's style of doing things, this should be his first appearance. There was no news of him previously. That was why they all rushed to Volcano No. 6, hoping to be the first ones to recruit him into their ranks. Chapter 1801, Becoming Highly Popular. The Challenges of Being a 9th-Level Grand Master. 1. Volcano, Num 6. Volcano number 6 had been exceptionally noisy these few days. Many people were gathered around the volcano. They floated in mid-air, craning their necks in anticipation. Their gazes were all focused on a certain alchemy room. Yu Qiao and the others were here too. The commotion was too great, and they couldn't afford not to come. Besides, they also wanted to confirm if the Grand Master was Wang Teng as soon as possible, to avoid getting their hopes up for nothing. Some people went to the main hall to inquire about the news, but Lin Qian and Yang Meng remained tight-lipped. They didn't disclose any information about Wang Teng. There were even people willing to use their points to purchase this information, but they controlled themselves. Actually, there was no difference whether they announced it or not. Wang Teng would come out sooner or later. However, they didn't want to be the ones spreading this matter. Once word got out, it would be obvious that they were the ones who leaked the information. Wang Teng might develop a negative impression of them because of it. Offending a Grand Master with huge potential for no reason would be more harm than good. Wade, Yue Qiao, and the others were chatting using voice transmission. Sister Yue, when do you think Boss will come out? Wade asked. I don't know. He didn't say anything. Yue Qiao shook her head. We have been waiting for a few hours. Is Boss still making pills? Wade asked curiously. I don't think he's that crazy. He has been making pills for 3 days. Even robots need to rest. Yue Qiao was speechless. Most importantly, he's fast enough, Wade replied. You might die if he hears this. Yue Qiao understood what he meant. She glanced at him and chuckled. Cough, don't let Boss know. Wade glanced around him nervously. His heart was trembling in fear. Let's see your performance, Yue Qiao said. Sister, I promise to be loyal to you from now on, Wade assured hurriedly with no shame. I wonder when that Grand Master will come out. Zhulong Shuang and the other members of the Solar Dragon Race were talking among themselves too. Let's wait and see. Since we want to pull him over, we have to show some sincerity, Zhulong Shuang said calmly. I wonder who it is. I don't recall hearing about someone like this before. Could it be someone from the new cohort? Zhulong Hao speculated. A Grand Master among the freshmen. I think that's impossible, Zhulong Shan said. Who cares if it's possible when he comes out? Go and recruit him. Straighten up your attitude this time. Your brother entrusted me to keep an eye on you, so don't stir up trouble again. Zhulong Hao said, I understand. Zhulong Shan's expression turned gloomy when he remembered what happened in the past. However, when Zhulong Hao mentioned his brother, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only nod his head reluctantly. Ha ha. Zhulang Ye does dote on his younger brother. Zhulang Shuang smiled. Zhulang Shan felt a little frustrated. The tone implied that he was finding shelter under his brother's wings. Keep quiet, Zhulang Hao said angrily. Zhulang Shuang shrugged and kept quiet, in the alchemy room. Wang Teng sat cross-legged in front of the black meteorite furnace. He waved his hand, and the lid of the furnace opened. The pills inside flew towards him. The pills fell into the jade bottle, emitting a crisp and melodious sound. It was pleasant to the ears. These pills were all below the Grand Master level. Hence, they wouldn't trigger the calamity lightning after he finished making the Grand Master level pills. He started making the normal Master level pills. The time in the alchemy room is up. It's time to leave. Wang Teng stretched lazily. The emerald glazed flame spiraled around him before disappearing into his body. He made a gesture with his hand, and the black meteorite furnace also vanished. Without any hesitation, he headed toward the door. He left right on time, not wasting a single point. The door opened. It was already morning. Light streamed in, and Wang Teng squinted slightly. Then he walked out. But the next moment, when he saw the situation outside, he was stunned. What was going on? Why were there so many people? At a glance, there were people all around him also. They seemed to be looking at him. Wang Teng suspected that he was seeing things. However, after looking around, he realized that they were indeed staring at him. They were not diverting their gazes. Moreover, their gazes held a trace of astonishment and disbelief. Did I cause too much of a commotion? Wang Teng wondered to himself. As Wang Teng was looking at the people around him, they were sizing him up too. There was an immediate silence. How could it be him? Zhulang Shan opened his mouth, his expression turning ugly at an incredibly fast pace. Zhulang Shuang and Zhulang Hao exchanged glances with one another. Never before had they felt this twist of fate. An unexpected figure appeared before their eyes, leaving them somewhat stunned. Yue Qichao and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Wang Teng. They were elated and immediately flew down from the sky. "Wang Teng," Yue Qichao shouted. "Why are y'all here?" Wang Teng asked in surprise. "Why are you asking us? Your news has been uploaded to the internal web." "Take a look yourself," Yue Qichao caught between laughter and tears as she replied to him. At first, she wondered if this might be some scheme orchestrated by Wang Teng, only to realize that he was clueless about what was happening. This was a little funny. Round ball, what happened? Wang Teng asked in his mind. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Round ball laughed. It opened its wristwatch and pulled out a message. "Take a look at it yourself." Chapter 1802, Becoming Highly Popular. The Challenges of Being a Ninth-Level Grandmaster, 2. Wang Teng was speechless after reading it. It turned out that the commotion he had caused during these 3 days of making pills had been captured and shared on the internal web. No wonder so many people came. He was just making pills. Was there a need for them to come? "You know this already, right?" Wang Teng asked helplessly. "That's right. But I wanted to see your reaction after finding out, so I didn't tell you in advance." "Ha ha ha ha! That bewildered expression you had just now was amusing," Roundball laughed. "You have a bad sense of humor." Wang Teng sighed in exasperation. "Ha ha ha ha!" Roundball chuckled. "What do you plan to do now?" Yue Qichao asked using voice transmission. "What else can I do? Let's go back." Wang Teng glanced around and replied, nonchalantly, "Go back?" Yue Qichao was taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure and gave a subtle and knowing smile. Wade looked at them curiously but didn't say anything. He followed behind them and got ready to leave. As soon as he started to leave, the people around finally caught on and began converging towards Wang Teng. "Please wait. This Grandmaster, please wait." Some people didn't know Wang Teng, but that didn't stop them from wanting to know him. Many of them initially hesitated because they recognized Wang Teng, while others were shocked by his youthful appearance and didn't approach him immediately. Now that they had regained their senses, they wouldn't let Wang Teng leave so easily. This was Wang Teng's plan. Those who were willing would take the bait. If he wanted to leave, someone would ask him to stay. Otherwise, if he just stood there waiting, it would make him appear too passive. As expected, he hadn't even taken a couple of steps before someone took the bait. Wang Teng stopped in his tracks and looked in the direction of the sound. Several figures swiftly approached. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He noticed a faint scent of medicinal herbs emanating from these individuals. It seemed they were alchemists. Moreover, they weren't just ordinary alchemists, they were Grand Master alchemists. Grand Master, the figures quickly arrived and bowed in a gesture of respect with smiles on their faces. "My name is Wang Teng. How do I address you?" Wang Teng returned the gesture and gave a puzzled expression. "We are also Grand Master alchemists from the Academy. We witnessed your alchemy skills over the past few days and admire you greatly. Thus we hope to get to know you better," a middle-aged Grand Master alchemist said with a jovial smile. "So you are all Grand Masters." Wang Teng was a bit surprised by their straightforward approach, but it made him feel comfortable. "Grand Master Wang Teng, will you be willing to join us for a conversation at our residence?" The Grand Master alchemist glanced around and extended an invitation. "Sure." Wang Teng nodded. There were many people around, so he didn't want to chat in such a public setting. Besides, he was interested in learning more from these fellow Grand Master alchemists. "You can go back first." "I will inform you when I go back," Wang Teng said to Yue Chikao and the others. "Okay." Yue Chikao nodded and left with Wade and Barrett. "Let's go." Wang Teng turned and spoke to the Grand Master after he gave his instructions. "Please." The Grand Master alchemist extended his hand in a gesture, guiding Wang Teng as they flew towards an alchemy room. The surrounding crowd appeared visibly disappointed when they left. Many saw Wang Teng's true identity and dispersed. However, some remained in place, waiting for Wang Teng to finish conversing with the Grand Master alchemists. Lin Xian and Yang Meng shook their heads uncontrollably. With so many people around, they wouldn't have a chance to approach. "I'm afraid Wang Teng will become very popular," Yang Meng said via voice transmission. "That's right. People like him are destined to stand out," Lin Xian said with a sigh, feeling a bit sentimental. A few days ago, Wang Teng arrived here with little reputation. Now he was already the Grand Master's guest. The gap in status was significant. The members of the Solar Dragon race didn't leave either. They felt complex and didn't know what to say. Wang Teng is a Grand Master alchemist. Eventually, Zhulang Shuang was the first to open his mouth and say something. He sounded both puzzled and in disbelief. So many people saw it. How can it be fake? Zhulang Hao rubbed his temple, feeling a bit of a headache. Wang Teng's influence was proving to be beyond his expectations. It looked like things were going to get complicated. At this thought, he couldn't help but glare at Zhulang Shan. "Look at what you've done." He initially thought that even if Wang Teng wouldn't join them, he wouldn't become their enemy. However, Zhulang Shan turned him into one. "How would I know?" Zhulang Shan's expression was grim. He grumbled in protest. "He's just a Grand Master. We have our Grand Master alchemists, too?" "Just a Grand Master." Zhulang Shuang sneered. "He's at the peak of the Grand Master level, and he's so young. Did you see the expressions of those Grand Masters? They were practically fawning over him. Do you think this is the treatment an ordinary Grand Master will receive?" Zhulang Shan fell silent. He knew that Zhulang Shuang was right. If he was just an ordinary Grand Master, it might not mean much to their race. But an extremely young, peak-level Grand Master, someone who could potentially reach the divine level in the future, held a completely different significance. He had to admit that his arrogance had attracted an extraordinary and formidable enemy to the Solar Dragon race. Chapter 1803, Becoming Highly Popular. The Challenges of Being a Ninth-Level Grandmaster. 3. Let's not dwell on this anymore. Let's think of how we can remedy the situation now. "I disagree with making someone like him our enemy," Zhulang Hao said. "Fortunately, it's not yet beyond redemption. It hasn't escalated to the point where it can't be salvaged. Then let's continue with our original plan. However, the price we have to pay now will probably be much higher, Zhulang Shuang said helplessly. She had great confidence initially, but now it wasn't necessarily the case. Weren't you very confident? Zhulang Hao sneered. I'm still confident. Zhulang Shuang chuckled. Then I'll wait and see. Zhulang Hao's eyes flickered as he left with Zhulang Shan. Many people from the other factions also stayed behind. It was evident they weren't willing to give up like this. After a while, Wang Teng and the Grandmasters arrived at the main hall of an alchemy room. They then sat down and introduced themselves. Grandmaster Wang Teng, my name is Dong Yutang. I've been in the academy for many years. I'm a 9th level Grandmaster now. The middle-aged Grandmaster introduced himself. A 9th level Grandmaster? Wang Teng was shocked. He didn't expect this Grandmaster to be at the 9th level. That was extraordinary. Grandmaster Dong's profound mastery of alchemy is truly admirable. I will have much to learn from you in the future, Wang Teng praised. As the saying goes, respect other people and you will naturally get respected. Moreover, he was a 9th level Grandmaster and had a chance of reaching the divine level in the future. Wang Teng naturally had to pay more attention to him. Ha 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 ha! To receive praise from Master Wang Teng is an honor for me. Dong Yutang smiled happily. Then he pointed at a chubby man beside him and introduced himself. This is Grandmaster Pu Yuanzhong. He's not bad either. He's an 8th level Grandmaster. Ah, old Dong, you flatter me. My skills are much worse than yours. Grandmaster Pu Yuanzhong smiled at Wang Teng and waved his hand. Grandmaster Pu Wang Teng smiled at him. Birds of a feather flocked together. Grandmaster Dong was at the 9th level while this person was at the 8th level. Their skills wouldn't be too far off. This is, just as Dong Yutang was about to introduce the 3rd Grandmaster, the other party smiled and said, I'll do it myself. My name is Cecilia. I'm also an 8th level Grandmaster. This bright and beautiful female Grandmaster was an 8th level Grandmaster. It was surprising. Grandmaster Cecilia. Wang Teng nodded at her. 3 Grandmasters, 1 9th level and 2 8th level. Such a lineup was probably extremely rare and extraordinary amongst the academies. After the introduction, they started chatting. Grandmaster Dong Yutang and the others were very curious about Wang Teng's alchemy skills. They couldn't help but interview him. Grandmaster Wang Teng, which level are you at? I just reached the Grandmaster 8th level, Wang Teng replied honestly. Grandmaster 8th level, Dong Yutang and the other 2 exchanged glances. They were unable to hide the surprise in their eyes. This is unbelievable. We thought you were at the peak of the Grandmaster level, Cecilia exclaimed. That's right. You've refined Grandmaster level pills 12 times in 3 consecutive days. From what we saw, there are even elixirs above the Grandmaster 7th level. Even a peak-level Grandmaster might not be able to do that. Pu Yuanzhong nodded in agreement. I have yet to reach the peak of the Grandmaster level, but I have some confidence in making a 9th level Grandmaster pill, Wang Teng said. The 3 of them widened their eyes when they heard Wang Teng's words. Refining a 9th level Grandmaster pill with the attainments of an 8th level Grandmaster. They didn't express doubt, but there was no shortage of astonishment in their hearts. Some alchemists could refine pills beyond their level, but they were few and far between. Only those with exceptionally profound knowledge of alchemy could achieve such feats. Grandmaster Wang Teng was probably such a person. He made Grandmaster level pills 12 times in 3 days without any failures. They had to believe that he could do it. The profound expertise of Grandmaster Wang Teng is truly admirable. We are humbled, truly humbled. Grandmaster Dong Yutang couldn't help but express his genuine admiration. He was sincerely amazed, even more surprised than when he first heard that Wang Teng was at the peak of the Grandmaster level. May I ask how old you are? Grandmaster Cecilia sized him up with her black eyes. She was very curious and couldn't help but ask. Let me think. I'm probably in my early 20s. Wang Teng pondered for a while and replied. The universe did not keep track of the years, although he hadn't been in the universe for long compared to other martial warriors. He couldn't recall his exact age very well. Silence. Pff, Grandmaster. Pu Yuanzhong spat out his mouthful of tea when he heard Wang Teng's words. Both Grandmaster Dong Yutang and Grandmaster Cecil remained silent, exchanging glances with each other. Grandmaster Wang Teng? How old did you say you were? Cecilia asked again. I'm in my early 20s. I'm pretty sure I'm not more than 25 years old. Wang Teng touched his chin and replied. Pu Yuanzhong coughed a few times and said, Grandmaster Wang Teng, you startled me. Are you truly in your 20s? It's true. I won't lie to you about this, Wang Teng replied. Unbelievable. Cecilia took a deep breath to calm herself down. That's right, Grandmaster Wang Teng. You are very young. All of us are over 1,000 years old. Dong Yutang sized him up with a strange gaze. It was hard to fathom that the Grandmaster before them was actually younger than their descendants. Chapter 1804, Becoming Highly Popular. The challenges of being a 9th-level Grandmaster at their age was a testament to their exceptionally strong talents. Otherwise, for most individuals, reaching even the 3rd Grandmaster level would already be quite remarkable. However, compared to Wang Teng, your talents are terrifying. Pu Yuanzhong shook his head and sighed. You're born with great talents. Back in our day, it took us several hundred years to reach the Grandmaster level, while you, in your 20s, have already surpassed us, not to mention matching our level. Did Grandmaster Wang Teng join the Secondary Career Alliance? Dong Yutang asked again. I did, Wang Teng replied. That's good. That's good. If a genius like Grandmaster Wang Teng doesn't join the Secondary Career Alliance, it will be a loss for the Alliance. Dong Yutang heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Teng felt helpless. Aren't these Grandmasters exaggerating a little? There were all kinds of geniuses in the universe. He was just an 8th-level Grandmaster in his 20s. It wasn't worth mentioning. These 3 Grandmasters were a little ignorant, he lamented in his heart. After a while, the 3 Grandmasters finally accepted the truth and could communicate normally. By the way, old Dong, how's the refinement of the Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill going? Pu Yuanzhong suddenly asked. Wang Teng was stunned when he heard the words, Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill. What a coincidence. The prescription for the Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill was dropped by Grandmaster Dong. The alchemy room they were in wasn't the one where Wang Teng picked up the Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill attribute bubble. That was why he didn't think about it. Hence, he was surprised when Pu Yuanzhong suddenly mentioned it. However, it wasn't that surprising. Grandmaster Dong was a 9th-level Grandmaster. He must have a certain degree of confidence in refining a supreme rank pill like the Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill. A 9th-level Grandmaster Alchemist was ready to advance to the divine level at any time. However, one must take things step by step. Before attempting to refine a divine-level pill, it was better to start with a supreme rank pill first. Moreover, Wang Teng saw that Grandmaster Dong was only at the peak of the heaven stage. If he wanted to advance to the divine level, he had to reach the universe stage first. Most alchemists focus most of their energy on alchemy, so their martial arts cultivation tends to lag behind. For many alchemists, their martial arts cultivation was even bolstered by various precious pills and treasures, making them far less powerful than conventional martial warriors, let alone discussing combat strength. This was also the reason why divine-level alchemists were so rare. It wasn't easy to improve one's alchemy skills while also attaining the universe stage in martial arts cultivation. Not everyone was as monstrous as Wang Teng. Dong Yutang couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. He said, This Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill is truly too difficult to refine. I'm afraid I'm going to let the 2 sirs down. Old Dong, you don't have to be like this. The Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill is not easy to make. I'm afraid it's very difficult to refine it without reaching the peak of the Grandmaster level. Grandmaster Cecilia comforted him. Even though I understand that, it's still hard to accept that I've destroyed the star cores the 2 sirs worked so hard to obtain by slaying the male and female Azure dragons. Dong Yutang sighed once more. Shaking his head in resignation, Cecilia and Pu Yuanzhong could only look at each other. They didn't know how to comfort him. Alchemy inherently carries a risk of failure. The better the effects of a pill, the harder it was to refine it. Even if it failed, the person who entrusted it could not blame the alchemist. However, the two sirs mentioned were eternal stage martial warriors. It wasn't advisable to offend them. Besides, they wanted to nurture their descendants. Dong Yutang felt that he would let them down if he failed to refine the yin-yang dragon essence pill. Speaking of which, why did those two sirs insist on asking you to refine it? The yin-yang dragon essence pill is a supreme rank pill. Wouldn't it be safer to ask an alchemy saint to refine it? Pu Yuanzhong asked curiously. Wang Teng was curious too. From their conversation, it was easy to guess that the ones who asked Grandmaster Dong to refine the yin-yang dragon essence pill were at the eternal stage. It shouldn't be difficult for two eternal stage martial warriors to ask an alchemy saint to refine pills. I can tell you about this, but don't tell anyone else. Dong Yutang was hesitant. Do you not trust us? Pu Yuanzhong promised. Do you need me to step aside? Wang Teng smiled. This was his first time interacting with these three grandmasters, and since they weren't familiar with each other, trust wasn't yet established. It's not that serious. Dong Yutang waved his hand and said, Actually, it's just that those two sirs are a little tight on money. Grandmaster Pu Yuanzhong and Grandmaster Cecilia looked at each other with strange expressions. Wang Teng found it hilarious too. The two eternal stage martial warriors were short of money. Why did this reason sound so funny? Old Dong, you're not lying to me, right? Pu Yuanzhong had his doubts. Why would I lie to you? That's what those two eternal stage martial warriors said. Dong Yutang shook his head. Well, I suppose they might have some hidden difficulties, Pu Yuanzhong said. What will you do now? Do you still have the materials to refine another set? Cecilia asked. I don't have any more materials with me. It's not that easy to get the star core of a male and female Azure dragon. Moreover, it's the star core of an ultimate stage imperial level star beast, Dong Yutang said helplessly. The star core of an ultimate stage imperial level star beast. Pu Yuanzhong and Cecilia were shocked. Ultimate stage imperial level star beasts were equivalent to universe stage martial warriors. Their star cores were extremely precious. Moreover, it was extremely rare to find both a male and a female Azure dragon. It was many times more expensive than just buying one of them. In that case, it was understandable that the two eternal stage martial warriors were short of money. Wang Teng had guessed this as well. However, those two eternal stage martial warriors were willing to give such precious materials to Dong Yutang, a 9th level Grand Master, to refine. How much were they willing to risk? At this moment, Dong Yutang looked at the wristwatch in his hand, and his expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Pu Yuanzhong noticed his expression and hurriedly asked. Those two sirs are coming, Dong Yutang said helplessly. Wang Teng looked at him sympathetically. Speak of the devil. Grandmaster Dong was unlucky. What are you going to do? Cecilia's expression also changed slightly as she hurriedly asked. What else can I do? I can only speak the truth. Dong Yutang shook his head and said, It's a pity that my alchemy skills are still lacking. I was too confident. Did you promise them something? Pu Yuanzhong asked in shock. I told them that I was 60% confident. I overestimated myself. Dong Yutang smiled bitterly. How can you be so muddle-headed? How can supreme rank pills be so easy to refine? If you were less confident, you wouldn't be like this now, Pu Yuanzhong said helplessly. This was almost an unspoken rule for alchemists. Unless they were truly confident, alchemists usually wouldn't overpromise. If he could refine it, everything would be fine. However, if he could not refine it, it would be embarrassing, just like Dong Yutang's current awkward situation. It's largely because it's a favor from two eternal stage martial warriors. I couldn't refuse them. Dong Yutang sighed. Pu Yuanzhong wanted to scold him, but in the end he shook his head and sighed. To be honest, if he was a 9th level Grandmaster, It would probably be difficult for him to refuse the favor of 2 eternal stage martial warriors as well. Chapter 1805, The Request from 2 Eternal Stage Martial Warriors 1. Dong Yutang's matter seemed complicated. Pu Yuanzhong and Cecilia were worried. They were afraid that this old friend of theirs would anger the 2 Eternal Stage Martial Warriors. Although they probably wouldn't do anything to him, it wasn't a good thing to make them angry. Wang Teng didn't think that it was much of a problem, since the 2 Eternal Stage Martial Warriors chose to let Dong Yutang refine the Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill. They must have been prepared for the possibility of failure. It was unlikely they would make things difficult for him. As for this Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill, he was only somewhat confident in refining it. He would not try to show off. Moreover, they had just met. There was no need for him to do this. Everyone waited for a while before 2 Eternal Stage Martial Warriors appeared outside the alchemy room. Dong Yutang received the news and went over to open the door. "Greetings, sirs." Everyone stood up and bowed. Even a Grand Master alchemist had to show respect to Eternal Stage Martial Warriors. There was a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their middle ages. The man had a robust physique, exuding a sense of power, while the woman was a beautiful and dignified lady. However, they were not pure humans. Instead, they were were-tigers. There was white fur on their faces and eyes that resembled animal pupils with a faint golden hue. Wang Teng felt a chill down his spine just by looking at those eyes. It was as if he was looking at 2 terrifying universe behemoths. It was clear that even if these 2 were a little poor, they were still Eternal Stage Martial Warriors. Ordinary people could not compare to them. No one dared to be negligent. "There's no need to be so polite," the female Eternal Stage Martial Warrior said rather amiably. "Old Dong, we've known each other for so long, why call us sirs? Aren't you mocking me?" The male Eternal Stage Martial Warrior waved his hand. When he saw Wang Teng, he asked curiously, "Why are there so many Grandmasters gathered here today?" "Sir Hu Chi, this is Grandmaster Wang Teng." Dong Yutang quickly introduced him and explained why they were gathered here. "Oh, an 8th-level Grandmaster in his 20s who refined Grandmaster-level pills 12 times in 3 consecutive days." Hu Chi looked at Wang Teng differently. He asked gently, "You're a freshman. That means we're your seniors." The female Eternal Stage Martial Warrior sized up Wang Teng curiously and smiled. Wang Teng was surprised. These 2 Eternal Stage Martial Warriors were students. You don't have to be surprised. Many people in the Academy have ascended to the Eternal Stage, but haven't left the Academy, Hu Chi said. After we advanced to the Eternal level, our status changed a little, but in essence, we're still students of the Academy. "I see," Wang Teng nodded. "You can just call us seniors. You don't have to call us sirs," Hu Chi said. "Thank you." Wang Teng smiled. Dong Yutang and the others were surprised. It seemed like both the Eternal Stage Martial Warriors thought highly of Grandmaster Wang Teng too. Hu Chi nodded and didn't say anything else. He turned to look at Dong Yutang. "Grandmaster Dong, how's the refinement of the Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill going? I'm really ashamed." Dong Yutang hesitated for a moment. Hu Chi's expression changed slightly, but in the end he sighed and said helplessly, "I can't blame you. Supreme rank pills are indeed more challenging to make." Dong Yutang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. "Old Dong, do you dare to refine it again?" "I still have 1 set of materials left," Hu Chi pondered for a moment and said. Dong Yutang was shocked and looked at Hu Chi in disbelief. The fact that he was being given another chance to refine the pill was rather unexpected. This level of trust couldn't help but touch him. However, he smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, after trying to refine it, I've discovered my shortcomings. With my attainments, it's still too early for me to refine a supreme rank pill, so, at this point, Hu Chi already understood what Dong Yutang meant. He didn't say anything else. "Do you know any other peak-level Grand Master alchemists that you can introduce to us?" The female Eternal Stage Martial Warrior said unwillingly. "An alchemist at the peak of the Grand Master level." Dong Yutang fell into deep thought. There were not many alchemists at the peak of the Grand Master level. Moreover, many of them were in seclusion to cultivate, preparing to advance to the divine level, otherwise they might be out enhancing their strength, making them hard to find. For a moment, he really could not find a suitable candidate. When Hu Qi saw this, he roughly understood his difficulties. In fact, they chose Dong Yutang previously because they were familiar with him, and also because they couldn't find any other peak Grandmaster level alchemist. Otherwise, they wouldn't have solely relied on Dong Yutang. Grandmasters, do you know any peak-level Grandmaster alchemists? The female eternal stage martial warriors turned to Pu Yuanzhong and the others and asked. As for Wang Teng, they ignored him. Wang Teng was too young. Although Dong Yutang praised Wang Teng's abilities greatly, they needed to see to believe it. They hadn't witnessed Wang Teng's skills personally, so it was natural that they didn't have much of a reaction. They wouldn't expect Wang Teng to be able to refine a supreme rank pill either. Pu Yuanzhong and Cecilia thought about it and shook their heads. They were close to Dong Yutang. If Dong Yutang didn't know any, they probably wouldn't know anyone either. Chapter 1806, The Request from Two Eternal Stage Martial Warriors. 2. However, no one noticed that Dong Yutang's eyes had lit up. He looked at Wang Teng with a burning gaze. Wang Teng noticed it and felt speechless. Was Grandmaster Wang Teng planning to let him do it? In that case, we'll take our leave. The two eternal stage martial warriors were a little disappointed and prepared to leave. Wait. Dong Yutang immediately exclaimed, "Old Dong, you know someone?" Hu Qi's eyes lit up as he looked at Dong Yutang. No. Dong Yutang felt a little awkward, but he quickly looked at Wang Teng and said, "But I think you can talk to Grandmaster Wang Teng this." Hu Qi was stunned. He looked at Wang Teng and asked, "Junior Wang Teng, do you know anyone?" "No, I don't." Wang Teng's eyes flickered as he shook his head. "It's not someone he knows, it's him," Dong Yutang said hurriedly. Him. Hu Qi was stunned. He even suspected that Dong Yutang was joking with him. "Grandmaster Wang Teng, didn't you say that you were confident in refining a 9th-level Grandmaster pill?" Dong Yutang asked. "I do have some confidence," Wang Teng said helplessly. Hu Qi also seemed to have caught on. He exchanged glances with the female eternal stage martial warrior, and his eyes lit up slightly. "Then, are you confident about refining this supreme rank pill?" Dong Yutang asked with hope. Well, Wang Teng pretended to hesitate and pondered for a while. He wasn't thinking about how confident he was, but whether he should refine this yin-yang dragon essence pill or not. Originally, he hadn't intended to get involved, but he hadn't expected Dong Yutang to bring it up. Two eternal stage martial warriors were involved. He had to consider this matter carefully. "Junior Wang Teng, if you can make it, please do us a favor." "We will not let your efforts go unrewarded," Hu Qi immediately assured. "I've dabbled with the yin-yang dragon essence pill before," Wang Teng replied calmly. "Oh, Grandmaster Wang Teng knows about the yin-yang dragon essence pill." Dong Yutang was even more surprised. "Ha ha ha, I saw the yin-yang dragon essence pill by chance." Wang Teng laughed. If he told Dong Yutang that he got it from him, he wondered what his expression would be. That's even better. This is fate. Dong Yutang was full of excitement. The two eternal stage martial warriors felt a glimmer of hope. Could there be such a remarkable coincidence in the world? They wanted to make the yin-yang dragon essence pill, and Wang Teng happened to know how to do it. The yin-yang dragon essence pill was a very rare supreme rank pill. Not many people knew about it. They didn't expect that they would randomly encounter an alchemist who happened to have some familiarity with the yin-yang dragon essence pill. It was as if he had delivered himself to their door. They looked at Wang Teng with even more hope. They wanted to hear an affirmative answer from him. "I'm only 50 to 60% confident." Wang Teng glanced at Dong Yutang and said, now that he had become an 8th-level Grandmaster alchemist, he was confident in it. His spiritual power was powerful, and he had the help of his divine flames. 50 to 60%. Hu Qi couldn't help but glance at Dong Yutang. He had said the same thing before, but he failed miserably. You couldn't blame him for having concerns. The materials to refine the yin-yang dragon essence pill were not easy to obtain. They could not afford to waste any of them. If they were to fail again, they might have to give up. However, Wang Teng's confidence had already surprised them. At least there was hope of success. Junior Wang Teng, are you sure you are that confident? The female eternal stage martial warrior hesitated for a moment before asking worriedly. This is my lowest confidence level. Wang Teng nodded with certainty. Lowest confidence. Hu Qi was even more surprised when he heard this. This junior Wang Teng was bold, however. Wang Teng didn't look like he was lying to him. He was assured. If he was really that confident, he could give it a try. When Dong Yutang told him that he was 50 to 60% confident, he dared to give it a try. Now, with Wang Teng sounding even more confident, there was naturally no reason to doubt. Dong Yutang and the others were also greatly surprised. They exchanged glances, astonished that Grandmaster Wang Teng's level of confidence was this high. Seniors, you can discuss this. This isn't a small matter, Wang Teng said. There's no need to do so. We've already made a decision. You can refine it, Hu Qi suddenly said with a glint in his eyes. Oh, Wang Teng was surprised. Senior Hu Qi was a straightforward person. He made such a decision without any hesitation. No wonder he had given the yin-yang dragon essence pill to Dong Yutang to refine. To be honest, we prepared 3 sets of materials. 2 sets of Azure Dragon Star cores came from Ultimate Stage Imperial-level Star Beasts, and the 3rd set is the star core of a Titan-level Star Beast. Hu Qi suddenly said something that shocked everyone. The star core of a Titan-level Star Beast. Wang Teng's pupils constricted. It was the star core of a Titan-level Star Beast. A Titan-level Star Beast was equivalent to the Eternal Stage. The value of its star core was unimaginable. At this moment, he finally understood why these 2 Eternal Stage martial warriors were in such a tight financial situation. It wasn't because they had bought the star core of an Imperial-level Star Beast, but because of the star core of the Titan-level Star Beast. Chapter 1807, The Request from 2 Eternal Stage Martial Warriors 3. Even Eternal Stage Martial Warriors would have to spend a lot of money to buy the star cores of Titan-level Star Beasts. At the same time, he also understood why Hu Qi dared to entrust Dong Yutang with a set of materials for refining. It turned out they had a backup plan. Their real hope was the 3rd set of ingredients. Dong Yutang and the others were left speechless by the revelation. Was this how wealthy Eternal Stage martial warriors could be? They could afford to use the star core of a Titan-level Star Beast to make alchemy purposes. It was more than enough to make a divine-level pill, much less a supreme-rank pill. So, feel free to use this 2nd set of materials for refining. Don't bear any pressure. If you succeed, I will provide you with the 3rd set of ingredients. If it fails, then we'll have to wait for the next breeding period of our clan. However, at that time, we might have to seek out a divine-level alchemist. Hu Qi continued. All right, don't worry, I'll do my best. Wang Teng nodded. He felt their trust since they told him about the 3rd set of ingredients. It meant that they had placed their hopes on him. Thank you, Hu Qi said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a large box appeared. He handed the box over to Wang Teng. Wang Teng didn't say anything else. He took the box and prepared to rent another alchemy room. Grandmaster Wang Teng. Why don't you use my alchemy room? Pu Yuanzhong suddenly asked. That won't be appropriate. I will need 2 to 3 days. Wang Teng hesitated. Don't worry. Just 2 or 3 days won't cost me many points. You might not be aware, but our alchemy chambers are leased for the long term. Pu Yuanzhong said proudly, exuding an air of extravagance. Damn, they're rich, Wang Teng silently grumbled in his smile. However, he still smiled and nodded in agreement. Every single point saved counts. Those were points after all. Then everyone watched him as he entered the alchemy room. Inside the alchemy room, Wang Teng put the box down and took a look around. The environment was quite similar to the alchemy room he had rented before. The layout and facilities were virtually identical. Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the ground. The prescription of the yin-yang dragon essence pill flashed past his mind. He was in deep thought. I'm only at the 8th level Grandmaster level. I have some confidence, but it's not enough. If I can reach the 9th level Grandmaster level, my chances will be higher. This thought appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Since those two eternal stage martial warriors held high expectations for him, he couldn't let them down. Having more confidence before making the pill was a good thing. So he decided to collect some attribute bubbles first to enhance his alchemical skills to the 9th rank of the master level. He immediately took action. Wang Teng's spiritual power crept out from the ground silently, extending in all directions like the branches of a large tree, picking up the attribute bubbles dropped by the alchemists around him. Alchemy 150, Alchemy 80, Alchemy 60. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind, allowing his alchemy mastery to rise gradually. At this stage, normal alchemists wouldn't be able to provide him with attribute bubbles. Only the attributes dropped by 8th level Grandmasters and 9th level alchemists were useful to him. Hence, his progress would be comparatively slower. This time, he spent a full day gathering attribute bubbles before finally elevating his alchemist attribute to the 9th Grandmaster level. Alchemist 9150 had 10,000. Grandmaster. This isn't easy. I finally reached the 9th level Grandmaster level. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. I can start making the yin-yang dragon essence pill now. The next moment, a gleam flashed in his eyes as his gaze fell upon the box beside him. He waved his hand. The box opened with a click. 2 golden glowing star cores appeared before his eyes. These 2 star cores were incredibly dazzling, adorned with intricate golden patterns that were profound and mysterious like the inscribed laws of the origin of metal. Metal element star beast, Wang Teng muttered to himself. It looked like the 2 eternal level martial warriors were metal element martial warriors. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used the star cores of metal element star beasts to make the yin-yang dragon essence pill. The 2 star cores emitted a dazzling light that captured his gaze. He couldn't shift his eyes away from it. So this is the star core of an ultimate stage imperial level star beast. A strange glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. These 2 eternal stage martial warriors are really wealthy. I wonder what the star core of that Titan level star beast looks like. Suddenly, a few attribute bubbles emerged from the star cores, falling to the side. They even drop attribute bubbles. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised and immediately collected them. Origin of Metal 500. Origin of Metal 600. Oh my. As Wang Teng sensed the enlightenment of the laws of origin from the attribute bubbles, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. He was flabbergasted. They provided 110 points of power of origin. As expected of the star core of an ultimate stage imperial level star beast, Wang Teng didn't expect this windfall. 1,100 points of power of origin attributes was not a small gain by any means. After the moment of astonishment, Wang Teng quickly began the process of making the yin-yang dragon essence pill. Time flowed slowly by, and before he knew it, another day had passed. Outside the alchemy room, Dong Yutang and the others were waiting anxiously. The 2 eternal stage martial warriors didn't leave either. They were anxious too, but they didn't show it on their faces. Many factions were waiting for Wang Teng to come out. However, 2 days had passed, and there was still no sign of him. Many people were puzzled. Chapter 1808. The request from 2 eternal stage martial warriors 4. I wonder what Wang Teng and the Grandmasters are doing. That's right. He has been in there for so many days. It looks like their conversation went well. If not, they would have come out long ago. Wang Teng is a monster. His martial talent is already impressive, but his alchemical proficiency is equally terrifying. That's right. I've inquired about those Grandmasters. They're all at the 8th or 9th level Grandmasters. Wang Teng's alchemical skills are quite strong if he's able to converse with them. I think 2 eternal stage martial warriors went in along the way. When did they go in? When you went out to play? Fuck, I stepped away for a while. And 2 eternal stage martial warriors came. Did they come out? No, they're still inside. Why didn't you tell us this important piece of news earlier, you idiot? Are those two eternal stage martial warriors looking for a grand master alchemist to make some pills? The group of them immediately began discussing. However, they didn't leave. After waiting for so many days, how could they give up halfway? Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, swirling right above the alchemy room where Wang Teng and the others were. Lightning calamity. Oh my God, someone is really making pills. I wonder which Grand Master is making it. This lightning calamity seems a little scary. Look at the scale. The lightning seemed powerful. Looks like I didn't wait in vain. Everyone looked up in astonishment. A commotion spread among them. Boom! A clap of thunder resounded, echoing through the sky with great momentum. It even drew the attention of the staff inside the main hall. At the same time, outside the alchemy room, Dong Yutang and the others were elated. Their expressions changed abruptly. Success. The two eternal stage martial warriors stood up from their chairs. They looked at the door of Wang Teng's alchemy room excitedly. They hadn't expected it to be a success. The appearance of the pill calamity indicated that the alchemical process had reached the last congregation stage. Once they passed the lightning calamity, it would be considered a complete success. How could they not be excited? Originally, the two eternal stage martial warriors were prepared to give up. Wang Teng had been inside for 2 days, and there was no news at all, but in the final moment, he succeeded. Boom! A column of golden light shot up into the sky, piercing through the gathering dark clouds. Within that column of light, 3 dazzling and round pills floated up, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. 3 pills. The 3 Grandmasters widened their eyes in surprise, especially Dong Yutang. He didn't make any pills, but Wang Teng made 3 good. Good. Hu Qi burst out laughing. Junior Wang Teng's alchemy mastery is amazing, the eternal stage female martial warrior exclaimed. Who would have thought? It's hard to imagine he's just a freshman, Hu Qi remarked. Hu Qi, the calamity of the yin-yang dragon essence pill must be extraordinary. We will resist it together later, the eternal stage martial warrior said grimly. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to this pill. Hu Qi patted his chest. You can both relax. Grandmaster Wang Teng has a weapon that can withstand the lightning calamity. Dong Yutang added with a smile, seeing their improved mood. Oh, what kind of weapon can withstand the calamity lightning? Hu Qi asked in surprise. You'll see later, Dong Yutang replied mysteriously. Ha ha ha, old Dong, why are you leaving me hanging? Hu Qi laughed. Boom! As they spoke, a calamity lightning descended from the sky. From below, a purple light rushed upwards at an extremely fast speed, colliding with the bolt of lightning. Boom! A resounding explosion filled the air as the first calamity lightning was blocked by the purple light. Huh? Hu Qi looked at the purple light and couldn't help but mutter. Is that a brick? Cough. I think it's a seal. However, the design is a little strange, Dong Yutang said. Yes, that makes sense with Wang Teng's status. How could he wield a brick as a weapon? Hu Qi nodded seriously. The female eternal stage martial warrior's expression turned strange, however their attention was quickly drawn once again to that purple light. Bolts of lightning struck down one after another, all blocked by the purple light. When the 8th calamity lightning arrived, the seal seemed to have reached its limit. Hu Qi turned serious. He prepared to act. The final calamity lightning was the most terrifying. The seal had reached its limit, so it was unlikely able to withstand the 9th bolt of lightning. However, at this moment, a figure shot into the sky from the alchemy room. Boom! The 9th calamity lightning descended with a resounding boom, resembling a fearsome, thunderous dragon roaring as it charged toward that figure, Grand Master Wang Teng. Dong Yutang and the others were flabbergasted. How could a Grand Master resist the lightning calamity personally? Grandmaster Wang Teng was too reckless. Hu Qi had initially intended to lend a hand, but he seemed to have realized something. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and he stopped in his tracks. Boom! The lightning calamity struck Wang Teng's body instantly. Endless lightning engulfed him. The lightning was blindingly bright, completely obscuring Wang Teng's form. Hu Qi was stunned. This Wang Teng was quite bold. The ninth lightning was formidable, yet he confronted it directly. Where did he get his courage from? Chapter 1809, The Request from Two Eternal Stage Martial Warriors, 5. Junior Wang Teng is too reckless. How can he face it himself? The female Eternal Stage Martial Warrior said anxiously. She was grateful to Wang Teng for successfully refining the yin-yang dragon essence pill and didn't want anything to happen to him. However, they soon realized that they were overthinking. Wang Teng wasn't afraid of the power of lightning at all. He seemed to be as comfortable as a fish in the water as he bathed in the lightning. Dong Yutang and the others were stunned. Their mouths were slightly agape, and their hearts shook. Grandmaster Wang Teng is too monstrous. An alchemist resisted the calamity lightning head-on. That was an unexpected change. Aren't we a little too weak? Dong Yutang, Pu Yuanzhong, and Cecilia looked at each other and asked hesitantly. As Heaven Stage martial warriors, they didn't dare to directly confront the lightning calamity like this. Wang Teng was merely at the Cosmos stage, yet he was able to achieve such a feat. This made them wonder if they were too weak. I think that Grandmaster Wang Teng is too powerful. Cecilia smiled bitterly. You don't have to compare yourself to him. If I'm not wrong, Junior Wang Teng has some kind of powerful physique talent and also cultivated a powerful physique training scripture. That's why he can withstand the power of the calamity lightning. Hu Qi's eyes gleamed with insight, and he stroked his chin with a curious expression, speculating. It was truly difficult to connect a Grand Master alchemist with a physique martial warrior. The difference was too significant. Physique talent, physique training scripture. Dong Yutang and the others' expressions became extremely interesting, as if they had heard something extremely amusing. At this moment, the power of lightning within the thunderclouds gathered and formed the last calamity. Lightning, the 10th calamity lightning. This was what made a supreme rank pill different. It possessed the 10th calamity lightning. Hu Qi's expression turned solemn. The 9th calamity lightning of a 9th level Grand Master pill was already very terrifying. Thus, there was no need to mention how terrifying the 10th calamity lightning would be. Countless forces of lightning converged, transforming into a terrifying pillar of lightning that crashed down with a deafening roar. Before the lightning around Wang Teng's body dissipated, the 10th calamity lightning arrived and landed on his body. Wang Teng felt how terrifying the 10th bolt of lightning was. He activated the true dragon battle physique, pseudo, after activating the ancient god's body. Boom, a loud explosion erupted in his body. The divine flames swept out, condensing on the surface of his body into scales of fiery dragons. It covered his entire body instantaneously. The green dragon scales formed by the emerald glazed flame resembled a green armor, giving Wang Teng a majestic appearance. An aura of tremendous strength emanated from within him. What is this? Hu Qi and the female Eternal Stage martial warrior saw what happened through the lightning and were shocked. Junior Wang Teng continued to exceed their expectations time and time again. That green flame seems to be a divine flame, right? The female Eternal Stage martial warrior asked. Yes, I think so. Hu Qi nodded. At this moment, he knew why Wang Teng was confident in refining the yin-yang dragon essence pill, even though he was an 8th level Grandmaster. It was said that divine flames possessed a specific, unique power that could aid alchemists in their elixir refining, increasing the rate of successful pill formation. What divine flame are you talking about? Dong Yutang and the others asked in surprise. The words divine flame were like a bomb to alchemists. They were extremely sensitive to it. You might not be aware, but Wang Teng has a divine flame. Hu Qi smiled. What? Grandmaster Wang Teng possessed a divine flame. Really? The 3 Grandmasters were too shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. There's no mistake. You can't see the situation under the lightning, but I can see that he is using a divine flame. It's a green flame, Hu Qi said. Green flame. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. They were unable to calm down for a long time. No wonder. No wonder. Dong Yutang muttered absent-mindedly. He finally knew why Wang Teng was confident in refining supreme rank pills, even though he was only an 8th-level Grand Master. Of course, he didn't think that it was just because of the divine flame. Wang Teng's mastery in alchemy must be great as well. All these factors allowed Wang Teng to refine supreme rank pills when he was only an 8th-level Grand Master. Alchemists were a profession that valued skills. There are no shortcuts or luck involved. While they were talking, the lightning in the sky dissipated, revealing Wang Teng's face. The green dragon scales on the surface of his body had long vanished. Perhaps among the people present, only the 2 eternal stage martial warriors witnessed what happened just now. In the eyes of outsiders, Wang Teng had blocked the calamity lightning with his physical strength, emerging unscathed. Not a single piece of his clothing was damaged, and coupled with his calm expression, he looked extremely dashing. This true dragon battle physique pseudo seems incredible, Wang Teng thought to himself. This was Wang Teng's first time using the true dragon battle physique pseudo, and he understood how powerful this physique was. He might be able to withstand an ordinary universe-level attack. Of course, it would be a different story if he used the power of origin. Chapter 1810, Eternal Stage Matter. Abnormal movement in the chaotic star C1. In the sky, the dark clouds finally began to disperse slowly, causing many people to heave a sigh of relief. The calamity lightning just now was too terrifying. One could feel the boundless heavenly might. Many martial warriors below the heaven stage almost couldn't breathe. They gazed at the figure standing resolutely in mid-air, their eyes filled with awe. What kind of calamity lightning was that? There were 10 of them. That's right. Doesn't a 9th-level Grandmaster pill only have 9 bolts of calamity lightning? You guys don't know this, right? Above the 9th-level Grandmaster pill is an even harder pill to refine. It's called a Supreme Rank pill, and it's very rare. Supreme Rank pill. Supreme Rank pill? I've lived for hundreds of years, and I only knew about this today. That's not important. What's important is that Wang Teng can refine supreme rank pills. Doesn't that mean that his alchemy skills have reached the peak of the Grand Master level? That must be the case. Otherwise, how could he refine a supreme rank pill? He's insane. Wang Teng reached the peak of the Grand Master level at such a young age. This is unbelievable. Most importantly, he can resist calamity lightning. This doesn't seem right. Silence. As the lightning calamity came to an end, the onlookers couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. The astonishment in their hearts remained for a long time. The impact Wang Teng had brought to them was truly immense. They had thought that refining Grand Master-level pills 12 times in 3 days was already remarkable, but they didn't expect there to be more shocking things to come. That was a supreme rank pill. After many people understood what a supreme rank pill was, they knew what it meant to be able to refine a supreme rank pill. It was safe to say that an alchemist who could refine supreme rank pills was already half a step into the divine level. To refine supreme rank pills relying solely on external forces and luck was insufficient. One's mastery of alchemy must reach a profound level, otherwise it was all just empty talk. Wang Teng ignored everyone's expressions and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Constellation Force, Lightning 3000. Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning, 600. Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning, 800. Not bad. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to obtain that much attributes this time. It was even more than the amount he obtained during the previous 12 times. The lightning constellation force merged into his body and flowed through his limbs and bones. It entered his inner cosmos and turned into purple constellations. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Wang Teng's constellation lightning force had reached the 3rd level of the cosmos stage. Constellation lightning force, 2,830,000. Cosmos stage 3rd level. Wang Teng looked at his attributes board and nodded in satisfaction. No one would have thought that his realm would increase by 1 level after refining a few Grand Master level pills. He killed 2 birds with 1 stone. The recent 12 calamity lightnings had provided Wang Teng with a lot of constellation lightning forces. He was already at the peak of the second level of the Cosmos stage. After obtaining another 5,500 points of attributes, his constellation lightning force leveled up immediately, without any hesitation. Then there was the Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning. He had obtained a total of 1,1400 points, which was not a small amount. The Calamity Lightning caused by this supreme rank pill was indeed extraordinary. What made Wang Teng even happier was that after the 1,400 attribute points merged into the Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning in his inner cosmos, the ball of Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning underwent a mysterious change. It seemed to be transforming. The entire ball of Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning suddenly expanded. Lightning flashed continuously and erupted with a dazzling light. Unfortunately, no one could see it. That cluster of lightning, shimmering with silver radiance, was undergoing a transformation. Its color is deepening, gradually taking on a hint of purple hue. His first-rank Calamity Lightning was originally silver-white, but the true Calamity Lightning was purple. It seemed that Wang Teng's Calamity Lightning power was undergoing a true metamorphosis, displaying a trace of purple hue and significantly increasing in its might. Wang Teng could feel that this ball of Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning had become stronger, emitting a faintly terrifying aura akin to heavenly might. It contained a dreadful power. Wang Teng glanced at his attributes board. Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning, 220,000, second rank. Second rank. Wang Teng's Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning had reached the second rank. During this period, Wang Teng had experienced many Calamity Lightnings. During the time in the chaotic Uncharted, he had picked up a lot of attribute bubbles. In addition to the dozens of Calamity Lightnings in the past few days, he didn't realize that his Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning attribute had reached the peak of first rank. He could advance soon. The 1,400 attribute points he obtained this time allowed his Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning to reach the peak of first rank. It finally advanced and transformed from the first rank to the second rank. Wang Teng was in a wonderful mood. This was a pleasant surprise. Moreover, there were two surprises, one big and one small. If not for the fact that the situation did not allow it, he would have immediately experimented with the second rank, Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning. But looking around, there were too many people. It was better to save it for later. Wang Teng looked at the golden pillar of light below. After the Calamity Lightning disappeared, the pillar of light also dissipated slowly. 3 round pills appeared in front of him, emitting an even stronger fragrance. Many people smelled this fragrance, and their spirits were shaken. Wang Teng immediately kept the 3 pills into the jade bottle and sealed them. Then he descended from the sky and disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 1811, Eternal Matter, Abnormal Movement in the Chaotic Star Sea. 2. In the Alchemy Room. The dome was closed. Wang Teng walked out of the alchemy room and met Dong Yutang and the others in the hall again. Junior brother Wang Teng. No, Grandmaster Wang Teng. Hu Chi's white-haired face was filled with excitement. He strode forward and changed the way he addressed Wang Teng. Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. How realistic? Grandmaster Wang Teng, have you succeeded in making the yin-yang dragon essence pill? The eternal stage female martial warrior walked forward and asked. They saw Wang Teng resisting the lightning calamity, but they still wanted to hear the answer from his mouth. They were afraid of unforeseen circumstances. The yin-yang dragon essence pill was too important to them. Thankfully, I haven't disappointed your expectations. Seeing their anxiousness, Wang Teng didn't keep them in suspense and immediately took out a jade bottle. He handed it over to the 2 of them. The 3 yin-yang dragon essence pills lay quietly inside. The 2 eternal stage martial warriors widened their eyes and stared at them intently as if trying to discern something. Dong Yutang and the others came over and asked after some hesitation, "Can you open it for us to take a look?" Hu Chi looked up at Wang Teng instinctively. Of course, Wang Teng nodded nonchalantly. Hu Chi took a deep breath and opened the jade bottle. He poured out a yin-yang dragon essence pill and let it float above his palm. 1, 2, 3, gasp, 8 patterns. Dong Yutang and the others stared at the yin-yang dragon essence pill, looking closely at the patterns on its surface and carefully counting them. They couldn't help but gasp in shock. 8 patterns meant that the yin-yang dragon essence pill had reached 80% of its medicinal power. They couldn't help but look at Wang Teng, who had a calm expression on his face. Their hearts were churning with astonishment. The yin-yang dragon essence pill was a supreme rank pill, but it could reach 80% efficacy. Just how profound was Wang Teng's mastery of alchemy? At this moment, they couldn't help but feel a genuine sense of admiration for Wang Teng. 8 patterns looks like Grandmaster Wang Teng's 50% to 60% confidence is a conservative estimate. Hu Qi said with a smile. He was elated. He thought Wang Teng was being modest. Initially, I'm only 50% to 60% confident. However, I accidentally broke through to the 9th Grand Master level, so my confidence increased. Wang Teng smiled and replied, Hu Qi. Dong Yutang and the others stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. They stuttered, Grandmaster Wang Teng, you advanced to the 9th Grand Master level? That's right. Maybe I'm just lucky. When I was studying the yin-yang dragon essence pill, I seemed to have understood something and achieved a breakthrough, Wang Teng said with a straight face, nonchalantly spinning a tail. Dong Yutang and the others, what a sudden breakthrough. How come they never experienced such a sudden breakthrough? The 3 of them looked at Wang Teng's calm expression and felt a little jealous. Seeing their expressions, Wang Teng felt a bit guilty. Was he overdoing it? They were all his elders. He would take note next time. Grandmasters, there's no need to be like this. Actually, I only encounter such situations occasionally. It normally happens 2 or 3 times a year. It's not that common. Wang Teng reassured them. Dong Yutang and the others 2 or 3 times a year wasn't common. Did they have some misunderstanding about enlightenment? Hu Qi also caught on and gave them a peculiar look. Then he looked at Wang Teng. This junior brother didn't know how to console people. Ahem. The eternal stage martial warrior coughed awkwardly and broke the awkward atmosphere. Grandmaster Wang Teng, since you're confident in making the yin-yang dragon essence pill, how about we entrust you with refining the star core of the Titan-level star beast? That's right, that's right. The yin-yang dragon essence pill, made from the star core of a Titan-level star beast, is what we truly need. Hu Qi regained his senses. He almost forgot his primary purpose here. It will be harder to make a pill from the star core from a Titan-level star beast. I've never seen a Titan-level star beast's star core, so I can't promise you anything. Wang Teng hesitated. Based on what I know, the star core of a Titan-level star beast might be a little different. Hu Qi nodded. A jade box appeared in his hand, and he said in a low voice, This is the star core of the Titan-level star beast. Wang Teng glanced curiously at the jade box. Even without activating his real eye, he could see the mysterious runes on the box's surface. They possessed sealing power. This jade box is specially used to keep the star cores of Titan-level star beasts, as they contain a special substance called the eternal matter, Hu Qi said in a serious tone. Eternal matter? Wang Teng muttered with a sharp glint in his eyes. Yes, eternal matter. This is the key to becoming an eternal stage martial warrior, Hu Qi nodded. The key to becoming an eternal stage martial warrior? Wang Teng frowned and asked, What is eternal matter? Eternal matter is a peculiar substance in the world. Eternal stage martial warriors extract this substance from the universe and incorporate it into themselves, making their souls and bodies immortal. That way they can truly coexist and decline with the universe. As long as they possess the eternal matter, eternal stage martial warriors cannot be killed. To eliminate them, you must completely erase the eternal matter. Even a trace of the eternal matter can potentially lead to revival, Hu Qi explained. Chapter 1812, Eternal Matter, Abnormal Movement in the Chaotic Star Sea, 3. to coexist and decline with the universe, immune to being killed. Wang Teng's heart trembled, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Eternal stage martial warriors were truly incredible. This was intimidating. That meant that even the weakest eternal stage martial warrior would be hard to kill, unless the opponent's strength was much weaker than theirs, making it possible to completely remove their eternal matter. Universe stage martial warriors had eternal life, but they would still die. They couldn't be compared to eternal stage martial warriors. Hu Qi smiled when he saw Wang Teng's expression. When he first heard this secret, he was flabbergasted too. He couldn't fully comprehend it. The eternal stage martial warriors had reached a transcendent realm. Only by stepping into this realm could one understand the profundity within. To make a supreme rank pill using the star core of this Titan-level star beast, you need to integrate eternal matter into the different spiritual herbs. Dong Yutang opened his mouth and said, "Integrate eternal matter into spiritual herbs." Wang Teng frowned. He had never tried this before and had never received any knowledge regarding this. Honestly, this was getting a bit beyond his scope. "I didn't think that you wanted to use the star core of a Titan-level star beast to make the yin-yang dragon essence pill. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have dared to claim that I could refine it. It's too difficult for a Grandmaster Alchemist to integrate eternal matter. This isn't something a Grandmaster Alchemist can do. Even a Grandmaster at the peak might not be able to do it," Dong Yutang said with a bitter smile. "That's right. Only eternal stage martial warriors can control the eternal matter." Pu Yuanzhong nodded in agreement. There might be unpredictable consequences if a Grandmaster Alchemist touched the eternal matter forcefully. Cecilia glanced at the two eternal stage martial warriors and reminded them. Wang Teng couldn't help but look towards Hu Qi. Looking at the Grandmaster's expressions, he felt that he shouldn't agree to make the pill using this Titan-level star core. In fact, the Grandmasters originally intended to mention these concerns earlier. But considering that Wang Teng initially used the star core of an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast, the issue shouldn't be too significant. To avoid affecting Wang Teng's mindset, they refrained from bringing it up at the time. "You don't need to worry about this. The two of us can assist Grandmaster Wang Teng in manipulating the eternal matter," Hu Qi said. "I wasn't confident, but after seeing Grandmaster Wang Teng's divine flame, I feel that only you can refine this yin-yang dragon essence pill." He saw it, but Wang Teng was surprised. "We saw it when you were resisting the lightning." The female eternal stage martial warrior smiled and said, "That's right. If it's the divine flame, it might be able to refine the eternal matter." Dong Yutang's eyes brightened, and he said excitedly, "Grandmaster Wang Teng, can you let us see your divine flame? I've been an alchemist for so many years, but I've never seen what a divine flame looks like." Pu Yuanzhong and Cecilia also looked at Wang Teng with eager anticipation in their eyes. Wang Teng couldn't help but find it amusing. These alchemists were at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, yet when they heard about the divine flame, they acted like children who had seen a captivating toy. He didn't reject it. He stretched out his palm and a green flame appeared. It burned silently on his palm and a scorching heat spread out. "It's really a divine flame." Excitement appeared in Dong Yutang's eyes. He wanted to touch the green flame. "Be careful." Wang Teng quickly withdrew his hand backward. "Oh, right. Look at me. I'm too excited." Dong Yutang jolted and regained his composure. A 9th Grandmaster-level alchemist displaying such impulsive behavior. If his masters and even Grandmaster-level disciples saw this, their jaws would probably drop. Their master wasn't like this. "Ha ha 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 ha, old Dong. This is a divine flame. Be careful." Hu Qi laughed uncontrollably. He was surprised when he saw the divine flame, but he wasn't an alchemist, so he wasn't as excited as Dong Yutang. Dong Yutang gave a wry smile when he heard Hu Qi teasing him. "This is the emerald-glazed flame, right?" Pu Yuanzhong took a deep breath and asked after some hesitation. "Yes?" Wang Teng glanced at him in surprise. He hadn't expected this Grand Master to recognize it. It seems like he has done some research. I've seen records of divine flames before. Pu Yuanzhong smiled. He couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. Grandmaster Wang Teng is really lucky. I was lucky, Wang Teng chuckled. What would happen if he took out the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame? Never mind, he should keep a low profile. They looked at the flame for some time before Wang Teng kept the emerald-glazed flame under their reluctant gazes. Dong Yutang gave Wang Teng a slightly reproachful look, as if he was complaining that Wang Teng didn't let him take a longer look. Grandmaster, Wang Teng, what do you think? Hu Qi asked. I can try. Wang Teng pondered for a moment and finally nodded. He was extremely curious about the eternal matter and wanted to see what it was. Also, with the help of 2 eternal stage martial warriors and the divine flame, he should be able to refine the eternal matter. Chapter 1813, Eternal Matter. Abnormal movement in the chaotic star C. 4. If 1 divine flame was not enough, then he would use 2. After all, he had plenty of divine flames anyway. There's no time to lose. Let's start refining now. A hint of joy flashed across Hu Qi's eyes as he said hurriedly. Wang Teng nodded. He still had many things to do and had already wasted a lot of time here. It would be best to refine the yin-yang dragon essence pill as soon as possible. Dong Yutang and the others moved their mouths as if they were about to say something, but in the end they kept quiet. Honestly, they didn't think Wang Teng would succeed. The eternal matter wasn't something ordinary martial warriors could handle. Even with a divine flame, it would be very difficult to refine. However, since Wang Teng agreed, they couldn't say anything else. Moreover, the 2 eternal stage martial warriors were eager and enthusiastic. If they went against their opinions, they might end up offending them. Wang Teng and Hu Qi walked into the alchemy room. Wang Teng waved his hand and took out the black meteorite furnace. He then sat cross-legged and said, Senior Hu Qi, please take out the ingredients. Don't you need to rest? Hu Qi asked hesitantly. Was Grandmaster Wang Teng that confident? He just finished making a batch of yin-yang dragon essence pill and was already going to start another round of refinement. Don't worry, I have enough spiritual power. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make Grandmaster-level pills 12 times in 3 days, Wang Teng said confidently. Pardon my memory. It seems like Grandmaster Wang Teng's spiritual power is quite formidable. Hu Qi looked at him meaningfully. He was genuinely surprised, but he didn't say anything. He took out the last set of ingredients and handed it to him. He believed whatever Wang Teng said now. His previous questioning was just a subconscious reaction. In reality, he completely trusted and respected Wang Teng. For an alchemist with such attainments, even an eternal stage martial warrior like him had to show enough respect. This was a huge affirmation of Wang Teng's ability. Wang Teng smiled and took the last set of ingredients from Hu Qi. His gaze landed on the jade box. He couldn't help but feel excited. He wondered what kind of attribute bubbles would drop from a Titan-level star beast and the eternal matter. Wang Teng was looking forward to it. Previously, power of origin attribute bubbles were dropped from the star core of an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast. The core of this Titan-level star beast wouldn't be any worse. This was also the first time he saw the star core of a Titan-level star beast. A Titan-level star beast was equivalent to an eternal stage martial warrior. Naturally, its star core was extraordinary. Even though Wang Teng couldn't possess something like that now, just taking a look at it would be a good experience to broaden his horizons. He placed the jade box in front of him, took a deep breath, and slowly opened it. A dazzling light burst forth as 2 star cores unexpectedly shot out from the jade box, as if attempting to escape. Wang Teng was taken aback. Fortunately, Hu Qi had already expected this situation. He smiled and reached out, grabbing the 2 star cores. No matter how the 2 star cores struggled, they could not escape from his hands. Ha ha ha, Titan-level star beasts' star cores aren't ordinary. Hu Qi laughed. Senior, are you trying to prank me? Wang Teng said speechlessly. I ignore him, this guy doesn't act his age. the female eternal stage martial warrior said with a hint of annoyance as she playfully slapped Hu Chi. Hey, don't mind me, don't mind me. I'm just joking. Hu Chi scratched his head and chuckled. Wang Teng laughed and shook his head. Then his expression slightly froze as he looked at the two-star cores in Hu Chi's hand. A few attribute bubbles dropped. There are attribute bubbles. A glint flashed across Wang Teng's eyes. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles, Eternal Matter 10. Eternal Matter 5. Eternal Matter. Wang Teng gasped. He was deeply shocked. He didn't expect to find the attribute bubbles of the eternal matter. This was something he had never dared to imagine before. Even though he knew that this was the star core of a Titan-level star beast, he didn't dare to think about it. After all, he was only at the cosmos stage, and it seemed unlikely that he could make use of this eternal matter, let alone master it. Currently, he had reached his limit in mastering the power of origin. He had never heard of anyone being able to control the eternal matter at the cosmos stage, heaven stage, or even the universe stage. This was unreal at this moment. The eternal matter entered his body and appeared in the inner cosmos. It scattered like specks of stars, forming a streak of light. Then, with a flicker, it merged into the black hole at the center. In an instant, Wang Teng felt a cool stream flowing through his soul. It was so comfortable that he almost moaned. Fortunately, that feeling was fleeting and did not last long. He forcefully endured it. The eternal matter entered my soul? Wang Teng was puzzled. Does this mean that my soul has an additional eternal attribute? He recalled what Hu Chi had said earlier. The eternal matter could render the soul and physical body immortal. Just now, the eternal matter seemed to have fused into his soul. Perhaps it could indeed bestow a trace of immortality to his soul. However, he could not verify this matter now, which made him feel helpless. After calming himself down, Wang Teng looked at his attributes board. Eternal Matter 23, 10,000. First rank, first rank. Are there different levels of eternal matter? Wang Teng's eyes flickered as he speculated in his mind. Unfortunately, discussing these matters now seemed too distant for him. He shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. Then he looked at the two-star cores in Hu Chi's hands again. It would be great if they could drop more eternal matter attribute bubbles. Chapter 1814, Eternal Matter. Abnormal movement in the chaotic star sea. 5. Wang Teng was honestly greedy. Grand Master Wang Teng. Can we start now? Hu Chi didn't know what benefits Wang Teng had just received. He couldn't help but nudge him. All right, let's start now. Wang Teng nodded and said seriously. The eternal stage martial warrior's expressions turned serious. I'll have to trouble the two of you when I start refining the two-star cores. Wang Teng reminded him just in case. He didn't know if he could control the eternal matter now. According to the system's nature, since he possessed eternal matter, he should be able to control it. However, he did not want to appear too special in front of the two eternal stage martial warriors. Low profile. Low profile? All right. Both of them nodded solemnly. I'll refine the other materials now. Wang Teng didn't waste any more time. He started refining the other materials apart from the two-star cores. He was very fast. One by one, the spiritual herbs flew into the furnace and turned into refined matter under the embrace of the emerald flames. There were no mishaps. Hu Chi and the other eternal stage martial warrior watched in astonishment. They looked at each other, and their admiration for Wang Teng's alchemical skills grew even stronger. Not only was Wang Teng's refining speed fast, but his techniques were also extremely skillful and aesthetically pleasing. It was a sight to behold. Ordinary Grandmaster alchemists would not be able to do this. The two of them were completely immersed in Wang Teng's refining process, oblivious to the passage of time until Wang Teng suddenly spoke up. All right, throw the two-star cores into the furnace. Hu Chi and the other eternal stage martial warrior instantly turned alert. They each handled a star core and threw it into the furnace, according to Wang Teng's instructions. Boom! Boom! As soon as the two Titan-level star beast star cores touched the flames, they tried to break free. Specks of starry light emerged, transforming into two starlight azure dragons that let out roaring sounds. Sinful beast, how dare you resist? Hu Chi snorted coldly and was about to suppress them. Senior, don't be too rough. A gentle suppression will suffice, Wang Teng immediately advised. Hu Chi was stunned for a moment and immediately nodded. He somehow managed to trap the two-star cores within the flames. The two azure dragons were instantly dispersed and returned to their cores. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He saw more attribute bubbles appearing and floating above the two-star cores. Get them, Eternal Matter 12, Eternal Matter 15, Eternal Matter 10, Eternal Matter 20, awesome, a total of 57 points. It's even more than before. Wang Teng was elated. He almost laughed out loud. The corners of his lips curled up uncontrollably. However, Wang Teng quickly focused and shifted his attention away from the Eternal Matter. Now was the critical moment of refining the Eternal Matter. He could not afford to be careless. Very soon, Wang Teng realized that it was extremely difficult to refine the star cores of this Titan-level star beast. He had to exert all his efforts to activate the power of the divine flame, and only then did the two star cores show signs of melting. It's not enough. He frowned again after a moment. Hu Chi and the others also noticed this situation, and their expressions turned solemn. He didn't expect that even a divine flame couldn't refine the star cores. Looks like I have to use the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame. Wang Teng felt helpless without any hesitation. He released the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame, and it entered the furnace. Boom. A scorching sensation erupted instantly as the collision of the emerald and red flames seemed to trigger a chemical reaction, causing the temperature to rise continuously. What? Hu Chi and the others were shocked. They widened their eyes and looked at the red flames. A second divine flame. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other in surprise and joy. Outside the alchemy room, Dong Yutang was stunned for a moment and asked, "Do you feel that the temperature seems to have risen a lot?" "Indeed," Pu Yuanzhong nodded. "Could it be that divine flames are so terrifying that even the array formation in the alchemy room can't isolate the heat?" Cecilia asked. "The wonders of divine flames are far beyond our understanding." Dong Yutang shook his head. In the alchemy room, with the help of the two divine flames, the two star cores finally melted completely, transforming into two clusters of sparkling lights. Seniors, sprinkle the eternal matter on the other spiritual herbs. "Remember to do it evenly," Wang Teng said. Hu Chi and the other eternal stage martial warrior nodded and did as they were told. They were very cautious as they scattered the eternal matter evenly. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult for eternal stage martial warriors. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. Then he started fusing the various spiritual herbs. Time passed slowly. The anticipated mishaps did not occur, and the final process of pill condensation proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Within the furnace, 4 rounded pills began to take shape. Hu Chi and the ladies stared at the furnace nervously. Their palms were covered in sweat. Ever since they advanced to the eternal stage, it had been a long time since they had been so nervous. However, at this moment, they couldn't spare much thought for anything else. Their hearts were focused solely on the yin-yang dragon essence pill. As long as they could succeed, everything else paled in comparison. Boom. After some time, a loud rumbling sound suddenly echoed from within the furnace. A rich medicinal fragrance filled the air as the force reverberated against the walls of the furnace, creating a series of clangorous sounds. Is it going to succeed? Hu Chi and the lady were shocked as they stared at the furnace intently. "Open the dome!" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, another loud rumble echoed out. A pillar of light shot into the sky from the furnace, and the 4 pills turned into 4 azure dragons, intertwining and soaring into the sky. Chapter 1815, Eternal Matter, Abnormal Movement in the Chaotic Star Sea. 6. What is this? Dong Yutang and the others outside the alchemy room widened their mouths in disbelief when they saw this scene. What happened? The people waiting outside the alchemy room were flabbergasted too. Boom! Dark clouds gathered. Lightning flashed, and a power more terrifying than all previous lightning calamity descended upon this world in an instant. Everyone was startled and puzzled. The lightning calamity appeared again. Roarer, roarer, roar, roar. The Azure dragons formed by the four pills unexpectedly roared, as if challenging the authority of the calamity lightning itself. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning converged, forming a massively robust lightning dragon that descended in an instant. Its speed was so swift that even Wang Teng struggled to react in time. Fuck! Wang Teng cursed uncontrollably. This calamity lightning was being unfair. It descended without any warning or greeting. It wasn't like this in the future. There was no time to think. He transformed into a ray of light and shot into the sky, colliding fiercely with the lightning. At this moment, Hu Qi and Liang Ren finally realized the situation. They had never experienced a calamity lightning before, so their experience was not as rich as Wang Teng's. Hence, they didn't react in time. Fortunately, Wang Teng was present. Otherwise, these four extraordinary pills might have turned into ashes right after being refined. Their expressions turned grim. They used their space skills and quickly appeared in the sky. They glared at the calamity lightning with an intent to intervene at any moment. However, Wang Teng didn't give them the chance. One after another, bolts of lightning descended, and he effortlessly handled them all. The lightning calamity this time was indeed more powerful than the previous one. However, he managed to withstand it forcefully by activating all his physique talents. After the last bolt of lightning was blocked by Wang Teng, the dark clouds gradually dispersed and tranquility returned to the world. The rich aroma of medicinal herbs diffused into the air. Finally, Hu Qi and the others smiled uncontrollably. Even Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. 2 successful attempts at refining the yin-yang dragon essence pill. Moreover, this time, they were dealing with eternal matter. Normally, only alchemy saints could make such a pill. However, Wang Teng still succeeded with the help of the 2 eternal stage martial warriors. Wang Teng appeared somewhat disheveled, with burnt marks all over his body. These 10 bolts of lightning were far more terrifying than before, and even his physical body had a hard time enduring it. He was slightly injured. Gasp, it hurts a little. Wang Teng moved his body and grimaced, taking in a sharp breath of cold air. The extreme terror of the lightning calamity was due to the unique nature of the pills they refined this time. These pills were even more extraordinary than the yin-yang dragon essence pill made in the previous attempt. He couldn't help but look at the 4 pills. The beam of light dissipated, but the 4 pills still retained their azure dragon shapes. They seemed to possess some intelligence, sensing Wang Teng's gaze. They tried to escape into the distance at an astonishing speed. Quick, catch them. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly as he immediately shouted, "Don't worry, they won't get away." Hu Qi laughed heartily and vanished, rushing toward the 4 pills. No matter how extraordinary these 4 pills were, they couldn't possibly contend with an eternal stage martial warrior. They were captured in an instant. The azure dragon-shaped pills roared a few times before returning to their pill forms. On the surface of the pills, intricate markings resembling dragon patterns appeared. Hu Qi sized up the 4 pills with a strange gaze. He was in a good mood and wanted to laugh out loud. Roar, however. Just at that moment, an immensely terrifying roar suddenly reverberated from the chaotic star sea outside the Academy. Shockwaves rippled through all 7 continents of the Academy. Chapter 1816. The Terrifying Azure Dragon, The Duel of the Gods, 1. Roar. An earth-shattering roar erupted from within the chaotic star sea. The sea churned violently, and various celestial bodies floating above the sea trembled fiercely. Even the 7 vast continents of the Stellar Academies trembled slightly. This was unbelievable. The 7 great continents of the 7 Stellar Academies had existed for countless years. They were extremely stable, and this had never happened before. Yet now, they were trembling. The roar spread across all 7 continents, echoing through the sky and lingering for a long time. What's going on? Something strange is happening in the chaotic star sea. Why is this happening? Why is there a sudden change in the chaotic star sea? This shouldn't be the case. The 1,000-year beast tide isn't here yet. Why is there such a change? The formidable martial warriors from the Seven Stellar Academies were all alarmed and instantly appeared at the edges of their respective continents. Their figures were imposing, bathed in radiant light that obscured their features. They appeared like true gods, gazing toward the chaotic star sea. Seventh Stellar Academy, Alchemy Volcano. Hu Chi had just caught the 4 pills and was about to feel joyous when he suddenly heard that terrifying roar. His expression abruptly stiffened. What's going on? He looked out of the continent in astonishment, however. He couldn't see anything because he was too far away. He could only sense something amiss. For some reason, an ominous premonition suddenly welled up within him. He glanced at the pills in his hand and felt like it might be related to this. The timing of that roar was just too coincidental. It appeared the instant the pills were made. It seemed to have come for them. No way. Hu Chi was in disbelief. He didn't think that he would be so unlucky. Suppressing the pain in his body, Wang Teng flew over from a distance. His expression was filled with doubt and seriousness. He had the same thoughts as Hu Chi. Could it be such a coincidence? Senior, do you know what happened? Wang Teng asked. How will I know? I'm just as confused right now. Hu Chi shook his head. Either way, let's keep these pills first, Wang Teng said in a low voice. If these pills were the cause, cutting off the source of the medicinal fragrance might help prevent any further complications. Hu Chi nodded and immediately handed the 4 pills to Wang Teng. Wang Teng took out a jade bottle and sealed the 4 pills within it. Dong Yu Tang and the others walked out of the alchemy room and flew into the sky. They met up with Wang Teng and the others. They only managed to get a quick glance of the pills and didn't get to examine them closely. They felt a little disappointed. It was a pity that they could only give a quick glance at such a precious pill because of an accident. Roar. At this moment, another earth-shattering roar was heard. This time, the sound carried a clear sense of anger and even a hint of urgency. Wang Teng and Hu Chi exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes they saw a hint of astonishment. Damn it. In an instant, both of them felt a jolt of unease in their hearts. The roar seemed to confirm their suspicions. Even if they weren't completely certain, they were 60% to 70% confident. But they still found it unbelievable. The Alchemy Volcano was situated within the 7th Stellar Academy, and various rune arrays were guarding the continent. How did the presence within the chaotic star sea discover it? Its nose was even sharper than a dog's. What puzzled Wang Teng even more was that, judging by the previous commotion, the beast that emitted the roar must be extremely terrifying. Why would it be interested in a mere Grand Master-level supreme rank pill? These 4 pills should have reached the legendary spiritualized stage. They're truly extraordinary. Dong Yutang spoke with a deep voice, recalling the scene he had just witnessed. Spiritualized stage. Wang Teng was taken aback. He realized something, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Grandmaster Dong, are you talking about the legendary spiritualized stage? The spiritualization transformation that allows pills to transcend vast levels of realms. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, but this type of pill was extremely rare. He hadn't considered this possibility at all, and had assumed that the 4 pills they had refined were just somewhat special. Spiritualized pills only existed in legends. Their appearance was extremely rare, and Wang Teng never imagined he would be able to refine them. The Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill was already a peerless Grand Master level pill. If it reached the spiritualized stage and underwent a transformation, it would be on par with a divine level pill. That's right. That's the spiritualized pill. An aged voice suddenly came from a distance. Wang Teng turned his head abruptly and saw a white-haired elder walking over from the sky. His pupils constricted. This old man isn't simple alchemy Saint Dao Yuan. Dong Yutang and the others immediately recognized the person and shouted. Alchemy Saint Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He was appalled. This elder was an alchemy saint. The old man arrived in the air, standing with hands behind his back. He nodded at Dong Yutang and the others before strolling up to Wang Teng. He looked at the jade bottle in Wang Teng's hand and smiled, saying, "Young friend, could you show me this pill?" "Of course," Wang Teng nodded. Alchemy St. Tao Yuan smiled. He didn't open the jade bottle and just glanced at it. Then he nodded and said, "I was right, Alchemy Saint." Dong Yutang and the others greeted him respectfully. "No need to be so polite." Alchemy St. Tao Yuan waved his hand and continued, "If it's a spiritualized pill, it might be the cause of this huge commotion. Also, your pill has a different attraction to them. Chapter 1817, The Terrifying Azure Dragon. The Duel of the Gods, 2. His tones seemed to carry a sense of nostalgia and even a bit of peculiarity. "Do you also think this pill is the cause of the disturbance?" Wang Teng asked. "We'll know once we take a look," Alchemy St. Tao Yuan said. "There's no need to panic. There are countless formidable warriors in the Seven Stellar Academies. The presence within the chaotic star sea won't gain any advantages." Wang Teng and his teammates nodded. Indeed, it was useless to stay here and make guesses. He might as well take a look. They felt relieved after hearing what Alchemy St. Tao Yuan said. There was no doubt about how powerful the Seven Stellar Academies were. Since he said that he was fine, nothing serious would happen. "Take my spacecraft." Hu Qi took out his spacecraft and invited everyone to board it. Then he flew towards the edge of the continent. His expression was gloomy. Why did something unexpected happen when he was making a pill? How could he feel at ease? The joyful mood he had just moments ago vanished in an instant. He was determined to find out what exactly was trying to covet his yin-yang dragon essence pill. Being an eternal stage martial warrior, Hu Qi wasn't someone to be trifled with. Outside the alchemy volcano, others were left baffled, unaware of what was happening. "What's going on? Why did he leave? Something big is about to happen." That was an alchemy saint. "I heard the Grandmasters calling him Alchemy St. Tao Yuan." "It's Alchemy St. Tao Yuan. He's here too. It looks like things aren't simple. Quick, let's go and take a look." Amid the discussions, everyone noticed something amiss and promptly boarded their spacecraft. They all headed towards the edges of the continent. At the same time, all the students from the Seven Stellar Academies were alerted and gathered at the edge of the continent. Everyone sat in the main hall on the spacecraft. Dong Yutang introduced Alchemy St. Tao Yuan to Wang Teng in detail. Without a doubt, Tao Yuan was a legendary divine-level alchemist. He held an important position in the Seven Stellar Academies. Every alchemy saint was rare and precious. They were scarce even in the Seven Stellar Academies. This alchemy saint happened to be unoccupied when Wang Teng made the yin-yang dragon essence pill, so he came. Otherwise, he might not have shown up. "I'm just an old man, but Wang Teng's proficiency in alchemy is remarkable. You managed to refine a supreme rank pill to the spiritualized stage. That's the same as a divine-level pill." Alchemy St. Tao Yuan chuckled as he praised Wang Teng. "You flatter me. I'm just a small alchemist. I made the yin-yang dragon essence pill blindly. I didn't expect it to reach this stage," Wang Teng said humbly. Hu Qi glanced at Wang Teng. Then he exchanged glances with the female eternal stage martial warrior and saw a strange look in each other's eyes. If they hadn't witnessed Wang Teng's alchemical process with their own eyes, they might have believed it. But having witnessed Wang Teng's alchemical techniques, which were like art, they had reason to believe he was simply bluffing. He had seen through Wang Teng. This junior brother wasn't humble at all. He knew nothing about modesty. Dong Yutang and the others were speechless, too. If an alchemist who made the yin-yang dragon essence pill was a small alchemist, what would that make them? A small alchemist among small alchemists. "Ha ha ha, young friend, you're interesting." Alchemy St. Tao Yuan laughed heartily. He was remarkably polite to Wang Teng, addressing him as young friend. Dong Yutang and the others noticed this too. They were astounded. It looked like even the alchemy saint acknowledged Wang Teng's alchemy mastery. Hu Qi's spacecraft was an eternal level spacecraft. It was extremely fast, so it didn't take long for them to arrive at the edge of the Seventh Stellar Academy's continent. Everyone alighted from the spacecraft. Alchemy St. Dao Yuan appeared. He attracted many people's attention. Everyone was shocked. Hey, isn't that Wang Teng beside Alchemy St. Dao Yuan? Wang Teng? Which Wang Teng? Who else? Wang Teng, the one who got onto the star rankings. It's said that he's a Grand Master Alchemist, too. Really? He's a Grand Master Alchemist? How old is he? You must be ignorant. Many people witnessed him making pills. Also, didn't you see him standing beside Alchemy St. Dao Yuan? Can an ordinary person stand beside the Alchemy Saint? That's right. Even if he's got on the star rankings, he's just a freshman. He doesn't have the right to stand beside the Alchemy Saint. There's a bunch of people trying to pull Wang Teng to their side. He's very popular. Oh my God, seriously, is he really a freshman? How can you treat him as a freshman? His identity isn't simple. How did he cultivate? Making it onto the star rankings is already impressive, but he's also a Grandmaster Alchemist. He must be a monster. When the people saw Alchemy St. Dao Yuan, they also saw Wang Teng. The discussions grew louder. Wang Teng was quite famous now, and even those who didn't recognize him had others telling them who he was, afraid that they wouldn't know who this celebrity was. However, their attention was only brief, and their gazes quickly returned to the chaotic star sea. As Wang Teng and the others were making their way here, a vast expanse of dark clouds had gathered over the chaotic star sea. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, creating a scene reminiscent of a heavenly calamity. Chapter 1818, The Terrifying Azure Dragon, The Duel of the Gods, 3. At least when Wang Teng saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel his heart trembling. He turned to glance at Alchemy St. Dao Yuan, who was beside him. Sir, are you sure this is all right? The scene before them was like the apocalypse itself, a pitch-black expanse that seemed to have no end thick, and mighty lightning bolts flashed within the dark clouds, resembling thunderous dragons with unparalleled might. Roar, roar, roars echoed from within the chaotic star sea. It was drawing closer to the Seven Stellar Academies continents. The chaotic star sea churned like ocean waves. It appeared that a dreadful presence was about to emerge beneath. Countless streams of chaotic energy surged, reaching high into the sky. It was an awe-inspiring sight. Scary. Wang Teng's expression slightly stiffened. Even Hu Qi, an eternal stage martial warrior, could feel the pressure, and his expression turned extremely serious. Come, follow me. Alchemy St. Dao Yuan said to Wang Teng when he saw the eternal stage martial warriors in the distance. Me? Follow you? Wang Teng was surprised. This is most likely caused by you. If you don't go, who will? Alchemy St. Dao Yuan laughed. Wang Teng's expression turned bitter. He felt wronged. He was just refining a pill. He never expected such a thing to happen. This felt like a prank. Wang Teng had no choice but to follow Alchemy St. Dao Yuan. They flew towards the eternal stage martial warriors. Dong Yuteng, Hu Qi, and the others followed him too. Wang Teng was astounded when he saw this bunch of eternal stage martial warriors. The Academy's foundation was incredibly strong. There were at least 20 to 30 eternal stage martial warriors among them. Most importantly, the eternal stage martial warriors felt even stronger than Bai Shan Ho. Bai Shan Ho was an eternal stage marquess. His ability exceeded that of an ordinary eternal stage marquess. These eternal stage martial warriors were stronger than Bai Shan Ho. This meant that they were either eternal stage dukes or eternal stage rulers. Are you surprised? Hu Qi smiled and asked, Yes. Wang Teng nodded. This is just a small portion of eternal stage martial warriors in our academy. Hu Qi smiled and mysteriously remarked, A small portion? Wang Teng was shocked. Was this exaggeration necessary? There were many powerful martial warriors, yet they were just a small portion. He noticed that Hu Qi said a small portion rather than a portion, implying that the Stellar Academies had even more eternal stage martial warriors hidden behind the scene. Perhaps these eternal stage marshal would only appear when the situation became extremely dire. "Look over there," Hu Qi motioned for Wang Teng to look upward. "Those are—" Wang Teng's eyes widened slightly as he followed Hu Qi's gaze, and his pupils contracted suddenly. In the sky above, several figures as grand as deities stood in the air, radiating a profoundly awe-inspiring presence. They were just standing there, but they seemed to be in another part of space. Many people couldn't notice them. Even Wang Teng didn't notice their presence. God stage. They must be God stage martial warriors. Wang Teng was dumbstruck. He knew that they must be above the eternal stage. Above the eternal stage was the God stage. That was an existence that had truly transcended everything, holding up the divine kingdom and being gods themselves. Do you understand now? Hu Qi chuckled when he saw his expression. He enjoyed looking at Wang Teng's expression. This junior loved to boast. If he wasn't taught a lesson, he wouldn't realize that there was always someone better than him. Wang Teng didn't know what to say anymore. Indeed, the academy had such existences, and there was more than one. Before he could think further, alchemy Saint Dao Yuan had already brought him in front of the eternal stage martial warriors. "Dao Yuan, why are you here?" An eternal stage martial warrior asked in surprise. "I was unoccupied, so I came to take a look." Alchemy Saint Dao Yuan said with a smile, "Furthermore, I speculate that this matter might be related to the pill refined by this young friend Wang Teng. That's why I brought him here. It will be great if we can resolve this matter without shedding blood." Wang Teng. A few eternal stage martial warriors recognized Wang Teng. They were Sikong II, Shou Chu, and Gang Zhizhen. Lately, Wang Teng had been anything but quiet within the academy, and even eternal stage martial warriors like them heard some rumors. Thus, when they saw Wang Teng, their expressions turned strange. "Wang Teng, what pill did you make?" Sikong II was surprised and asked curiously. The other eternal stage martial warriors regained their senses upon hearing his question. The most important thing now was to understand what was going on. Wang Teng felt a little nervous under the gazes of so many eternal stage martial warriors, especially when they looked as if they wanted to dissect him. It was quite unsettling. He didn't dare to waste any time and took out the yin-yang dragon essence pill. "It's this yin-yang dragon essence pill." "Yin-yang dragon essence pill? What pill is this?" Sikong II frowned and asked. "Tao Yuan, are you sure that these pills are enough to cause such a huge commotion?" The other eternal stage martial warriors also found it a bit absurd. If Dao Yuan, the alchemy saint, didn't say it, they would have dismissed it outright. "I knew you would underestimate these few pills." Dao Yuan smiled calmly. "You might not know this, but these yin-yang dragon essence pills are Grand Master level supreme rank pills." Chapter 1819. The Terrifying Azure Dragon. The Duel of the Gods. 4. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Grand Master level supreme rank pill. The eternal stage martial warriors looked at Wang Teng in surprise. They didn't expect this young man to be able to make a supreme rank pill, but even if it's a supreme rank pill, it shouldn't be able to cause such a commotion. Sikong II frowned. Wang Teng was someone he had brought to the academy, and he had high hopes for him. He didn't want Wang Teng to be blamed inexplicably. "Don't worry, let me finish speaking first. These pills refined by young friend Wang Teng have reached the spiritualized stage. They're not ordinary supreme rank pills anymore. They can rival divine level pills," Alchemy Saint Dao Yuan said. "The spiritualized stage rival a divine level pill." The eternal stage martial warriors were astounded. They were individuals of experience, so they knew what reaching the spiritualized stage meant. Besides, Dao Yuan made it quite clear, these pills were on par with divine level pills. Moreover, the effect of these pills is to enhance the innate talents of the descendants. After taking the pills, the offspring have a high probability of inheriting the talents of both parents. Alchemy Saint Dao Yuan added. "I see. If that's the case, no wonder. No wonder it caused such a commotion." The eternal stage martial warriors were enlightened. Wang Teng seemed to understand what happened too. Just like powerful martial warriors, it was extremely challenging for powerful star beasts to bear offspring. Sometimes, they need to invest thousands or even tens of thousands of years in preparation and nurturing to conceive offspring. This gestation period was much longer than that of martial warriors, and this wasn't even the primary challenge. The main issue lay in the fact that even after undergoing such a strenuous process, there was no guarantee that they would be able to produce an ideal offspring. Due to these difficulties, many star beasts seek out treasures that could aid them in the process of conceiving offspring before attempting to do so. These treasures are exceedingly rare and hard to come by. For instance, ice element star beasts might need to locate specific ice-related treasures to create the best environment for nurturing their offspring. This environment would allow them to fully stimulate the innate talents hidden within their bloodlines. The same applies to star beasts of other elemental attributes. Wang Teng's yin-yang dragon essence pill was as remarkable as those treasures. In fact, it was even more useful. Firstly, the effects of the pill were milder, so it wouldn't affect the fetus development. Secondly, this pill was made using the eternal matter in the star core of a Titan-level star beast, hence its effect was unpredictable and unquestionably would provide immeasurable benefits for nurturing offspring. Thus, upon its appearance, it caught the attention of an entity within the chaotic star sea. However, to be certain, we could also open the jade bottle and lure out the entity below. Alchemy Saint Dao Yuan chuckled. That's a good idea. Once the pill appears, if the other side shows up as well, it's a sure sign that they are after this pill. Sikong II nodded. Let's do that. The other eternal stage martial warriors had no objections. Don't. This pill is ours. If the entity below is after the pill, should we just hand it over? Hu Qi and his wife were agitated. This pill was the result of their painstaking efforts to gather materials and the fortunate encounter with Wang Teng. Moreover, it held great significance for them. How could they let others benefit from it so easily? When it concerned the future of their descendants, they were determined to do whatever it took. Don't worry. There are 4 pills, right? You only need 2. Alchemy Saint Dao Yuan consoled them, and according to the rules, any extra pills belong to the alchemist. That's true. Hu Qi looked at the 4 pills in the jade bottle and realized this fact. They were too worried and almost forgot that Wang Teng made 4 pills. It was more than enough for them. I have to admit that young friend Wang Teng's alchemy mastery is truly exceptional. You managed to make 4 spiritualized pills. Alchemy Saint Dao Yuan glanced at Wang Teng and exclaimed, I was just lucky. Wang Teng smiled. This isn't something that can be achieved solely through luck. Alchemy Saint Dao Yuan shook his head and said, The eternal stage martial warriors looked at Wang Teng in a different light. Even the Alchemy Saint Dao Yuan held such high regard for Wang Teng, which indicated that his alchemical achievements were indeed astonishing. In that case, we will let Grandmaster Wang Teng decide what to do with the 2 pills. You must leave the other 2 for us, Hu Qi said. Don't worry, it will be yours. Also, the Academy will compensate you for your losses, Alchemy Saint Dao Yuan said in a meaningful tone. Hu Qi and his wife were stunned when they heard this. Then they were elated. If they could receive compensation from the Academy, that would be even better. This was a pleasant surprise. They understood that it was Wang Teng who had brought this opportunity to them, and their gratitude towards him grew even stronger. This junior brother was their lucky star. Wang Teng opened the jade bottle, Sikong II said. Wang Teng nodded. He opened the jade bottle and a rich aroma of pills wafted out. The eternal stage martial warriors looked into the chaotic star sea roar. A terrifying roar suddenly echoed, seeming to carry a hint of excitement. Ha ha ha, as expected. The eternal stage martial warriors burst out laughing. Chapter 1820. The terrifying Azure Dragon, the Duel of the Gods 5. They felt at ease after realizing that the commotion was caused by the pills. Now they had the initiative. They wouldn't need to fight, and might even be able to gain some benefits from the other side. Even if it came to a confrontation, they weren't afraid. The reputation of the Seven Stellar Academies wasn't just for show. Boom. At this moment, a violent roar erupted from within the chaotic star sea. Endless chaotic energy surged into the void, resembling a column of water connecting the void's dark clouds. Wang Teng hurriedly looked in front. He saw a terrifying black shadow in the water pillar formed by the energy flux. However, the figure vanished in an instant. Instead, the dark clouds in the air began to churn, accompanied by thunderous roars. Following that, a massive head slowly emerged. A pair of majestic giant eyes fixed their gaze upon Wang Teng and the others. Azure dragon! Wang Teng was astounded. He almost shouted. This was a real Azure dragon star beast. Judging by its size alone, it was undoubtedly a universe behemoth. The sheer enormity of its head left people awe-struck. Of course, the scariest thing was its stage. The pressure it exuded was akin to the might of the heavens themselves. It was definitely above the Titan level. It's you. A calm voice was suddenly heard in the air. The voice wasn't loud, but it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. It was shocking. The God Stage martial warrior has spoken, Wang Teng thought to himself. Only God Stage martial warriors had the right to interact with such a presence. Give me the pill and I'll leave immediately. The Azure Dragon opened its mouth, and its voice echoed in the sky. It came for a pill. The students around them finally understood the origin of this commotion. They were stunned and amazed. What can you give us in return? The God Stage martial warrior asked calmly. I can guarantee 30,000 years of peace for the Seven Stellar Academies. The Azure Dragon's gaze turned sharp. Not enough, the God Stage martial warrior said. What do you want? The Azure Dragon's voice was emotionless. 100,000 years. The God Stage martial warrior replied calmly. Impossible. A hint of anger appeared in Azure Dragon's calm voice. It stared at the God Stage martial warrior with his dragon eyes. In that case, there's no need to discuss further. If you want to fight, we'll fight with you. The God Stage martial warrior smiled and replied. In the next moment, with a casual wave of his hand, a powerful sword radiance streaked through the sky and sliced into the dark clouds. The gleaming sword light illuminated the entire sky. Only the astonishing sword remained in everyone's eyes, leaving them dazed and unable to recover for a long time. Even Wang Teng was shocked. The brilliance of the sword reflected in his eyes and left him bewildered. He hadn't expected the God Stage martial warriors to act so quickly. Their attitude was truly unyielding. The Azure Dragon's pupils constricted. It opened its massive jaws and spewed forth a golden light, meeting the terrifying sword radiance head-on. Boom. In an instant, the two attacks collided, producing a terrifying explosion. Force surged, and the flux in the chaotic star sea turned violent. It was like a tsunami. Numerous massive star beast silhouettes emerged from within the chaotic star sea. They were directly killed by the residual impact of the two attacks. Blood and flesh scattered, staining a large area red. Wang Teng looked down at the chaotic star sea in astonishment. There were so many of them. Countless star beasts were present within the chaotic star sea. He could see an overwhelming number of them with just a glance. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky split into two. The lightning temporarily subsided, and the Azure Dragon's huge body was forced back. The Azure Dragon was shocked and furious, amazing, impressive. Wang Teng was filled with respect. The formidable warriors in the Stellar Academies were indeed incredible. They didn't show any fear even when facing this terrifying Azure Dragon and chose to fight with it head-on. How unyielding. The Azure Dragon was infuriated. He glared at the real god-level martial warrior from the Stellar Academies with a trace of dread in its eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere froze. Many individuals grew tense, feeling that a battle could break out at any moment. However, Wang Teng felt that a battle was unlikely. Their side was powerful, so they had no reason to fear. On the other side, the Azure Dragon seemed to be the only God Stage presence on the other side. It was improbable for them to engage in a fight, as expected. The Azure Dragon remained silent for some time before speaking again. 50,000 years, no more. I can't make the decision alone. 80,000 years, the God Stage Martial Warrior replied. 60,000 years, Azure Dragon suppressed its anger and replied, deal. The God Stage Martial Warrior said. The Azure Dragon... Wang Teng burst out laughing. This Azure Dragon was scary, but it didn't appear very smart. The Azure Dragon lowered its head slowly and looked at Wang Teng. Its expression seemed somewhat embarrassed. Ahem. Wang Teng noticed the stare and immediately cleared his throat. His expression returned to normal as if he hadn't been laughing just now. Young man, give it the pill. The voice of a God Stage Martial Warrior sounded beside Wang Teng's ear. Yes? Wang Teng nodded, respectfully acknowledging. He couldn't refuse this request, and Alchemy Saint Tao Yuan already mentioned that the Academy would compensate them. His contribution to this matter was quite substantial. He believed the Stellar Academy wouldn't let him go unrewarded. Wang Teng took out 2 yin-yang dragon essence pills and placed them in another jade bottle. Then he wrapped them with his spiritual power and sent them towards the Azure Dragon. The jade bottle only flew halfway before Wang Teng's spiritual power got detached. The jade bottle was swept towards the Azure Dragon by another force. Farewell! A hint of barely noticeable delight flashed in the Azure Dragon's eyes. Its massive body flickered within the dark clouds and vanished from everyone's sight. Boom! The chaotic star sea below churned violently. The Azure Dragon had entered the chaotic star sea and disappeared. This terrifying presence came and left in a hurry. However, it left a deep impression on many students. For many students, encountering a true God Stage Martial Warrior was extremely rare. Some had never seen one before. But today, they saw more than one God Stage Martial Warrior, and an Azure Dragon that was as powerful as a God Stage Martial Warrior. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Even though the Azure Dragon had left, many were still fervently discussing the event, displaying great excitement. Meanwhile, as the origin of this commotion, Wang Teng had also left a deep impression on many. The fact that Wang Teng's pills could attract such a terrifying presence was truly beyond imagination. His prowess in alchemy was astonishing. Wang Teng didn't care about this. He stared at the space in front with a burning gaze. He was elated. More than 10 attribute bubbles were floating at the spot where the Azure Dragon Star Beast appeared. Chapter 1821, 2 Divine Level Battle Techniques. The Solar Dragon Race came again. 1. The attribute bubbles dropped by a God Stage Martial Warrior. When Wang Teng saw the attribute bubbles, he immediately released his spiritual power and picked them up without any hesitation. The God Stage Martial Warriors had departed, so there wouldn't be any significant consequences even if he used his spiritual power now. Metal Constellation Force 55,000, Origin of Metal 35,000, Eternal Matter 100, Dragon God Roar 1200. Wind Constellation Force 58,000, Origin of Wind 4,000, Eternal Matter 120. Wind God Sword Art First Stance, Gale Slaughter 1600. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body and mind, he couldn't help but tremble all over. His eyes were bursting with a light of delight. The attribute bubbles dropped by a God Stage Martial Warrior were truly remarkable. Firstly, there were tens of thousands of constellation forces. 55,000 points of Constellation Metal Force allowed Wang Teng's Constellation Metal Force to rise from the first level Cosmos stage to the 4th level. Constellation Metal Force 5,000 for 1,000, Cosmos Stage 4th level. There were 58,000 points of the Constellation Wind Force, too, slightly more than the Constellation Metal Force. This allowed Wang Teng's Constellation Wind Force to rise from the 1st level Cosmos Stage to the 4th level. Constellation Wind Force, 8,000, 40,000, Cosmos Stage 4th level. Both his forces had reached the 4th level. This was a huge gain, especially considering that one of the forces was the wind force normally. Increasing this force was challenging, as expected of a God Stage Martial Warrior. With just one move, he dropped so many force attributes. That attack just now isn't something an ordinary martial artist could withstand. I'm afraid even eternal stage martial warriors would be taken out in an instant. Wang Teng thought to himself in astonishment. This was beyond imagination. He then turned his gaze to the other attribute bubbles. There were 3,500 points of origin of metal. Although it wasn't enough to raise Wang Teng's origin of metal by a level, it was still a huge increase. However, Wang Teng was pleasantly surprised by another power of origin. There were 4,000 points of origin of wind, which was slightly more than the origin of metal. Wang Teng's origin of wind was still at the first rank, but it jumped from 3,600 to 7,600. It was only 2,400 points away from the second rank. Origin of wind 7,600, 10,000. First rank. It won't be long before the origin of wind reaches the second rank. Wang Teng thought to himself. He was overjoyed. He continued looking down. Behind the power of origin attribute was the eternal matter attribute. Since eternal stage martial warriors were able to control eternal matter, it went without saying that God stage martial warriors could do it too. Wang Teng suspected that they possessed even more eternal matter. However, he didn't expect their attacks to contain eternal matter. If not, he wouldn't have dropped the attribute bubble. Upon closer consideration, it seemed reasonable. Eternal stage martial warriors could only be killed after destroying the eternal matter they possessed. Thus, there must be eternal matter in their attacks. Only eternal matter could destroy eternal matter. Wang Teng gained 220 points of eternal matter. This was much more than the eternal matter dropped by the star cores of the two Titan-level star beasts. The two Titan-level star cores dropped some attribute bubbles during the refining process, but in total, there were only 60 points of it. However, this time he gained 220 points, exceeding the previous total by a full 160 points. Eternal matter, 280,000 first rank. Wang Teng's eternal matter attribute rose but a huge margin, even though there were only 280 points. However, he was only a cosmos stage martial warrior. It was already a surprise that he was able to possess eternal matter. The God stage martial warriors probably didn't expect Wang Teng to possess eternal matter. As the 220 points of eternal matter merged into Wang Teng's body, he immediately sensed waves of comfort rippling through his soul, as if some kind of transformation had occurred. Unfortunately, with his current level of cultivation, he couldn't fully comprehend this change. This sensation is somewhat similar to the feeling of my soul origin increasing. Wang Teng wondered to himself. Then he shook his head. These two weren't the same. Wang Teng looked at the last two attribute bubbles. These were two battle techniques, divine-level battle techniques. Descriptions of the two martial techniques appeared in his mind. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He felt a surge of excitement. After the League of Talents, Wang Teng finally received another divine-level battle technique, and there were two of them. Among them, the Dragon God Roar clearly originated from that terrifying dragon. Wang Teng vividly remembered the tremendous roar it released when it resisted the God Stage warrior from the Academy. That move was extremely powerful. Although it was eventually forced back, it wasn't due to its lack of strength. It was because the Academy's God Stage martial warrior was too powerful. The execution method of the Dragon God Roar appeared in his mind. His eyes sparkled as he quickly gained insights. Despite being named Roar, the Dragon God Roar was not a sound attack. It was a genuine force attack. This was the Dragon God Roar launched by the terrifying Azure dragon. Its power was astonishing. The other martial technique was called the Wind God Sword Art, a divine-level sword technique. It was also very powerful. The peerless sword attack released by the God Stage martial warrior was a glimpse into the might of the Wind God Sword Art. Wang Teng was elated that he finally had a proper battle technique for his wind element. It wasn't easy. Wind element scriptures and battle techniques were rare, especially powerful ones. They were often considered treasures that were hard to come by. Wang Teng was lucky this time. The God Stage martial warrior casually executed an attack to deter the Azure dragon. allowing Wang Teng to reap a huge benefit. Chapter 1822, Two Divine-Level Battle Techniques. The Solar Dragon Race Came Again. 2. Wind God's Sword Art. Since it was named with the word God, it must be extraordinary. However, there was only one stance for now. It was called the Gale Slaughter. The instructions and insights related to the cultivation of the Gale Slaughter appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He was enlightened and immediately entered the foundation stage. Dragon God Roar, 1,000 to 100,000 Foundation, Wind God's Sword Art. First stance, Gale Slaughter, 1,600, 10,000 Foundation. Divine level battle techniques require 10,000 attribute points to advance to the next stage. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. These divine level techniques were undeniably powerful, but the difficulty of improving them was quite high too. He couldn't just follow behind the two God stage martial warriors and wait for them to drop attribute bubbles. Well, he didn't even know if he could find them. Even if he could get close to a God stage martial warrior, if Wang Teng dared to do this, he would probably get slapped to death by one of them. I guess I can only use my blank attributes, Wang Teng thought to himself. Fortunately, he had saved a large number of blank attributes earlier, thinking they might be useful when he created his technique. Little did he know that he would create a technique based on the insights he gained from the chaotic Uncharted, which was quite a pleasant surprise. Hence, he managed to save the blank attributes. After picking up the attribute bubbles left by the two God stage martial warriors, Wang Teng looked at the chaotic star sea again. The previous clash between the two God stage presences caused a huge force impact that killed quite a number of star beasts within the chaotic star sea. Naturally, there were attribute bubbles, as expected. After sensing his surroundings carefully, he realized that there were many attribute bubbles beneath the chaotic currents of the chaotic star sea. They just hadn't surfaced, which was why he hadn't noticed them before. It's a good thing I thought of this. Wang Teng immediately released his spiritual power into the chaotic star sea. He picked up the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Water, 800, Wood, Constellation Force, 1,200, Blank Attribute, 1,200, Metal Constellation Force, Fire, 1,000, Blank Attribute, 1 set, 800, so many attribute bubbles. Wang Teng felt extremely lucky today. He picked up numerous attribute bubbles from the chaotic star sea. Although the value of each attribute bubble wasn't a lot, when accumulated, they amounted to a significant sum. There was also a variety of attributes present. In just a short moment, all of Wang Teng's forces received a tremendous boost. Constellation Metal Force, 13,500, so 4,000 Cosmos Stage 4th level. Constellation Wood Force, 32,500, Cosmos Stage 2nd level. Constellation Fire Force, 2,500, 2,000 Cosmos Stage 2nd level. Constellation Earth Force, 2,500, so 20,000, Cosmos Stage 2nd level. Constellation Wind Force, 12,800, so 1,000, Cosmos Stage 2nd level. Constellation Wind Force, 12,800, so 1,000, Cosmos Stage 4th level. Constellation Lightning Force, 5,600, so 1,000, Cosmos Stage 3rd level. Constellation Ice Force, 6,300, so 1,000, Cosmos Stage 1st level. Constellation Poison Force, 5,100, so 1,000, Cosmos Stage 1st level. Among them, the 5 basic elements underwent a substantial chance, with some achieving a breakthrough. Apart from Metal Force, which recently advanced to the 4th level, all his other forces had reached the 2nd level of the Cosmos Stage. The other 4 special forces rose too, even though they didn't reach the point of breakthrough. In addition to this, Wang Teng acquired a considerable amount of blank attributes. He received 135,300 points of them. Wang Teng looked at his attributes board. Blank attribute 402,850, 2850. I have more than 4 million blank attributes. Wang Teng was elated. He suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. It wasn't easy to collect this many blank attributes. Wang Teng had never been so well off before. Although the description of events sounded lengthy, in reality, it all happened in just a short period. After collecting the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng heard Hu Qi speaking to him. "Grandmaster Wang Teng, since this matter has ended, we should take our leave." "All right." Wang Teng turned and nodded at Hu Qi and his wife. He smiled and said, "In that case, I'll congratulate you in advance on the impending arrival of your child." "Ha ha 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 ha," Hu Qi laughed heartily. "Thank you for your well wishes. Oh, right. This is the yin-yang dragon essence pill made from the star core of an ultimate stage imperial level star beast. It's of no use to us now, so we'll give it to you." He took out the 3 yin-yang dragon essence pills and passed them to Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded and accepted them without refusal. At his current level, Wang Teng probably wouldn't need these items. He would only need them at the eternal stage or even higher. By then, he could certainly refine even better yin-yang dragon essence pill for himself. However, after witnessing the attraction of this pill to star beasts, Wang Teng felt that it might come in handy someday, so he decided to keep them for now. Let's exchange contact information. If you have any issues in the future, feel free to reach out to us. Hu Qi opened his wristwatch and exchanged contact information with Wang Teng. "You're too polite." Although Wang Teng said this, he still chose to exchange contacts with them. Hu Qi admired his straightforward manner. He laughed and didn't mind at all. "Huh? Senior, why did you transfer 100,000 points to me?" Wang Teng was stunned. "That's a token of appreciation for your assistance. You made 2 batches of pills for us consecutively. How can we not show our gratitude?" Hu Qi said. "You're too polite," Wang Teng said hurriedly. But he was actually quite delighted. 100,000 points. Even when he broke 2 records in a row, he didn't earn this many points. Making pills for these 2 eternal stage martial warriors was indeed worth his time and effort. Chapter 1823, 2 Divine-Level Battle Techniques. The Solar Dragon Race Came Again. 3. You deserve it. We also benefited from you. Hu Qi smiled and said using voice transmission, "Those 2 pills gave the Stellar Academy 60,000 years of peace. The Academy will reward us. Without you, we wouldn't have had this opportunity." Then he patted Wang Teng's shoulder and said mysteriously, "Go back and wait for the good news." "Let's go." Hu Qi waved his hand and boarded the spacecraft with the female eternal stage martial warrior. Wang Teng watched their departing figures with shimmering eyes. He was lost in thought. "Grandmaster Wang Teng, we're going back too. Make sure to come to the alchemy volcano to find us when you have the time." Deng Yutang walked over and said, "All right, I will come when I have the time." Wang Teng smiled and nodded. Deng Yutang and the others left too. They wanted to take another look at the yin-yang dragon essence pill that had reached the spiritualized stage, but it had already been taken away by Hu Qi. After everyone departed, only Wang Teng was left. He glanced around him but didn't spot any familiar figures. Without further ado, he took out his spacecraft, boarded it, and left. After some time, the spacecraft landed in the Cosmos Zone residential area. Wang Teng was preparing to go back to his manor when he saw a few figures standing at the entrance. Yue Chikiao, Wade Borate. "Why are y'all here?" Wang Teng looked at them in surprise. "What do you think with such a commotion? Could we not come to take a look?" Yue Chikiao rolled her eyes. "Ahem, it's just an accident." Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. "So, what's going on?" Yue Chikiao asked curiously. When the terrifying Azure dragon appeared, its imposing pressure resonated throughout the chaotic star sea. Only some heaven stage and above martial warriors could approach. New students like Yue Chikiao could only watch from afar. Hence, they didn't know what happened. They only knew that it was caused by a pill concocted by Wang Teng. Regardless, it was undeniable that the commotion was caused by Wang Teng. Wang Teng felt his head hurting when he saw their expressions. He walked towards his manor while explaining what happened. Briefly, Yu Chiao and the others wouldn't let him go so easily. They caught up and bombarded him with questions until they finally grasped the whole situation. "You're really the epitome of unexpectedness. You even caused trouble when refining a pill," Yu Chiao said speechlessly. "Well, What can I do? Wang Teng sighed in resignation. Speaking of it, are God stage martial warriors scary? Yue Chao ignored his complaint and diverted the topic. Of course, they are incredibly terrifying, Wang Teng replied. A God stage martial warrior can easily crush someone like you with just a flick of their finger. Yue Chao was speechless. She said, "What do you mean by someone like me? Can you stop using me as a comparison?" "Oh, I just wanted you to understand it better," Wang Teng chuckled. He wore an expression that said, "I'm doing this for your good." "Well, I truly appreciate it," Yue Chi retorted sarcastically. "Boss, you're going to be famous again this time. Everyone on the internal web is discussing your accomplishments in alchemy." Wade laughed. "Let them discuss." Wang Teng sighed and waved his hand. He seemed to have accepted his fate. "They said that you must have reached the peak of the Grand Master level. Is that true?" Wade asked curiously. "No." Wang Teng walked to the entrance of the manor and asked Round Ball to open the door. He walked into the hall and added, "I've only reached the 9th Grand Master level." Wade heaved a sigh of relief. Come on, his boss was so young. No matter how much of a prodigy he was, he couldn't possibly reach the peak of the Grand Master level so easily. However, upon hearing Wang Teng's last statement, the expression on his face stiffened. "Haha, boss, you love to joke," Wade laughed awkwardly. Yu Chi Chao chuckled secretly. This fatty didn't understand Wang Teng well enough. If not, he wouldn't have asked this question. From the beginning, she firmly believed that Wang Teng's alchemical attainments were not lower than the 9th Grand Master level. Otherwise, how could he attract the attention of a God stage existence? Wang Teng led the group into the hall and inquired, "How's everything with the Constellation Society recently?" "When you weren't around, everything was on track. Your reputation has been spreading far and wide, and things have been much smoother than we anticipated. Many new students from the great Qian Empire are willing to join us." Yue Chi Chao suddenly got excited when she talked about this. "It seems things are going more smoothly than I thought," Wang Teng said in surprise. "You've got it easy. You just need to delegate the work," Yue Chi remarked. "Not bad, besides. I didn't do nothing. I've been refining pills for days and nights for the sake of the Constellation Society." Wang Teng joked in a serious tone. "You always have an excuse for everything," Yue Chi said with exasperation. "All right, let's not waste any time. Since the development of the Constellation Association is on track, we should be able to sell our pills." Wang Teng waved his hand and a pile of jade bottles appeared on the table. "I've made these pills over the past few days. Organize a group of trustworthy individuals and start selling them under the name of the Constellation Society." "This is a lot." Yue Chi was shocked when she saw the pills on the table. "So many." Wade's eyes lit up too. Chapter 1824, 2 Divine-Level Battle Techniques. The Solar Dragon race came again. 4. How many points could they sell these pills for? They were going to get rich. "You made all these in the past few days?" Yue Chi asked in disbelief. This efficiency was amazing. If she claimed that these pills were made over 2 or 3 months, there would be people who would believe it. There were too many of them. At a glance, it was evident that there were quite a few Grandmaster-level pills among them. They emitted a shimmering radiance that set them apart from the others. Could one person refine all of these in just a few days? What did you think? Do you believe it now? "I haven't been lazing around. I've been working very hard," Wang Teng said, tilting his head. "I believe you," Yue Chao nodded fervently. "As expected of the president of the Constellation Society, you're indeed dedicated to our cause." "I was wrong, very wrong. Please forgive me, President." "Well said. Please continue." Wang Teng nodded, showing that he was quite enjoying the praise. Yue Chao glanced at him speechlessly. She swept the table with her hand and kept all the pills. Then she smiled mischievously and said, "President, enjoy yourself. I, your unfortunate subordinate, will do the rest of the work for you." The moment she finished speaking, she disappeared from the hall, leaving only a fragrant breeze behind. Boss, I'm going to help Sister Yu. I will take my leave." Wade noticed that the situation wasn't right, so he took the chance to escape. In the end, only Wang Teng and Beret remained in the hall, staring at each other awkwardly. "Him, I'm going back to cultivate as well." Beret scratched his crown and said naively, "Go ahead." Wang Teng waved his hand tiredly. These subordinates only remember that he was the president when they needed him. When there was nothing, they were all in a hurry to escape. The world was cruel. After sending everyone away, Wang Teng walked up the stairs and went into the bathroom to take a refreshing shower. Refining pills these past few days had indeed been a bit exhausting. He felt rather moldy. After the shower, he headed to the cultivation chamber and found Cao Jiajiao deeply immersed in her cultivation. Judging from her aura, she had reached the 7th level of the cosmos stage, which was one level higher than before. I locked her up for such a long time, but she managed to achieve a breakthrough. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. Could it be that she loved getting tortured? The more painful, the happier, and the easier it was to achieve a breakthrough. Should he give it a try next time? Wang Teng glanced at Cao Jiaojiao. He didn't disturb her and left directly. Cao Jiao only advanced recently. Even if he wanted to try, he had to wait for some time or until she encountered a bottleneck. After all, this was a rather unconventional method. A while later, Cao Jiaojiao emerged from her state of cultivation, furrowing her brows. Something felt a bit off. She instinctively glanced toward the door, but there was no one there. Was it just her imagination? Sai, being confined for so long, had made her a bit absent-minded. Cao Jiaojiao sighed in her heart. Fortunately, that unbearable experience seemed to have passed. She was about to embrace a new life. At least she didn't have to be locked up like before with her force sealed. She couldn't even cultivate previously. Strangely enough, after her force had been sealed for a while, her cultivation unexpectedly broke through from the 6th to the 7th level of the cosmos stage. Was this a good thing? She wanted to be happy, but for some reason she couldn't. It was a strange feeling. Wang Teng? Someone is looking for you. Wang Teng was preparing to cultivate when Roundball's voice appeared in his mind. Who is it? If it's not important, you don't have to care about it, Wang Teng replied calmly. You will want to meet her. Roundball chuckled. Who is it? Wang Teng was a little curious. Roundball was still keeping him in suspense, so he asked curiously, Is it a beautiful lady? Well, she's quite a beauty, Roundball exclaimed softly. However, she's on the larger side, so you might not be able to handle her. It floated beside Wang Teng and sized him up strangely. I can't handle her? Come on, I was just joking. Larger side let her in? I want to see just how large she is, Wang Teng said defiantly. I'll let her in then, Roundball said. Wait, who is it? Wang Teng asked curiously. The solar dragon race? Roundball didn't keep him in suspense any longer and directly revealed the visitor's origin. A female from the solar dragon race? The image of an invincible King Kong Barbie appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He shuddered uncontrollably. That was scary. Shall we let her in? Roundball asked with a mischievous smile. It felt that Wang Teng must be afraid. Let her in. She's just a lady from the solar dragon race. Why would I be afraid of her? She probably came for the solar dragon race's body. Let me see what she has to say. Wang Teng rubbed his chin and said. Roundball nodded and opened the gate. A tall figure walked in from outside the gate. She enjoyed the scenery of the estate as she strolled in leisurely as if taking a casual stroll in her garden. This lady? Wang Teng stood at the entrance and squinted slightly. He was surprised when he saw the visitor. She was on the larger side, but not a King Kong Barbie. She could be considered a larger beauty with a unique charm. He didn't expect such a beauty to emerge from the solar dragon race, which was full of muscular men. Could it be that there was a significant difference between males and females of the solar dragon race? What surprised Wang Teng even more was the woman's demeanor. She appeared quite composed. Chapter 1825, 2 Divine-Level Battle Techniques. The solar dragon race came again. 5. Wang Teng activated his real eye and saw the other party's cultivation. This was a heaven stage martial warrior, a heaven stage martial warrior from the solar dragon race. Interesting, they sent a heaven stage martial warrior this time. I wonder what surprises she will give. Wang Teng smiled. Wang Teng, the lady from the solar dragon race, stopped 10 meters away from Wang Teng. Solar dragon race, Zhulong Shuang, Wang Teng repeated in his heart. Aren't you planning to invite me in to sit? Zhulong Shuang smiled and spoke gently. That depends on whether the guest is an unwelcome one or a welcome one, Wang Teng said. I'm not an unwelcome guest, Zhulong Shuang replied. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this time. Please come in. Wang Teng glanced at her face, stepped aside, and made a gesture of invitation. Don't worry, I'm not like Zhulong Shan. Zhulong Shuang smiled and strode into the hall. They walked into the hall and sat opposite each other. What do you want to drink? Wang Teng asked. Do you have wine? Zhulong Shuang asked. Wang Teng waved his hand, and a bottle of wine and 2 wine glasses appeared on the table. He poured a glass for the lady personally. The golden liquid radiated a shimmering brilliance within the crystal-clear glass, an exquisite sight that was almost blindingly beautiful and mesmerizing. Golden sunrise, Zhulong Shuang exclaimed in surprise. Please. Wang Teng raised his wine glass and said casually, You're rich. Zhulong Shuang raised her glass and lightly clinked it with his. Then she parted her lips in anticipation and poured the wine down her throat. Delicious, as expected of the golden sunrise. All right, we've had our drink. Let's get to business. Tell me the purpose of your visit. Wang Teng swirled his wine glass and said, This is a good wine. Let me savor it a bit more. Zhulong Shuang poured herself a cup without any hesitation and began to savor it. Wang Teng felt a little helpless. This lady seemed overly friendly. Great wine, it truly is a great wine. I heard that even universe-stage martial warriors may not be able to afford this golden sunrise. I didn't expect you to offer it to me. Based on this alone, I consider you a friend. Zhulong Shuang said. Friend? Wang Teng raised an eyebrow. This female from the solar dragon race wanted to be friends with him. He smiled calmly and said, If you're trying to make me lower my guard using this approach, I advise you not to overthink things. I don't have that intention. Zhulong Shuang shook her head. She sat up straight and continued seriously. I'm not afraid to let you know, although we're both from the solar dragon race, I'm not from the same branch as Zhulong Shan. Retrieving that body is an order from the higher-ups of the solar dragon race. I came for the body, that's beyond doubt. However, I won't let you hand it over for free. 200,000 points and the friendship of my branch in return. How is it? Is this sincerity enough? 200,000 points and the friendship of her branch. Wang Teng looked at the other party in surprise. This was quite a substantial offer. I'm different from idiots like Zhulong Shan. They are blinded by the pride of the solar dragon race and don't realize that there are even more powerful existences beyond the clan. I, however, enjoy making friends with strong individuals, Zhulong Shuang said frankly. 200,000 points isn't enough. Wang Teng replied calmly. Zhulong Shuang, this fellow didn't fall for it. She said so much, but the other party wasn't moved at all. Wang Teng gave her an ambiguous smile. Well, how much do you want? Zhulong Shuang coughed awkwardly and asked, 50,000 points? Why don't you just go rob someone? Zhulong Shuang's expression changed slightly. Her bet with Zhulong Hao was only 300,000 points. Yet Wang Teng demanded for 500,000 points. This was daylight robbery. She realized that she had underestimated his appetite from the start. At first, you don't have to pay any points. Wang Teng smiled, but now it's 500,000 points, and not a single point less. That idiot Zhulong Shan? Zhulong Shuang cursed Zhulong Shan's entire family in her heart when she heard his words. She had to spend hundreds of thousands of points to settle this matter because of his racial pride. Can't we compromise a little? Zhulong Shuang gritted her teeth and said, 300,000 points and the friendship of my branch. The offer is substantial. If you insist on 500,000 points, there's no friendship to discuss between us. I only like to talk about money, Wang Teng replied calmly. Zhulong Shuang looked at his stubborn face and felt a little helpless. This guy had her figured out. At this moment, her mind was spinning wildly, calculating the gains and losses. As long as she retrieved the Solar Dragon Race body, she would win 300,000 points from Zhulong Hao. Coupled with the clan's reward, she could afford to pay 500,000 points. But in doing so, she had nothing to gain. Should she agree? Chapter 1826, Points Obtained. The Gathering of the Seven Judges, 1. Zhulong Shuang fell into contemplation. She kept weighing her gains and losses. Wang Teng, on the other hand, was in no hurry. He sat calmly on a genuine leather sofa made from the skin of some kind of star beast, swaying his wine glass in his hand. His gaze seemed to be immersed in the golden liquid within the glass. Zhulong Shuang felt annoyed for no reason when she saw his expression. She could accept that he asked her for a large sum of points, but after throwing the problem to her, he acted as if he had nothing to do with it. This was infuriating. If circumstances allowed, she would have even considered giving Wang Tang a beating. However, the initiative was in his hands. Zhulong Shuang gritted her teeth and finally said 400,000 points. She was interrupted before she could finish. No. Zhulong Shuang's expression froze. Veins bulged out on her forehead. One could tell how frustrated she was. Bastard, he was so stubborn. But in the end, she took a deep breath and said fiercely, "All right, 500,000 it is, plus the friendship of my branch. Can you give me the body of the Solar Dragon Race now? Actually, you don't have to add the friendship of your branch." "I'm not interested in your friendship," Wang Teng said calmly. Zhulong Shuang's face turned black. This bastard rejected the friendship of the Solar Dragon Race. He was looking down on the Solar Dragon Race. He must be. No, he might have seen through her intention. Zhulong Shuang squinted as she sized up Wang Teng. The reason she insisted on adding that so-called friendship was because she wanted to establish a relationship with Wang Teng. Sometimes, when forming a friendship, the beneficiary might not necessarily be the other party. It could be her. She had high hopes for Wang Teng. Although this guy was tough to approach, his talent was undeniably astonishing. He was a Grand Master alchemist who could make pills that attract God-stage beings. It was highly likely that he would become an alchemy saint in the future. This kind of person was worth pulling over to her side. That was why she promised him this friendship even after agreeing to the 500,000 points. Unfortunately, Wang Teng had no intention of accepting the friendship she was offering. This was a little awkward. If she brought this topic up again, it would seem like she was eager to give away the friendship of the Solar Dragon Race. The friendship of the Solar Dragon Race wasn't cheap. "All right, let's exchange the money and goods," Wang Teng signaled for her to quickly transfer the 500,000 points. That was 500,000 points, even more than the points given by the 2 Eternal Stage martial warriors, as expected of the Solar Dragon Race. Honestly, if Zhulong Shuang wasn't trying to win him over, she wouldn't have agreed to the 500,000 points. If it were any other member of the Solar Dragon Race, they wouldn't have accepted such excessive demands. In Wang Teng's eyes, Zhulong Shuang was fooled by him, but from another point of view, this was also a demonstration of her audacity. Zhulong Shuang took another deep breath and operated on her wristwatch. Then she said with a touch of irritation, "I've transferred. Is there nothing else besides points in your eyes?" Wang Teng's mood improved considerably after receiving the 500,000 points. He didn't mind conversing with her for a while longer, so he chuckled and replied, "Well, it depends on who's sending me points. Why? Is my Solar Dragon Race so unworthy of your attention?" Zhulong Shuang asked. "Not really. Your Solar Dragon Race is powerful, but I don't have a good impression of you." Wang Teng was straightforward. "Don't generalize." "I'm not an idiot like Zhulong Shan," Zhulong Shuang said. "It doesn't matter, but the so-called friendship isn't something you just say with your mouth." Wang Teng glanced at her meaningfully. Then, with a sweeping gesture, he brought out the body of the Solar Dragon Race and placed it in front of Zhulong Shuang. "This is the body. If there's no problem, you can take it back. It's of no use to me. He was just acting." He had already drained the body of all its value, so he had no interest in it now. A glint flashed past Zhulang Shuang's eyes. She hurriedly looked at the body, but the next moment her expression changed. What's wrong with this body? Why is it like this? She couldn't even find the words to describe it. The body of the solar dragon race was covered in burn marks, as if it had been struck by lightning. It was in a pitiful and almost unrecognizable state. Ahem. Wang Teng cleared his throat and said, "You should know that this body was previously controlled by a high-tiered devil emperor. We went through an intense battle to reclaim it, so it inevitably sustained some damage." Stare. Zhulang Shuang looked at him curiously. "Don't doubt it. You can ask around in the Great Qian Empire. Many people witnessed it." "I wouldn't lie to you," Wang Teng asserted confidently. Zhulang Shuang walked up to the body and examined it. She even instilled her force into the body to sense its condition. After confirming that it hadn't been dissected, she started to believe him. However, she still spoke with a hint of caution. "I'll believe you for now. However, after this body returns to the solar dragon race, we'll have ways to detect whether it has been studied or manipulated in any way. I hope you didn't engage in such activities." "Feel free to inspect it however you like," Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Deep inside, he felt disdainful of her concerns. Chapter 1827, Points Obtained. The Gathering of the Seven Judges, 2. If the solar dragon race could find out that he took attribute bubbles from this body, he would write his name backward. Zhulang Shuang started to believe him a little more when she saw his expression. With a sweep of her hand, she kept the body. She heaved a sigh of relief. She finally retrieved the body. She would be able to answer to her clan now. "Wang Teng, let me ask you one more time. Are you sure you don't want the friendship of the solar dragon race?" Zhulang Shuang asked. "No," Wang Teng replied without any hesitation. "Very well, then I shall take my leave. I hope we won't be enemies." Zhulang Shuang looked at him intently. This was a difficult young man to handle. "As long as you don't provoke me, we won't be enemies," Wang Teng replied calmly. Zhulang Shuang squinted. She nodded and turned to walk out. As Wang Teng watched the figure of the departing person, his gaze flickered for a moment. He gestured to Round Ball to close the door and then rubbed his hands together. "Round Ball, we're rich. We're rich." Including the 100,000 points from the 2 Eternal Stage martial warriors, you have more than 680,000 points now. Round Ball floated beside him and said with shining eyes, "Quick, open the treasure pavilion." "I have a strong desire to buy something now," Wang Teng said. Round Ball waved its hand and a screen appeared. The Academy's treasure pavilion page appeared in front of Wang Teng. "I think you can consider forging your eternal level weapon now," Round Ball suggested. "Eternal level weapon," Wang Teng frowned. "But with my current smithery mastery, I'm still unable to forge an eternal level weapon." "That's true. If you want to forge an eternal level weapon, you need to be a divine level blacksmith," Round Ball said. "If you want to be a divine level blacksmith, you need to be at least at the universe stage. This requirement is similar to becoming a divine level alchemist." Wang Teng shook his head. "It looks like it's too early to think about this." Round Ball gave a wry smile. "Actually, with my physique and forces, I might be able to try making it once I reach the heaven stage." Wang Teng touched his chin and said, "But you have to reach the heaven stage first," Round Ball replied. "I thought that I could forge a weapon with the oceanic unicorn whale's horn soon, but it looks like I have to wait." A special horn appeared in Wang Teng's hand. He shook his head in disappointment. "Let's leave it for now. Materials like this are extremely rare, even for someone at your stage or even the heaven or eternal stage. If you collect more special materials in the future, you might be able to forge a very powerful eternal level weapon," Round Ball said. Wang Teng nodded. He looked at the treasure pavilion and suddenly realized a problem. His 600,000 points didn't seem enough. He didn't want to buy cheap items, and expensive ones were out of his reach. Moreover, things like battle techniques and scriptures were useless to him. He could easily obtain a large number of them by farming attribute bubbles, so spending points to purchase them would be a waste. Most importantly, he had created the Chaos Constellation scripture, a scripture that encompassed all forces. There was no need to cultivate other scriptures, at least for now. I need to look at the hybrid scriptures to draw inspiration for the future creation of my Heaven Stage Chaos Constellation scripture. However, Heaven Stage, Universe Stage, and Eternal Stage scriptures all cost tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of points. My meager points are nowhere near enough. Wang Teng thought to himself, feeling somewhat helpless. This was awkward. He thought he was wealthy, but it turned out he was pretty poor. Actually, for ordinary martial warriors, a few 100,000 points was a lot. It was enough for them to cultivate for a long time. However, Wang Teng's path was highly unusual. It was different from everyone's path, so the resources he needed were probably staggering. Wang Teng shook his head and asked Round Ball to close the Treasure Pavilion page. Out of sight, out of mind. There were many things he wanted inside, for instance, the Nihility Divine Sword and the Hades Divine Sword, but he couldn't afford them, so there was no point in dwelling on them. Let's invest in cultivation instead. Wang Teng decided to head to the Sword Storm Plain to see if he could enter the realm space for cultivation. The realm space was a place that could raise one's ability quickly. Spending his points there would be an incredibly wise choice. Just when Wang Teng was preparing to head to the Sword Storm Plain on the highest floor of the Academy's Arbitration Association building, there was only one meeting room. Normally, no one could enter this place. However, at this moment, a few figures appeared in the meeting room. There were 7 light figures in total. Their faces were blurred, and even if they were just silhouettes, they exuded a unique aura that made it impossible to look directly at them. On the seats behind each silhouette, there was an ancient tribal character corresponding to the numbers 1 to 7, the 7 judges. If the higher authorities of the Academy's Arbitration Association were present, they would recognize them. They were the highest leaders of the Academy's Arbitration Association, the 7 judges. At the same time, they were the strongest presence among the students. Normally, the 7 judges weren't in the Academy. Most of the time, they were either battling on the outer realms or exploring various mysterious forbidden territories to enhance themselves and seek breakthroughs to higher levels. The appearance of the 7 judges was undoubtedly a very rare occurrence. The 7 of them appeared and fell silent for a moment. In the end, the judge with the ancient language 7 inscribed on his seat let out a light chuckle and spoke. "Want to hear something interesting? The Academy has asked us to arrange a position for a new student within the Arbitration Association. Don't you think it's fun? A new student?" The judge was sitting on the chair with the ancient language 3 inscribed on it, shook his head and said, "I remember this batch of new students has only been in school for a little over a month, right?" "A little over a month." The 4th judge smiled. His tone was ambiguous. "That's a first," the 5th judge remarked. "I heard that he's from the 7th Stellar Academy. Which one is he?" The 2nd judge turned and asked the one who opened his mouth first. "It's Wang Teng, the one who entered the star rankings. I didn't have the time to pay attention to him, but he seems quite eager to step into the spotlight." The 7th judge smiled. "Do any of you sense a hint of threat?" The 3rd judge chuckled. "Threat? Are you kidding me? How can a new student be a threat to me?" The 7th judge laughed as if he heard a joke. "Haha." The 3rd judge laughed and kept quiet. Why did the Academy want him to join the Arbitration Association? The 1st judge, who had remained silent until now, asked calmly. "They say he concocted a pill that caught the attention of an entity within the chaotic star sea. We got 60,000 years of peace in exchange for this pill." The 7th judge explained simply. His tone was devoid of emotion, giving away nothing. "One pill for 60,000 years of peace?" the 4th judge asked in surprise. "It should be. I heard about it from an eternal stage martial warrior in my academy," the 5th judge said. "Oh, even you know about it." "It seems that quite a few people are aware." The 4th judge was even more surprised. Those who should know will know about this. This is a significant matter in the Seven Stellar Academies. You're just a bit late to the party, or perhaps you simply didn't want to get involved. The fifth judge glanced at him and spoke nonchalantly. What pill can secure 60,000 years of peace? The first judge asked curiously. I heard that this is a spiritualized Dan. It's comparable to a divine-level Dan, the fifth judge said. On par with a divine-level pill, how powerful is Wang Teng's alchemical skills? The second judge asked in surprise. I heard that he reached the pinnacle of the Grand Master level. Even alchemy Saint Dao Yuan was alerted. A hint of intrigue flickered in the fifth judge's eyes. The judges were shocked when they heard this. Chapter 1828, Bloodlust Sword Domain, Lu Tian, 1, Peak of the Grand Master level. The judges were astounded by Wang Teng's alchemical mastery. At their stage, they were rarely emotionally stirred by any matters. But when they heard Wang Teng's alchemical mastery, they couldn't remain calm. Impressive. I remember that Wang Teng is only in his 20s, but he has already reached the peak of the Grand Master level. His talent is extraordinary, the third judge commented. For someone in his 20s to reach the peak of the Grand Master level, they had to take him seriously. This is probably why the Academy wanted him to join the Arbitration Association in advance, the fourth judge guessed. He gave 60,000 years of peace to the Academy. This achievement can't be erased no matter what, said the fifth judge. But letting a new student join the Academy's Arbitration Association is against the rules, the sixth judge said. It's indeed against the rules, the fifth judge nodded. Aren't rules meant to be broken? The second judge chuckled and said letting a student who has the potential to become an alchemy saint join our arbitration association is a good thing for us. He's already more than qualified in terms of status and reputation. I heard that although Wang Teng just entered the academy not long ago, he's quite famous. He even broke the freshman record of 2 academies. He's quite impressive, the third judge remarked. It seems that he's indeed famous enough, the sixth judge said with a nod. I think it's inappropriate. If we let someone break the rules now, what happens when other situations arise in the future? Are we going to break the rules every time? What will our arbitration association become? The fourth judge shook his head. For a moment, there was some disagreement among them. These are the words of the Academy's God stage martial warrior. The seventh judge said slowly after a moment. At this point, the 7 judges became silent. The meeting room was plunged into a profound silence where not even a breath could be heard. Why didn't you say so earlier? The fourth judge spoke softly. I wanted to hear your opinions. The seventh judge chuckled. The fourth judge. If it's a request from a God stage martial warrior, then maybe we can make an exception, the second judge said. That's true. There aren't many instances where a God stage martial warrior makes a request. We don't have to worry about anyone breaking this rule in the future, the fourth judge said. This Wang Teng is something. He made a God stage martial warrior speak up for him, the third judge said. Is anyone here capable of getting 60,000 years of peace for the 7 Stellar Academies? The sixth judge asked, even if we work together to kill a God stage existence in the chaotic Star Sea, I'm afraid we still won't be able to get 60,000 years of peace, the second judge said. It's different. The fifth judge shook his head and said, but I have to admit that he does have some ability. He was just lucky. The seventh judge shook his head indifferently. Sometimes, luck is also a form of strength. The third judge chuckled. The seventh judge glanced at him but did not say anything else. So, what do you guys think about this? The fourth judge asked impatiently. Well, why not just sit back and watch, after all? He's a student of the 7th Stellar Academy, so the final decision rests with our 7th judge. The third judge looked at the 7th judge with a smile. The 7th judge frowned upon hearing his words. Then he spoke in a calm tone. We can let him in, but I think we have to consider where he should be placed. Does the God stage martial warrior of the Academy have any special instructions? The fourth judge asked. Of course not, said the 7th judge. A new student that just joined the Arbitration Association can't be made a full member right away, the fifth judge said. But the God Stage Martial Warrior requested us to arrange a position for him. We can't just bring him in casually to pass it off. If questions are raised, who will be responsible? The sixth judge said. Letting a new student become a council member is absurd. The fourth judge said. Whether it's within the academy or outside, every member of the council holds significant power. I believe this matter requires further consideration. I'm afraid the others won't be convinced either, said the second judge. Why don't we bring him in first and give him the title of an associate council member? The seventh judge's eyes flickered as he said calmly. Your suggestion is a little nasty. The third judge glanced at him and said, Why don't you give a suggestion? The seventh judge asked. Let's make him an associate council member for the time being. There's a council member assessment half a year later. Let him participate. If he passes, he becomes a full member, the first judge proposed. A strange look flashed across the seventh judge's eyes. This person rarely spoke. Others seldom contested his words, as expected. I agree, the sixth judge said. That's a good idea. It won't antagonize the council members below, and it's reasonable in the eyes of the God Stage martial warriors. That's right, let's leave it at that. The fourth judge thought for a moment and nodded. I agree. As long as he passes the assessment, everything will be fine, the third judge echoed. The other judges agreed one after another. No one raised any objections. Chapter 1829, Bloodlust Sword Domain. Lu Tian, 2. In that case, let's do it. Seeing that everyone had agreed, the seventh judge's eyes flickered slightly as he said slowly. The meeting ended just like that. The seven figures disappeared, and the entire conference room returned to silence. Sword Storm Plain. This was Wang Teng's second time here. He looked at the rain in front of him and stepped into it without any hesitation. Hey, is that Wang Teng? Someone recognized Wang Teng and asked in surprise as he walked into the rain. He's here at the Sword Storm Plain. I remembered that he broke the record in the Sword Storm Plain the previous time. Can he go further this time? I wonder if his ranking will rise this time. Speaking of which, what kind of sword enlightenment did he comprehend to rise to the 99,099th place? Who knows? It must be extraordinary. If we can find it, perhaps it could benefit our understanding of swordsmanship. Unfortunately, there were only a few witnesses when he comprehended the swordsmanship enlightenment. It will be difficult to find it. The comprehension of the sword enlightenment is integrated into the rain. As the rain changes, it will be incredibly difficult to find the enlightenment left behind by someone. Wang Teng didn't know about the discussion behind him. He walked forward step by step and passed the distance that he reached previously, walking deeper into the rain. His 5-element sword domain had already reached the 4th rank. If he wanted to comprehend a higher-ranked domain, he had to walk further. Due to his improved physical condition recently, these sword-like curtains of rain didn't pose any obstacles to him, at least for now. Not long after, he stopped and looked at the attribute bubbles in front of him. Wooden sword domain. 120 wooden sword domain. Wang Teng closed his eyes and comprehended it. He nodded to himself. The comprehension of the sword domain in this place had already exceeded the 4th rank. It could improve his enlightenment. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings. He decided to pick up a wave of attribute bubbles here. Just as one must eat their food one bite at a time and walk the path one step at a time, domains need to be gradually improved step by step. After all, he couldn't raise all of his domains to the highest level in one go. It was great that there was a place for Wang Teng to improve his sword domain. After all, if Wang Teng went to collect attribute bubbles from other martial warriors, he wouldn't be able to benefit much unless it was a large group of Heaven Stage martial warriors. However, as his strength increased, Wang Teng would face a problem. The stronger the martial warrior, the fewer there were. It would be more difficult to farm attributes like that. Therefore, Wang Teng couldn't let go of all the opportunities created by the academy. He must capitalize on every single opportunity. Fire Sword Domain 150. Fire Sword Domain 80. Golden Sword Domain 120. Golden Sword Domain 10. Water Sword Domain 1850. Earth Sword Domain 150. As Wang Teng moved around the area, he picked up more and more attribute bubbles, and various insights came pouring in. In Wang Teng's mind, a storm was unfolding as he crazily absorbed various insights. Fortunately, his enlightenment was relatively high, so he was still able to bear with it. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to withstand such a multitude of insights. If he wasn't smart enough, he wouldn't be able to absorb so many attributes. However, Wang Teng was still a little disappointed. Even in the Sword Storm plane, there were mostly basic sword domain attributes. Wang Teng had yet to encounter any sword domains with special attributes. As his enlightenment of the 5 elements improved, Wang Teng's 5-element sword domain slowly approached the 5th rank. Wang Teng was elated when a particular enlightenment could improve at a visible rate. Anyone would probably feel the same as he does. Wang Teng decided to continue advancing deeper into the curtain of rain. He intended to collect attribute bubbles to enhance his understanding of swordsmanship while getting closer to the entrance of the realm space. After walking for 200 to 300 meters, Wang Teng saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the rain. Beside him, a few different colored attribute bubbles appeared. "Huh," Wang Teng exclaimed softly. "Black attribute bubbles." Wang Teng looked at the figure with a hint of surprise, stopping his steps from afar. He couldn't help but feel some anticipation. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Bloodlust Sword Domain 300. Bloodlust Sword Domain 220. Bloodlust Sword Domain. It's the Bloodlust Sword Domain. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He closed his eyes immediately. In his mind, insights of the Bloodlust Sword Domain appeared. This was clearly different from the basic sword domains he had obtained previously. In an instant, Wang Teng felt as though he had plunged into a battlefield of slaughter, with boundless killing intent flooding his mind and only one thought in his heart: kill, kill, kill. This was unbelievable. Although his bloodlust Ultima was not at the perfected stage, he had comprehended 80% of it. His enlightenment of the Ultima wasn't low so by right. He shouldn't be easily influenced. However, at this very moment, when the insights of the Bloodlust Sword Domain emerged in his mind, he was immediately affected. Fortunately, the 9 treasures pagoda in his inner cosmos immediately emitted a golden light and forcefully suppressed his bloodlust. Phew! Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. He was shocked. This Bloodlust Sword Domain was truly terrifying. When he looked at the young man not far in front of him again, his expression changed. This person is no ordinary individual. Even though he had comprehended 80% of the Bloodlust Ultima, the other party had comprehended the Bloodlust Domain. Wang Teng activated his real eye and looked at the young man in front of him. Cosmos stage. The surprise in Wang Teng's eyes intensified. The 3rd level of the Cosmos stage. This meant that the other party was also a freshman. Wang Teng couldn't help but pay more attention to this freshman. After all, he was able to comprehend such a unique sword domain like the Bloodlust Sword Domain. Furthermore, the other party had already reached the 3rd level of the Cosmos stage. Most of the new students had just advanced to the Cosmos stage, but the young man in front of him was already at the 3rd level. This cultivation speed even for Wang Teng himself. He was able to raise his metal force and wind force to the 4th level because he could collect attribute bubbles. All his other forces were still at the 2nd level. In comparison, this young man's cultivation speed was astonishing. Swoosh! Just as Wang Teng was sizing him up, the young man suddenly opened his eyes. His pitch-black eyes pierced through the air like 2 sharp black sword beams, locking onto Wang Teng's gaze. Huh? Wang Teng froze. He activated the 5-element sword domain. In his eyes, it seemed as if 2 strange 5-colored sword beams had also formed, meeting the oncoming challenge. Boom, their gazes collided in the air like the collision of sword conscious. They exploded in the air, turning into tiny sword rays that radiated in all directions, slicing through the curtain of rain. These two people's sword aura is so strong. Many people who were cultivating were alarmed and looked over with shocked expressions. The young man's gaze froze. He sized Wang Teng up strangely. He seemed to be surprised that Wang Teng had such a powerful sword aura. His bloodlust sword domain had never suffered a setback at the hands of his peers. No one could block it. However, the swordsmanship aura of the young man before him in the silent exchange just now was surprisingly on par with his own, showing no signs of falling behind. It was unbelievable. The young man did not get up. He sat cross-legged in the rain and said, "You're not bad." He exuded a cold aura. He was wearing black battle armor and gave off an unwelcoming aura. However, he was interested in Wang Teng. "You're not bad either." Wang Teng stood in the rain with his hands behind his back and said calmly. One of them was standing and the other was sitting. They looked at each other through the rain. The atmosphere was a little strange. "What's your name?" the young man asked. "Wang Teng, so it's you." The young man recognized Wang Teng. A glint flashed across his unflinching black pupils as he said, "My name is Lu Tian." "Lu Tian, this name is a little wild." Wang Teng couldn't help but size him up. Chapter 1830. The official debut of the Constellation Society. 1. Lu Tian. That's Lu Tian. Who's Lu Tian? I've never heard of him. He's a genius who has emerged in recent years from the powerful force, the Holy Temple of Slaughter, in the Kang Dynasty territorial domain. He's been quite prominent. Kang Dynasty territorial domain, the Holy Temple of Slaughter. He's a talent from the Holy Temple of Slaughter. That Holy Temple of Slaughter is filled with a bunch of crazy individuals. I didn't know that Lu Tian is a talent from the Holy Temple of Slaughter. When Lu Tian and Wang Teng meet, who's stronger? Many people were momentarily taken aback when they heard the name Lu Tian. But soon they recognized him and couldn't help but start discussing him in astonishment. Lu Tian's reputation was not small. Wang Teng heard their discussion and felt even more astounded. Holy Temple of Slaughter. He couldn't help but repeat in his heart. He remembered the Phoenix God Palace. Now there was the Holy Temple of Slaughter. These factions certainly had imposing names. Wang Teng, the Holy Temple of Slaughter, quite formidable on par with the Phoenix God Palace, and perhaps even more so. This faction embraces slaughter as their way of life, and almost all martial warriors within it have grasped bloodlust. Hence, every martial warrior there possesses formidable strength. Roundball's voice suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Slaughter as their way of life? Wang Teng raised an eyebrow. Yes, they worship slaughter as their king, using it to quell conflicts. They rarely negotiate and can be quite difficult to deal with, Roundball replied grimly. How difficult is difficult? Wang Teng asked, with interest. Well, let's just say they won't stop until they beat you into submission, Roundball said after a moment of silence. It almost forgot that this guy was also someone who doesn't back down easily, so the Holy Temple of Slaughter might not be able to intimidate him. However, it should remind him when necessary. Wang Teng could then decide what to do. Your sword conscious is not bad. Fight with me. Lu Tian continued. Wang Teng was speechless. Just like what Roundball said, this guy was all about fighting. Wang Teng glanced around him and asked, This place isn't suitable, right? Let's go to the freshman leaderboard. Lu Tian got up. I just came, so I'm not done yet. I don't want to leave now, Wang Teng replied. You don't dare, Lu Tian frowned. What do you think? Wang Teng gave him a mysterious smile and asked him back. All right, I'll wait for you. Lu Tian glanced at Wang Teng and nodded. Then he sat down cross-legged again and closed his eyes. Very soon he entered his state of cultivation. A few black attribute bubbles appeared again. This sheep is not bad, Wang Teng commented in his heart. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Bloodlust Sword Domain 100, Bloodlust Sword Domain 150. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into enlightenment. Instantly, the sensation of being filled with the intent of slaughter once again flooded his mind. However, Wang Teng was prepared this time. The Nine Treasures pagoda emitted a golden light, and his powerful spiritual power suppressed the influence. Bloodlust wasn't able to affect him and was gradually absorbed by him. Not bad. Wang Teng looked at the young man in front of him in satisfaction. He looked at his attributes: bored bloodlust, sword domain, 770, 1000, first rank. He had only picked up 2 rounds of attribute bubbles, but Wang Teng's bloodlust sword domain attribute was almost at the 2nd rank. It looked like Lu Tian's grasp of bloodlust sword domain was quite high. As these thoughts raced through Wang Teng's mind, his eyes brightened a bit more. However, before he could fully enjoy the moment, several more attribute bubbles fell around him. However, it didn't fall from Lu Tian. They had fallen out from the rain curtain surrounding them. Wang Teng was surprised. He immediately picked them up. Bloodlust sword domain, 180. Bloodlust sword domain, 150. It's the Bloodlust sword domain 2. Wang Teng was surprised. He didn't expect the Bloodlust sword domain to drop from the rain. However, upon further thought, it seemed to make sense. If there weren't any relevant attribute bubbles in the vicinity of the rain curtain, Lu Tian wouldn't be cultivating here. In a way, Lu Tian was like a radar for bloodlust-type attributes. By following Lu Tian, he wouldn't need to search for the related attribute bubbles. Wang Teng decided to cultivate nearby. He wasn't leaving anymore. He found a suitable spot, sat down cross-legged, and began his cultivation. Even though Wang Teng had just picked up a more powerful domain enlightenment, his Bloodlust Ultima was still at the 8th level. It hadn't reached the 10th level perfected stage. He could use the enlightenment from the domain to help him reverse engineer his way to achieving the 10th level perfected stage. While Wang Teng sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, Lu Tian opened his eyes and looked at him with a hint of suspicion on his stern face. Was Wang Teng planning to cultivate here too? Did he have a bloodlust-type sword domain? Lu Tian couldn't see through Wang Teng. The sword Wang Teng executed earlier was no weaker than his bloodlust sword domain. Initially, he had assumed that Wang Teng's sword domain was that peculiar 5-colored domain, but now it didn't necessarily seem so. This area was place for understanding bloodlust-type sword domains, a place he took much effort to find. There were no other insights here. Hence, it was highly likely that Wang Teng had grasped a bloodlust-type sword domain. For ordinary people entering this area, the mere presence of the bloodlust sword conscious would be unbearable. But Wang Teng seemed unfazed. Chapter 1831, The Official Debut of the Constellation Society. 2. This proved something interesting. Lu Tian's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. He closed his eyes again and immersed himself in his cultivation. Lu Tian would never know that his enlightenment was all picked up by Wang Teng, and he was still giving them to him. At this moment in Wang Teng's mind, his enlightenment continued to evolve and refine, gradually completing his understanding of the Bloodlust Ultima. At the same time, once the Bloodlust sword domain attribute bubbles appeared, he would pick them up immediately. He didn't miss a single one. Wang Teng's Bloodlust Ultima and Bloodlust sword domain attributes advanced rapidly. In less than half a day, his Bloodlust Ultima had reached the perfected 10th level, and his Bloodlust sword domain had reached the 2nd rank. This speed was amazing. Bloodlust sword domain. 320, 2000, 2nd rank. Wang Teng looked at the attributes board and was extremely satisfied. However, this was the end of his enlightenment. Lu Tian had stood up and left the area. It was evident that the enlightenment in this place was no longer useful to Lu Tian. He needed to seek other areas with bloodlust-type swordsmanship insights. Wang Teng sensed his departure, but he didn't open his eyes. He continued his cultivation after Lu Tian left. Attribute bubbles continued to fall within the rain curtain. These attribute bubbles were still useful to him. Lu Tian glanced at Wang Teng and then proceeded deeper into the rain curtain. Wang Teng got up, too. He didn't need to wait here. The timing of the attribute bubbles falling from the rain curtain was unpredictable. He could come back later to collect them. He needed to raise his 5-element sword domain attribute. Time passed. Another 2 hours passed. Wang Teng's 5-element sword domain attribute finally achieved a breakthrough. 5-element sword domain 125,000 5th rank. 5th rank, Wang Teng's 5-element sword domain attribute finally reached the 5th rank successfully. What an arduous process. The 5-element sword domain required the collection of all 5 elements of the sword domain attributes, making its advancement a challenging endeavor. What's more, the 5-element sword domain was unique to him. It was extremely difficult to find the same sword enlightenment. Even if Wang Teng searched the entire sword storm plane, there was no guarantee that he could find a similar understanding of the 5-element sword domain. Sigh. It's not a good thing to be too outstanding. Wang Teng shook his head and sighed in his heart. At this point, Wang Teng had ventured more than 2,500 meters into the sword storm plane. The rain curtain falling from the sky had become denser, but he still couldn't see the entrance of the realm space. There was still quite a distance to go before reaching the entrance. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry. The sword storm plane was a treasure trove. He intended to make the most of it. After his 5-element sword domain reached the 5th rank, the enlightenment here wasn't of much use to him. He needed to delve deeper into the planes. But before that, a long sword appeared in his hand and he swung it casually. A 5-colored sword light penetrated the rain curtain. It didn't seem to have any attacking power. Instead, it completely blended into the rain curtain, silently disappearing. Many people noticed this scene and were astounded. What a powerful sword enlightenment. What did Wang Teng comprehend? He left behind such a powerful sword enlightenment. Quick, he's gone, let's take a look. As the crowd buzzed with discussions, Wang Teng had already vanished within the rain curtain. Some people reacted quickly and rushed to the area where Wang Teng had just unleashed that sword. They hoped to find the insights he left behind. Unfortunately, that sword had completely disappeared. No traces could be found. The insights left by previous individuals could only be discovered if one's enlightenment reached a certain level. Besides ability, it also depended on luck. Wang Teng didn't care what the others were doing. He saw Lu Tian again and prepared to collect more attribute bubbles. This was his ATM for bloodlust attributes. How could he let him go so easily around Lu Tian? Numerous black attribute bubbles had appeared again. These were the enlightenment of his bloodlust sword domain. Wang Teng silently released his spiritual power and picked them up. Bloodlust sword domain 170. Bloodlust sword domain 210 DAT. At this moment, Lu Tian opened his eyes abruptly. His gaze was filled with coldness as he looked at Wang Teng. Are you following me? No, not at all. It's just a coincidence. Wang Teng glanced around, wearing an innocent expression. Lu Tian stared at him coldly. He didn't believe him, but he couldn't do anything. The sword storm plane didn't belong to anyone, and he had no authority to force Wang Teng to leave. If he was significantly stronger than Wang Teng, he might be able to drive him away. But after the earlier short exchange, it was clear that this young genius who made it onto the star rankings wasn't just all talk. If he wanted to chase Wang Teng away, he had to use his real ability. The sword storm plane wasn't suitable for a battle. Thus, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating. He ignored Wang Teng, however. This talent from the Holy Temple of Slaughter couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. He secretly decided that when they reached the freshman leaderboard, he must defeat Wang Teng and let him know that he was not to be trifled with. Wang Teng chuckled silently. This ATM was quite easy to fool. He didn't care what Lu Tian was thinking. They would have to fight sooner or later, so he wasn't afraid of offending him. Getting attribute bubbles was an important matter. No one could stop him. While Wang Teng was cultivating in the sword storm plane, the new students outside were causing quite a stir. Chapter 1832, The Official Debut of the Constellation Society, 3. After Wang Teng and Zhulongshan's battle, some talents finally couldn't contain themselves any longer and began challenging the freshman leaderboard. Some even aimed to dethrone Wang Teng from his first-place position and make a name for themselves by outperforming this prodigy who got on the star rankings. Wang Teng had been in the spotlight recently. Many people were unconvinced. Although Wang Teng's identity as a Grandmaster-level alchemist was exposed, battles between martial warriors had little to do with alchemy. As long as they could defeat Wang Teng in martial prowess, they could achieve fame. This brings us to the unique aspect of the freshman leaderboard. The freshman leaderboard had a memory function. In other words, when martial warriors engaged in battles within the freshman leaderboard, the leaderboard would have a power assessment to determine their ranking. For instance, Wang Teng was no 1 in terms of current combat strength, followed by Zhulang Shan. For those martial warriors who joined the freshman leaderboard afterward, as long as their displayed combat strength couldn't surpass these two, they would be ranked behind them. Unless they challenge Wang Teng and Zhulang Shan and defeat them, they wouldn't be able to push down their rankings. However, if during their battles their demonstrated combat strength was assessed by the freshman leaderboard as surpassing that of Wang Teng and Zhulang Shan, even if they hadn't directly fought against them, their ranking would be above them. In such cases, if Wang Teng and Zhulang Shan wanted to reclaim the top position, they could only challenge the new first place. In summary, the freshman leaderboard had a certain time limit. The ranking would change according to the battle power demonstrated by the other students. Now, more and more talented martial artists are vying for positions on the freshman leaderboard. The battle was intense, even more intense than when Wang Teng and Zhulang Shan initially competed. Once someone started competing, those behind couldn't sit still. One by one, they joined in. But no one was able to surpass Wang Teng and Zhulang Shan. They firmly held the first and second place. Meanwhile, as the competition for the freshman leaderboard grew fiercer, the new students became increasingly eager to enhance their strengths. They either attended various courses or went to different training locations to practice, incurring expenses in the form of points. Since they needed to cultivate, they needed all kinds of scriptures, battle techniques, and pills. Not everyone was as well off as Wang Teng. At the start, everyone bought from the Academy's treasure pavilion. However, at some point, another channel began circulating among the freshmen. An organization formed by freshmen appeared on everyone's radar. In a certain part of the academy, a bunch of freshmen were gathered together. They seemed to be discussing something. Have you heard? The faction formed by the new students. Yes, that's it. Are you talking about the Constellation Society? Yes, the Constellation Society. I heard that Wang Teng founded it. I wonder if it's true. It's true. I heard it from a few members of the Constellation Society. Many of them are martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire within the Liguang territorial domain. They come from the same place as Wang Teng. No way. Is it really him? Is he that impressive? He's already starting to build his influence and people are willing to follow him. He's a talent on the star rankings and a Grandmaster alchemist. It's normal that people are willing to follow him. Comparisons are infuriating while we're still struggling at the bottom. He's already building his power. Such discussions were taking place throughout the academy. It spread to all the new students, the Constellation Society. The name sounded quite imposing. What surprised people even more was that this faction was using Wang Teng's name to sell various pills. Many people knew that Wang Teng was at the peak of the Grand Master level, so they were enticed when they heard that these pills were concocted by him. Moreover, when they discovered that the prices of the pills sold in the Constellation Society were much cheaper than those in the Academy's treasure pavilion, they were completely won over. There was no choice. Even rich families had limited resources nowadays. Points were used in all kinds of places in the Academy. For many people, the rate at which they earned points couldn't keep up with their spending, so they needed to be frugal. The Constellation Society had hit the soft spot of these new students directly. As a result, there were many buyers. Especially after trying the pills, they realized that the pills sold by the Constellation Society were much better than the ones sold by the Treasure Pavilion. This further confirmed the fact that the pills were personally concocted by Wang Teng, the alchemist at the peak of the Grand Master level. Of course, some people felt that buying Wang Teng's pills was giving him points. They didn't want Wang Teng to earn these points. However, they couldn't stop the majority of students from buying. If you didn't buy it, that was fine. Others would buy. There was news within the Constellation Society that Wang Teng didn't make many pills. He primarily focused on his cultivation and only concocted pills occasionally to earn some points. Hence, the quantity of pills was limited. It would be better if fewer people bought it. By the time those who initially didn't want to buy realized their mistake, they were filled with regret. When they tried to make purchases, there was nothing left. They felt awkward, but they remained stubborn. Some of them even openly commented on the internal web. What's the big deal? It's just pills. It's not like we can't afford them. That's right. Who knows if the pills from the Constellation Society are genuine? You may get sick after consuming them. Chapter 1833, The Official Debut of the Constellation Society. 4. Why not just buy from the Treasure Pavilion? There's guaranteed authenticity, and it won't cost much more in points. It's embarrassing to see talented martial warriors from all over the universe fighting over the pills from the Constellation Society just for a few points. There were all kinds of comments on the internal web. They were filled with jealousy and sarcasm. However, nobody paid much attention to these remarks. Those who intended to buy would still buy because the deal was too good to pass up. Anyone who didn't buy was an idiot. They didn't care whether it was embarrassing or not to save points. What they did know was that if their strength lagged behind others, it would be genuinely embarrassing. Some people were envious and wondered how many points the Constellation Society had earned. The Constellation Society is amazing. It's formed by new students, but it's skyrocketed to fame. That's right. Those pills must have earned them a lot of points. It's more accurate to say that Wang Teng is amazing. That's right, pills concocted by a Grandmaster alchemist at the peak level have no shortage of demand. I've used the pills personally, and they are genuinely better than what you find in the Treasure Pavilion. Wang Teng's mastery of alchemy is truly formidable. It's funny that some people are questioning the quality of those pills. They don't know what they are saying. Indeed, it's good the Constellation Society was just formed, so it's quite cheap. It might not be the same in the future. Maybe not. I think that the Constellation Society wants to compete with the Academy for Business. They might keep their prices low to do that. You make sense. We're benefiting from the arrangement, so it's good for us. I heard some news. Have you guys heard about it? What news? I heard that members of the Constellation Society can help to sell pills and get a share of the profits. Really, is there such a good thing? Many people know about it. Damn, I should have joined earlier. I'm willing to do anything for some points. It's not easy for us to earn points. Anyway, can we join? Does the Constellation Society only accept martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire? Really? You want to join already? What else can we do? We don't have any backing, so it's tough for us to stay in the academy. It will be nice if we can join a new student faction. It's worth a try. I heard that there are many factions formed by the seniors in the academy. They must be stronger than the Constellation Society. Why don't we give them a try? As the news of the Constellation Society spread, this new student faction, like a sprouting seedling, emerged unexpectedly, taking everyone by surprise. By the time the older factions in the academy realized what was happening, the Constellation Society was already gaining prominence. In a manner, Yue Chikiao, Wade, and a few others were gathered together. This was Wade's manor. It was where the members of the Constellation Society held their meetings normally. Since they began to make a name for themselves, they had been meeting here to keep an eye on the situation outside. Naturally, they saw the comments on the internal web. Initially, Wade prepared a group of men to suppress those sarcastic remarks and promote the Constellation Society's reputation. In the end, he realized that he didn't need to do it. That's it. Wade looked incredulously at the small number of negative comments on the internal web. He felt frustrated when he realized that he was useless. There are still plenty of reasonable people. Only a few of them are sour, Yue Chichao said with a glint in her eyes and a smile on her lips. They're just a bunch of clowns. They won't cause much disturbances. Wade shook his head and said, "But we can't relax. Those who could truly obstruct us haven't made a move yet. Yue Chao said. You mean Wade turned serious? I've investigated. There are many factions formed by the seniors within the Academy. They have been around for years and are deeply rooted in the Academy. They also have their own networks of interests. If we suddenly join in and take a share, many of them might not be pleased, Yue Chikiao explained. Chapter 1834, The Feiyun Alliance. Wang Teng fights with Lu Tian. Originally members of these factions planned to win over Wang Teng. They prepared their offers and were ready to have a conversation with Wang Teng. Unfortunately, Wang Teng didn't give them the chance. After concocting the yin-yang dragon essence pill, a series of events occurred. Shortly after returning, Wang Teng went to the Sword Storm Plain. These people didn't manage to meet him. They couldn't find him anywhere. Then, in a blink of an eye, the Constellation Society appeared. Many of them were bewildered. Feiyun Alliance. One of the factions established by seniors within the Academy was the Feiyun Alliance. It consisted of numerous powerful individuals, and the Alliance leader was a formidable universe stage martial warrior. Although he hadn't reached the eternal stage, the ability of the Feiyun Alliance's leader was enough to make an ordinary eternal stage martial warrior take notice. However, his greatest achievement was the establishment of the Feiyun Alliance, as well as developing it into this state. The alliance was incredibly influential, to the point where even factions with eternal stage martial warriors might hesitate to provoke them. This was likely the reason why the leader of the Feiyun Alliance remained stuck at the pinnacle of the universe stage. The Feiyun Alliance was one of the factions that attempted to win over Wang Teng. The Feiyun Alliance paid much attention to the Constellation Society after it appeared. They even convened a meeting of the Alliance's top members to discuss this matter. Factions like the Feiyun Alliance, formed by seniors, could obtain permission from the Academy's Arbitration Association to construct their buildings within the Academy as their headquarters. At this moment, within one of the buildings belonging to the Feiyun Alliance, the top members had gathered. Even the leader of the Alliance was present. There was a lively discussion among the attendees, with some suggesting continued efforts to win over Wang Teng, while others advocated for suppression. They believed that with the power of the Feiyun Alliance, they had nothing to fear from a new student faction. Wang Teng is ambitious. The leader of the Feiyun Alliance glanced around and calmly remarked, extremely. A new student trying to establish a faction? I've been in the Academy for many years and have never seen anything like this. Another universe stage martial warrior chuckled and said, Youth knows no fear, the leader commented. He probably doesn't even know how many people's interests he has already encroached upon. Another universe stage martial warrior added, Perhaps he does, perhaps he doesn't. The leader of the Feiyun Alliance said calmly, his eyes gleaming. Leader, what should we do now? Should we continue trying to win him over? The members of the Feiyun Alliance couldn't come to a consensus, so someone asked their leader directly. Go ahead. Send someone to make contact with him as soon as possible. Right now, many factions are eyeing this piece of cake. We need to move quickly or we won't get our share of the cake. The leader of the Flying Cloud Alliance nodded, but remember, diplomacy first, force later. If he refuses outright, then we can show our strength. Yes. Similar discussions were happening, not only within the Feiyun Alliance, but also among various student factions within the Academy. They were all talking about Wang Teng's Constellation Society. Some factions, like the Feiyun Alliance, were preparing to deal with the new society. Tensions were rising. Wang Teng didn't know about this. He was still focused on picking up attributes in the Sword Storm Plain. Many people couldn't find Wang Teng, so they went to look for Yue Qiuchao instead. The Feiyun Alliance was the first to approach, represented by a heaven stage martial warrior. Yue Qiuchao frowned. She had no choice but to meet him. My name is Jia Jin. I'm from the Feiyun Alliance. I came today to discuss some matters with you. The heaven stage martial warrior introduced himself with a smile. Oh, why are you looking for me? Yue Qiuchao pretended that she didn't know. Junior Yue, why are you acting? You should know why I came to look for you. Shiasin looked at her and said, I won't know if you don't tell me. Yue Chichao smiled calmly. Then let me be direct. We, the Feiyun Alliance, take the matter of your Constellation Society seriously. Our leader has always held high regard for Junior Wang Teng and hopes to recruit him into our Feiyun Alliance. With his Grandmaster-level alchemy skills, he will hold a high position in our alliance. Xia Yasin stopped beating around the bush and said, Senior Za Izin, it's no use talking to me about this. Our president's matters are not something we can meddle in. We're just following orders. Yui Qiao looked at Wade and the others as she replied. Then she smiled and leaned back on the sofa. That's right. We're just working for our president. We do whatever needs to be done, and we can't make decisions. Wade nodded in agreement. In any case, I've delivered the message. You can convey it to Junior Wang Teng. We hope he takes this matter seriously. Zaya Xin gave them a meaningful glance. Then he stood up and said, I hope you give me an answer within 2 days. Many people are getting impatient. The Constellation Society is now a target, and everyone is waiting to get a piece of the pie. You're thinking too much. The Constellation Society won't be able to stop those people. With that, he left without giving Yue Qichao and the others a chance to respond. Yue Qiao's gaze flickered slightly as she watched the other party leave. Sister Yue, are we being threatened? Wade asked. Chapter 1835, The Feiyun Alliance. Wang Teng fights with Lu Tian, 2. Shall we tell boss? Wade asked. Tell him, Yue Qiao said irritably. This guy dumped the matter on us and disappeared to who knows where, Wade chuckled. Sister Yue always complained, but she still worked dutifully for their boss, typical of someone who talks tough, but was quite loyal. The Feiyun Alliance isn't a small faction. I didn't expect to attract such a powerful faction the moment we made a name for ourselves. They must think highly of us. Wade frowned and said, They don't think highly of us. They think highly of Wang Teng, Yue Qichao remarked. I'll contact Wang Teng and see what he says. With that, she proceeded to contact Wang Teng. Wang Teng was cultivating in the Sword Storm Plain. He asked Round Ball to block all messages from strangers. However, things were different for Yue Qiao and the others. Round Ball would inform him immediately if one of them contacted him. Yue Qiao. Wang Teng was puzzled. He asked, Why is she looking for me? Round Ball recounted what happened in the Constellation Society recently, including the visit from the Feiyun Alliance. The Feiyun Alliance? Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. There was a sharp glint in them. He stood up, walked to a secluded area, and asked Round Ball to connect Yue Qiao's call. A projection of Yue Qiao appeared. Are you at the Sword Storm Plain? Yue Qiao glanced around her and asked, No wonder I couldn't find you for the past few days. You're quite something. Cultivating over there while we run errands for you. Thank you for working hard, Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He felt a tad guilty. At least you have some conscience, Yue Qiao snorted. You should know what happened, right? What should we do now? Ignore them. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. These people think they've cornered me and can swallow up the Constellation Society. We'll see if they have the appetite for that, Wang Teng said in a calm tone. All right. I can rest assured after hearing your words, Yue Qichao replied. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I need to continue my cultivation, Wang Teng said. Wait, Yue Qichao called him hurriedly. What is it? Wang Teng asked in surprise. The pills are selling quickly. Although we've been selling them in batches as you suggested, it won't be long before they're all gone. It's not enough, Yue Qichao said. That's fast, Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect them to sell so well, Yue Qichao said with a wry smile. She didn't know if she should be happy or concerned. Let's worry about it when they're all sold out. You shouldn't focus too much on these matters. Improving your strength is the most important thing. Some tasks can be delegated to others, Wang Teng reminded her. All right, Yue Qiao nodded. The two of them ended the call. Wang Teng stood on the spot and pondered for some time. Then he went back to his original spot and continued cultivating. Not far away, Lu Tian sat cross-legged, his brows furrowing involuntarily. That bastard was back again. On the other hand, Wang Teng was elated. His bloodlust sword domain had reached the 3rd rank. The gains he made these few days were significant. Wang Teng already felt how extraordinary the 3rd rank of the bloodlust sword domain was. It exceeded a normal domain. It might even be more powerful than some hybrid domains. Bloodlust by its nature was already a formidable power. Understanding it to the level of a domain made it even more terrifying. Wang Teng already had a deep understanding of bloodlust, so after mastering the bloodlust sword domain, he felt the true horror of it. However, after picking up a few attribute bubbles, Lu Tian couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up and glared at Wang Teng. For the past few days, Wang Teng had been clinging to him like a plaster. He couldn't bear it anymore. A moment ago he thought that Wang Teng had left, but he came back again. He was toying with him. He would write his name backward if this guy wasn't following him. Lu Tian remained silent and just stood there, glaring coldly at Wang Teng. Wang Teng was somewhat helpless. This guy learned his lesson and used this tactic. It seemed like he had pushed him to his limit. "Brother, Lu, why are you staring at me?" Wang Teng opened his eyes and asked innocently, "This place is huge. Did you see me looking at you?" Lu Tian shifted his gaze away and said calmly, "Wang Teng, damn it, he got outsmarted." "Not bad. Let's have a duel in the freshman leaderboard," Lu Tian said coldly as satisfaction flashed past his eyes. "Cough, sure, let's go to the freshman leaderboard." Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and continued, "But let's keep it casual, all right?" "Okay." Lu Tian nodded. After they finished speaking, they headed straight for the freshman leaderboard. Many people got excited when they heard their conversation. Lu Tian and Wang Teng are going to the freshman leaderboard. "Quick, quick, quick, let's follow them. We can't miss this match." "Oh my God, I'm starting to get excited. I wonder which one of them is stronger. It must be Wang Teng. Lu Tian is powerful too. He's from the Holy Temple of Slaughter. No one has ever seen him in action, but there are many rumors." "What do you mean by there are many rumors? Wang Teng's battle results are all real. How can they be compared?" "Fuck! Do you want to bet? I bet Wang Teng will win 1,000 points." Chapter 1836. The Feiyun Alliance. Wang Teng fights with Lu Tian, 3. Are you betting with just 1,000 points? 500. Nothing more. "Fuck! You're poorer than me." The group continued to argue as they followed Wang Teng and Lu Tian to the freshman leaderboard. The freshman leaderboard. When Wang Teng and Lu Tian arrived, news of their impending match had already spread like wildfire. Many people had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Wang Teng and Lu Tian immediately entered the freshman leaderboard and appeared in the combat space. "Choose the battleground," Lu Tian said. "You can choose. I'm fine with anything." Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Lu Tian didn't say anything. He blinked, and the scene around them changed. The area now resembled a battlefield with a mix of blood and fire, cracked ground, and various weapons thrust haphazardly into the earth. An air of desolation enveloped the scene. Accompanying this change was a strong sense of bloodlust. Was this the battle scene that appeared in Lu Tian's mind? Wang Teng looked around him in surprise. The battle scene often materialized the most vivid impression in a combatant's mind. Previously, Zhulang Shan had manifested a desert. Now Lu Tian brought forth a grim battlefield. However, this did not affect Wang Teng. He slowly ascended into the air with his hands behind his back. He gazed calmly at Lu Tian. A pitch-black battlesword appeared in Lu Tian's hand. It was blood and exuded a strong aura of death. His entire body emitted a strong killing intent, as if a terrifying beast lurked behind him. His gaze was fixated on Wang Teng. Wang Teng felt the murderous intent and was somewhat shaken. Lu Tian was able to use his killing intent to this extent. It was almost indistinguishable from his aura. The members of the Holy Temple of Slaughter were indeed impressive. Swoosh! Suddenly, Lu Tian made his move. His gaze turned sharp and killing intent erupted from his body as he swung his sword. A black sword light streaked across the sky. An endless aura of bloodlust swept toward Wang Teng. Wang Teng smirked. A terrifying aura of bloodlust burst forth from him as well. He summoned a universe-level battle sword and unleashed an explosive strike. The same black sword glow exploded with a powerful killing intent. Boom! In an instant, the two sword glows collided. Their intense auras of bloodlust clashed in midair. Explosions resounded. The overwhelming auras of bloodlust filled the entire sky, distorting the surrounding space. Bloodlust! Astonishment flashed past Lu Tian's eyes. Indeed, you have grasped bloodlust. It's just the bloodlust. Is it very difficult to grasp, brother? Why are you so surprised? Wang Teng replied calmly. Lu Tian, this bastard is showing off. He felt the urge to chop this guy into pieces. It was widely known that the bloodlust conscious was extremely difficult to grasp. Even those martial warriors who were constantly active on the battlefield wouldn't necessarily be able to grasp it. Wang Teng was well aware of this fact. After all, he had been on the battlefield. However, he had hardly ever come across martial artists who had comprehended the bloodlust conscious. Even those who had grasped it only had a shallow understanding of it. They hadn't reached the ultima stage. In any case, it was of little use to Wang Teng. Those who could comprehend the bloodlust conscious were either ruthless killers or individuals who had undergone some unique enlightenment. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to master this concept. Lu Tian was aware of this too. However, Wang Teng pretended that it was nothing, and that was infuriating, especially since the bloodlust conscious was something Lu Tian took great pride in. He wouldn't tolerate anyone belittling it. Lu Tian snorted and disappeared on the spot. He charged towards Wang Teng at the speed of lightning. The battle sword in his hand radiated waves of black sword glow that swarmed towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng blinked. He transformed into a beam of light moving even faster than Lu Tian. Light bolt. He weaved through the black sword glows like a streak of white light. At the same time, within the white light, black sword lights blossomed one after another. It was a magnificent scene. It was like a white flower suddenly blooming with black petals. Boom. Most of the sword glows collided with Lu Tian's while some shot directly towards him. Lu Tian was forced to appear. His expression darkened as he swept his battle sword and destroyed all the sword glows. At this moment, Wang Teng's white light arrived in front of him. Lu Tian squinted. You're too slow. Wang Teng smiled at Lu Tian and slashed his battle sword out, unleashing a burst of black sword glow. My sword is fast enough. Lu Tian's pupils constricted. The battle sword in his hand surprisingly arrived before Wang Teng's, colliding with Wang Teng's battle sword. Clang! A continuous metallic resonance echoed through the void. Small cracks were formed in the surrounding space. This battle space could simulate everything. It was no different from the real world. Thus, any disturbances caused by the battle were accurately represented. The fact that the space was cracking meant that the strength of both martial warriors was enough to shatter real space. At this moment, the two were engaged in close combat. Within a radius of less than 3 meters, sword lights flickered, and it became nearly impossible to distinguish between Wang Teng's and Lu Tian's sword glows. Within a few seconds, they had exchanged a few hundred sword moves. The onlookers were dazzled. Chapter 1837, The Feian Alliance. Wang Teng fights with Lu Tian. 4. So powerful, both of them are amazing. Everyone knows that Lu Tian's sword skill is powerful, but Wang Teng's sword skill is on par with his. This is unbelievable. I remember that the last time Wang Teng fought with Zhulong Shan, his greatest strength was his physical prowess and his blade skills. That's right. Not only is Wang Teng's physique and blade skill powerful, but his sword skill is also terrifying. Damn. How did he cultivate? He's so abnormal. Did you notice that his sword conscious is exactly the same as Lu Tian's? That's right. I heard that Lu Tian mastered the bloodlust conscious. Could it be? It must be. Even if I'm not in the battle space, I can still feel the indescribable killing intent. What a coincidence. Wouldn't their duel be extremely intense? I wonder who's stronger. Zhulong Shan was among the crowd too. He came after knowing that Wang Teng was going to have a duel with Lu Tian. He wouldn't let go of this chance. However, after seeing them in action, his heart was having a hard time handling it. That bastard Wang Teng mastered such a powerful bloodlust sword, conscious, but he didn't use it the previous time. Didn't that mean he didn't manage to get Wang Teng to use his full strength? Compared to his defeat, this was a greater insult to him. His gaze was locked onto the battle in the combat space between Wang Teng and Lu Tian. He clenched his fists tightly, and veins even popped on his forehead. The martial warriors around him instinctively moved away, fearing that he might lose control and strike someone nearby with a punch. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the battle space. Wang Teng and Lu Tian's battle swords clashed and created a series of sparks. Then they separated and shot backward. After their exchange, the shock waves caused by their forces pushed them back several kilometers before they managed to stop in midair. They stood facing each other. Wang Teng, you've surprised me. I didn't expect someone to master the bloodlust conscious to this extent and be able to fight with me. Lu Tian unexpectedly showed a hint of excitement as he spoke. Wang Teng couldn't help but find it both funny and exasperating when he saw Lu Tian's expression. This guy was eager for battle. However, this was a good thing. The more intense the battle, the more attribute bubbles he would drop. Wang Teng was keen on harvesting more wool from him. Thus, this is nothing. I didn't exert my full strength yet, Wang Teng replied calmly. Good, you're quite arrogant. Let me see if you can withstand this sword of mine, Lu Tian shouted. The battle sword in his hand suddenly gave off a glaring black glow. A sword light soared into the sky, reaching hundreds of feet long. Endless killing intent condensed on this sword light like a sea of corpses and blood. It crashed down towards Wang Teng like a deluge godslayer. First stance, a profound black light shot out of Lu Tian's eyes. He appeared extremely dangerous as he slashed his battle sword out. 100-foot sword glow descended from the sky, carrying with it a terrifying bloodlust conscious. The frightening sword light reflected in Wang Teng's pupils. His gaze turned sharp, brilliant golden light burst from his battle sword. At the same time, a powerful bloodlust conscious wrapped around the golden sword glow, giving the sharp golden sword glow a menacing aura. It became even more dangerous. The 12 swords of Tyrant, first sword. Without any hesitation, as the black sword light from the opposite side reached above his head, Wang Teng smirked and slashed his sword out. The golden sword light tore through the sky, surging with a fearsome bloodlust, conscious, majestic, overpowering. This was the only way to describe this move. It might not be as pure as Lu Tian's sword light, which was filled with endless bloodlust conscious, but it concealed a terrifying killing intent, exuding unparalleled dominance. Boom. The two sword lights collided in front of countless astonished onlookers, producing a violent explosion in the sky. Chapter 1838, Wang Teng's Frightening Strength, Lu Tian's Mental Breakdown 1. The two unparalleled sword lights collided with a resounding impact, unleashing powerful sword auras that swept the surroundings. The audience in the other space was flabbergasted. Their gazes were fixed on the point of collision. They didn't even dare to blink. Boom. Explosions echoed continuously. The residual force surged outward and sword aura swept through the arena. Suddenly, a figure was thrown out of the clash of sword lights. Lu Tian. It was Lu Tian. He lost in the clash of swords and was thrown out forcefully. What? There was an uproar. The crowd was shocked that Wang Teng's sword light managed to shatter Lu Tian's terrifying sword attack. Wang Teng is so powerful, many people were astounded, their pupils constricted violently. Wang Teng gave them too many surprises. His proficiency in swordsmanship had previously been only superficially demonstrated, causing them to believe he wasn't skilled in it. Now, it was clear that it wasn't a matter of not being skilled. He just needed the right time to display it when facing Lu Tian. A genius in swordsmanship, Wang Teng revealed his mastery in swordsmanship and gained an upper hand in the first round of their clash. This was unbelievable. Lu Tian's body was thrown back a few thousand meters. He stomped his feet on the air and left a clear white mark in the space before he finally came to a halt. He looked a little disheveled. His long hair was scattered, giving him a slightly unkempt look, and there were even 2 small sword scars on his cheeks. The sword scars suddenly cracked open, and blood began oozing out. Lu Tian wiped his cheek and felt the warm blood. His eyes gleamed with a red light. "What's the name of your sword attack just now?" His cold voice was heard. He stared intently at Wang Teng, seeming even more excited. "The 12 Swords of Tyrant, Sword 1, Wang Teng replied calmly. Among the spectators, a figure with its features concealed by light suddenly felt a twitch at the corner of its mouth. Wang Teng stole this sword technique from him, yet he mentioned it openly, seriously. He had never seen such a shameless person before. This person was Yu Yunxian. He didn't miss any of Wang Teng's battles ever since. He lost to Wang Teng. He had been paying close attention to Wang Teng's battles, knowing your enemy was the key to victory. He had already lost, so he wasn't undefeatable. However, he believed that learning from his losses would make him stronger and help him win next time. Even so, he had to admit that Wang Teng's understanding of the first sword of the 12 Swords of Tyrant had surpassed his own. He had even forged his own path within the technique. He knew that he couldn't wield that last sword attack. It embodied not only the grandeur and dominance of the 12 Swords of Tyrant, but also an intense killing intent. This was something he didn't have. The path of the sword and the path of bloodlust were intertwined. Amplifying the bloodlust conscious would make the sword technique even more powerful. The 12 Swords of Tyrant. The first sword. Lu Tian's eyes shone brightly. He stared at Wang Teng and continued, "That means that you still have 11 sword moves. Make a guess." Wang Teng smiled. "Lu Tian, again. I lost to the first sword. Let's see if you can withstand my second one," he shouted coldly. Lu Tian disappeared on the spot and charged towards Wang Teng once again. An even stronger killing intent erupted from his battle sword. That killing intent instantly transformed into a peculiar domain, spreading outward at an imperceptible speed. The bloodlust sword domain. Lu Tian finally used the power of domain. A pitch-black field shrouded Wang Teng. Boundless killing intent permeated the area. Sword lights crisscrossed, forming a torrent of jet-black sword energy. Wang Teng's pupils shrank abruptly. This move was very strong. The bloodlust sword domain was merged into this move, making it incredibly powerful. Even Wang Teng felt the pressure. This was the power of a 4th-rank sword domain. Wang Teng didn't know if Lu Tian had used his full strength, but at this moment he had to release his 4th-rank domain to resist the attack. However, his bloodlust sword domain was only at the 3rd rank. There was still a huge gap between him and Lu Tian. Godslayer, second stance. Lu Tian shouted. The torrent of black sword light soared into the sky and plummeted with a deafening sound, tearing through the void and creating a piercing sonic boom as it swept toward Wang Teng. The dense and numerous sword glows completely sealed all Wang Teng's paths of escape. The bloodlust sword domain released endless killing intent and enveloped Wang Teng, causing his body to stiffen. A normal person wouldn't be able to move under this terrifying bloodlust aura, however. Wang Teng was different. His eyes sparkled as he scanned his surroundings. Then he released his spiritual power rapidly and collected all the attribute bubbles dropped by Lu Tian. Bloodlust Sword Domain 350. Once you use it, you will drop attribute bubbles whether you want to or not. Wang Teng smiled secretly. More insights of the bloodlust sword domain appeared in his mind, and this attribute improved swiftly. When he was at the Sword Storm Plane, his bloodlust sword domain had already reached the upper tier of the 3rd rank. Now, with another few hundred points of enlightenment, his bloodlust sword domain had finally reached the 4th rank. Bloodlust sword domain 154,000, 4th rank. Have a taste of your own medicine. Let's see if your bloodlust sword domain is stronger or mine. With these thoughts in mind, a powerful bloodlust aura erupted from his body. It was no weaker than Lu Tian's bloodlust conscious. Chapter 1839, Wang Teng's Frightening Strength, Lu Tian's Mental Breakdown, 2, Boom. The power of domain erupted. 4th rank Golden Sword domain activated. 4th rank Bloodlust Sword domain added. Try my second sword too. Wang Teng's competitiveness was ignited. He shouted as he confronted the attack. The 12 swords of Tyrant. The second sword, boom, within the domain. An explosion of unique golden and black sword lights erupted, forming a torrent that surged upwards from below. It fiercely collided with the black swordlight torrent descending from above. Violent explosions resounded. The entire domain vibrated, and the void seemed on the verge of collapsing. The power of these two swords was incredible. The expressions of the audience changed entirely. They were flabbergasted. These two martial warriors had such a profound understanding of swordsmanship. It was amazing. They stared intently at the sky in the battle space. The outcome hung in the balance. Boom. The two torrents of sword light clashed, continuously radiating sword glows in all directions. The intensity of the battle spiraled upwards as the sword light turned sharper and stronger. Lu Tian stared at the collision, and his expression suddenly changed. The black sword-light torrent he unleashed was showing signs of disintegration. It was gradually melting away within his opponent's black and golden sword-light torrent like ice that met fire. Once these signs appeared, the melting speed accelerated. The next instant, the black sword-light torrent exploded, and countless sword glows dissipated into the air. Lu Tian's expression changed. He immediately retreated, but it was too late. The black and golden torrent of sword light, after breaking through his attack, cut through the air and swiftly enveloped him. Boom! Lu Tian was engulfed by the torrent of sword light. He disappeared from everyone's vision. Is he defeated? All eyes were fixed on the torrent of sword light. Many people couldn't help but feel nervous for Lu Tian. They wondered if he could withstand the onslaught of the sword light. Even though they weren't experiencing it firsthand, they could sense the terror of the torrent. Many people felt that they wouldn't be able to withstand the force of the attack. There was no doubt about it. However, Lu Tian was exceptionally powerful. Many people felt that he might be able to withstand this powerful attack. Second sword. The muscles on Yu Yanxian's face twitched again.
What did he just see?
The second sword of the 12 swords of Tyrant. There was no mistake. That was the second sword of the 12 swords of Tyrant. He suddenly remembered that during the League of Talents, Wang Teng told him that he would be able to learn a skill after the other party executed it once. Originally, he didn't believe it. He felt that it was already a miracle for him to learn the first sword of the 12 swords of Tyrant. The 12 swords of Tyrant was increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progressed, let alone learn it on the spot. But it seemed that Wang Teng had accomplished it. He truly mastered the second sword. Yun Xian had never met anyone who could make him feel so powerless. Wang Teng stood with his sword in hand and his gaze fixed on the sword-like torrent ahead. He squinted slightly. What a close call. Lu Tian was at the 3rd level of the Cosmos stage. Fortunately, his constellation metal force was a level higher than his opponent at the 4th level. Otherwise, he might be able to suppress his opponent's 4th-rank sword domain. But before he could relax, something strange occurred within the sword-light torrent. Boom! Right at that moment, a jet-black sword light shot straight into the sky, dispersing Wang Teng's sword-light torrent. Countless sword lights scattered in all directions. Rang at the same time, the hum of the sword echoed in the void, overpowering all other sounds. It was loud and ear-piercing. Wang Teng looked at the sword in his hand. The sword was trembling. He raised his eyebrows in astonishment. Unity of man and sword. Another one. The powerful aura released by Lu Tian was the unity of man and sword. Wang Teng mastered this realm of swordsmanship, so he was familiar with it. Unity of man and sword. Yun Xian was muttering to himself as well. He started to pay more attention to Lu Tian. A martial warrior who mastered the unity of man and sword was not to be underestimated. Lu Tien gave him many surprises. The audience sat up straight when they saw this scene. It looks like Lu Tien hasn't lost. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Tien destroyed Wang Teng's sword-light torrent and reappeared in front of the crowd in a truly stunning manner. "Wang Teng, you're strong, but winning against me won't be easy," Lu Tien shouted coldly. A terrifying sword conscious enveloped his body. He seemed to have merged completely with the sword conscious. He raised his battle sword high as if it had fused with his body and became an extension of his arm. Sword conscious soared through the clouds. His body became one with the sword light, completely transforming into a black sword light. A strange fluctuation appeared abruptly. Strange patterns formed above the black sword light and etched onto it. The power of laws of origin. This was the power of laws of origin. Wang Teng was appalled. He felt a dangerous aura, as if he would be killed instantly by this sword. This sensation came without any warning, but it was undeniably present in his heart. Wang Teng rarely experienced such a feeling. He would only have this kind of sensation when facing a martial warrior much stronger than him. Chapter 1840, Wang Teng's Frightening Strength. Lu Tien's Mental Breakdown. 3. It was unbelievable. That power of origin. Wang Teng was shocked. He had his suspicion. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He swung his battle sword and the five-element sword domain erupted. He could no longer hold back anyway. He had more or less gotten all the attribute bubbles he needed, even though no one would die in the battle space. He couldn't allow himself to lose to his opponent. A five-colored radiance burst from the sword in Wang Teng's hand. His five-element sword domain had already reached the 5th rank, so it was extremely powerful. This was his first time using it. As soon as it erupted, he felt the pressure decrease significantly, but it wasn't enough. He immediately infused the power of origin of the 5 basic elements secretly into the 5-element sword domain. Profound patterns appeared on the 5-colored sword light. This scene caught the attention of all the spectators. They were all shocked and stared wide-eyed at the 2 extremely scary sword lights. That's the power of origin. Both of them have grasped the power of origin. This is disgusting. How can they grasp the power of origin? Are they really Cosmos stage martial warriors? Many people could tell that the aura emanating from the 2 sword lights was the power of origin. They couldn't help but turn pale in astonishment. It was rare for a Cosmos stage martial warrior to possess the power of origin. The last time Wang Teng fought with Zhulong Shan had also released his power of origin. However, it was only at the 1st rank. Besides, the surroundings were dark because of his special solar dragon eye, so no one could see it. But this time, it was different. This time, their powers of origin appeared openly in front of everyone. Most importantly, the power of origin displayed by the 2 of them was extremely powerful. Both Lu Tien's and Wang Teng's power of origin shocked the crowd. Boom, there was a rumble. The black sword light formed by Lu Tien was finally ready. Without any hesitation, he slashed towards Wang Teng fiercely. The black sword light was unleashed. All the killing intent converged on the tip of the sword. They gathered at a single point, completely locking on to Wang Teng. At this moment, he finally understood where the sense of danger came from. This sword light had compressed the bloodlust domain to a point with the addition of the power of origin. It was all locked onto him. A single strike could determine the outcome. Many people started worrying about Wang Teng when they saw such a powerful attack. Lu Tien was at a disadvantage a moment ago, but after this attack, everyone's focus was on his sword. Wang Teng seemed to be in danger. The black sword light was truly terrifying. Everyone could feel its terror just by looking at it. Wang Teng's expression was solemn, too. He gripped his sword tightly and gathered his 5-element sword domain. A 5-colored sword light was released. Unity of man and sword, 5-element sword domain, infused with the power of origin. At this moment, Wang Teng didn't dare to be complacent. He used all the techniques he knew. In the blink of an eye, the black sword light was already a few hundred meters above Wang Teng's head. His gaze sharpened. Without any hesitation, his whole being merged with the sword light, and he slashed down with a resounding force. The sword light was imbued with 5 colors. It was incredibly dazzling. It was like a colorful flower blooming in the space. Everything pales in comparison, stunning. It was incomparably stunning. Just a single sword, yet it was so stunning and impressive. Oh my God. Everyone looked at this scene in shock and disbelief. They didn't expect Wang Teng to be able to execute such a stunning and terrifying sword technique, but before they could think further, boom. The 5-colored sword light formed by Wang Teng collided with the black sword light. Time and space seemed to freeze. This time, the collision of the 2 sword lights lacked the grandiose spectacle and the rampant sword energy. It was as if they had just collided uneventfully. However, the sensation of time and space freezing made everyone's expression turn solemn. Their gazes became a little nervous as they stared at the 2 sword lights without blinking. Everyone had a premonition that the outcome would be decided by this single strike. Crack. Suddenly, an extremely clear cracking sound was heard. It was exceptionally abrupt in this silent battle space. Everyone focused their gazes and immediately saw clear cracks appearing on the black sword light. Bang. In an instant, before everyone could react, the black sword light shattered, turning into a shower of black light that scattered in all directions. In the rain of light, a disheveled figure flew out. Meanwhile, Wang Teng's 5-colored sword light slashed towards the pathetic figure like a hot knife cutting through butter. "Get lost!" The figure shouted coldly and raised his sword to defend himself. It was useless. His entire body was ruthlessly sent flying by the sword light. He spewed several mouthfuls of blood, and his aura immediately weakened. When the spectators saw this result, they could not help but take a sharp breath. Their eyes filled with disbelief. He lost. Lu Tian lost. Lu Tian's terrifying strike, still lost in the end. They recalled Wang Teng's previous strike and felt a profound sense of awe in their hearts. Now, upon closer examination, that 5-colored sword light appeared to be the truly scary one. It seemed to contain the power of 5 domains, but it also seemed to be one domain. It was extremely mysterious. It was even accompanied with the power of origin, although they could not tell how many types of power of origin there were. They knew that it was indeed the power of origin. Chapter 1841, Wang Teng's Frightening Strength, Lu Tian's Mental Breakdown, 4. At that moment, many people looked at each other. They finally understood why Wang Teng won. Wang Teng's attack was undoubtedly stronger than Lu Tian's. Fick, this is sick. Someone suddenly couldn't help but curse. The others agreed. He must be a freak to be able to execute such a sword move. His sword skills have become stronger. Yun Xian took a deep breath. He had to admit that Wang Teng's sword technique had amazed him. He was sure that Wang Teng couldn't execute that attack during the League of Talents. However, he was able to do it now. This must be what Wang Teng learned after entering the Stellar Academy. Yun Xian felt that he had improved as well. However, compared to Wang Teng, he was still lacking. Zhu Longshan's expression turned ugly. Wang Teng's abilities had exceeded his expectations. This bastard was stronger than he had imagined. Wang Teng definitely didn't use his full strength when they fought. When he thought of this, his face turned green and he felt extremely humiliated. Because of his pride, he was unable to accept such a fact. Bastard. Zhu Longshan clenched his fists even tighter as the veins on his forehead bulged. In the battle space, Lu Tian barely managed to halt his figure. He looked extremely weak, but his eyes were filled with unwillingness as he stared at Wang Teng. He lost. He actually lost, moreover. He was defeated fair and square using sword techniques. This was the first time he had suffered such a huge blow since he came here. He couldn't accept this. You lost. Wang Teng looked at him and said calmly, "Huh." Lu Tian snorted coldly. He could not bring himself to admit defeat. It looks like you don't want to admit defeat. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and walked towards him. What do you want? Lu Tian's heart skipped a beat. An ominous feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. I getting you to admit defeat. The moment Wang Teng finished speaking, his body flashed and he disappeared on the spot. Lu Tian's expression changed drastically when he heard the sound of rushing wind behind him. He never expected Wang Teng to pull off such a move. His body was weak, so he couldn't dodge in time. Bang, swoop, boom, a muffled sound reverberated. He felt like he had been struck by lightning. That's right, it was the feeling of getting struck by lightning. Could you believe it? Right on the heels of that, a sharp pain came from the back of his head and spread throughout his entire head, stunning him. What the hell is going on? What did the bastard hit my head with? It hurts. Unfortunately, before he could think further, bang, 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 swoop, boom, he felt a sharp pain in his head again, and the feeling of being struck by lightning appeared again. The dull sound kept entering his ears, making him feel terrible pain. It's extremely painful. He felt like his head was about to explode. He wanted to dodge, but his mind went blank, paralyzed by the lightning power, and his body simply wouldn't respond. Lu Tian almost doubted his life. He just didn't want to admit defeat. Couldn't he be a little stubborn? Was there a need to go this far? He regretted it. He just wanted to admit defeat and free himself from this devil as soon as possible. What? Are you still not admitting defeat? I respect you for being a man, Wang Teng said in surprise. He swung the lightning slap even harder. Lu Tian, I want to admit defeat, he screamed in his mind. As expected of the prodigy I think highly of. You're unwilling to admit defeat even at this stage. I'm impressed, Wang Teng said as he continued smashing his head. Since that's the case, I'll bestow you with bruises. Lu Tian, bestow some bruises. This person was probably a devil. He was on the verge of tears. He really wanted to shout the words, I admit defeat, but he couldn't do it at all. Before his voice reached his mouth, it was blocked. Lu Tian never expected this. As a proud sword prodigy, he couldn't believe there would come a day when he couldn't even utter 3 simple words. This was ridiculous. For some reason, he suddenly regretted challenging Wang Teng. Why did he challenge this devil? Because he could sense his powerful sword conscious. But now he realized that what was truly terrifying about this young man wasn't his swordsmanship, but his shameless personality that defied convention. This bastard was inhumane. No one knew how complicated and devastated this icy and cold genius was feeling. He couldn't say anything. The spectators were also dumbfounded. They thought that the battle was over, but they were treated to this scene. Wang Teng was holding a brick in his hand and smashing it towards Lu Tian's head. The dull sound was heard continuously. It made their hearts skip a beat. Boom after countless strikes. Lu Tian's shaky body finally lost control and smashed into the ground. The terrifying force created a deep pit in the ground. Cracks spread out like a spider web. Everyone could see Lu Tian's current appearance. There were bumps all over his head. It was a tragic sight. He was no longer as cool and handsome as before. He was like a bumpy blob. His limbs were twitching as he lay on the ground. It might be better to just kill him. He's too cruel. Many people could not help but swallow their saliva, their faces filled with shock and horror. Chapter 1842, 3-element martial warriors. Feng Mo Yue Chikiao is injured. 1. Lu Tian lay lifelessly on the ground. He couldn't get up. He looked miserable. Even Lu Tian felt too ashamed to face anyone. He wished he could disappear right there. Wang Teng, he screamed in his heart. He was filled with anger and frustration. He wished he could confront Wang Teng with all his might, but he couldn't. He had to face a harsh reality. He couldn't defeat Wang Teng. The next moment, he committed suicide and disappeared from the space. He was unable to face the situation any longer during the battle just now. He couldn't even commit suicide now. In his haste to leave the battle space, he resorted to such an extreme measure. This showed how humiliated and infuriated he was. Silence. Everyone was able to empathize with Lu Tian's overwhelming sense of shame. Their expressions turned strange as they watched his rapidly disappearing figure. The muscles on Zulangshan's face twitched violently. He disappeared from the spectator space. He suddenly felt that getting killed by Wang Teng directly wasn't unacceptable. It was far better than what Lu Tian experienced. He had never imagined that one day he would be grateful that someone killed him with a single stroke. Damn, Wang Teng shook his head and commented as he looked at Lu Tian's back view. Everyone, look at what he was saying. He complained about the other party's weak mentality after beating him up so badly. What an evil person. Wang Teng had no idea what everyone was thinking. He scanned his surroundings and released his spiritual power to pick up the attribute bubbles. Lu Tian dropped. Constellation Force, Earth, 1200. Earth Constellation Force, 900. Bloodlust, Sword Domain, 100. Bloodlust, Sword Domain, 150. Origin of Slaughter, 18. Origin of Slaughter, 200. Divine Level Earth Talent, 1200. Cosmos Realm Spirit, or 2500. Universe Realm Enlightenment, 3800. Not bad. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. The corners of his lips lifted slightly. Lu Tian didn't disappoint him. It was worth beating him up. The lightning slap was useful, but it would ruin his reputation if he used it too often. Lu Tian was an earth element martial warrior. Wang Teng almost didn't notice it. His swordsmanship was primarily focused on bloodlust conscious, and the profoundness of the earth force was entirely abandoned. In total, Wang Teng received 5,400 points of Constellation Earth Force from him. His Constellation Earth Force rose tremendously. Constellation Earth Force 790-2000, Cosmos Stage 2nd level. He also received 250 points of Bloodlust Sword Domain. Wang Teng's Bloodlust Sword Domain was already at the 4th rank. 250 points wasn't enough to raise another rank. Bloodlust Sword Domain, 150, 4000, 4th rank. What truly surprised Wang Teng was the origin of slaughter. His guess was right. Lu Tian had mastered the origin of slaughter. The origin of slaughter was extremely powerful. Lu Tian was able to unleash that terrifying sword attack because he simultaneously mastered the unity of man and sword and the origin of slaughter. However, based on the power of origin that was dropped, Lu Tian's origin of slaughter was only at the 1st rank. It wasn't high. Wang Teng received a total of 380 points of origin of slaughter. As the attribute bubbles merged into his mind, enlightenment appeared. Boom! In an instant, Wang Teng felt an explosion in his mind. The comprehension of the origin of slaughter was far more terrifying than the bloodlust sword domain. There were no scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, nor were there any horrifying memories of bloodlust. There was only the purest essence of bloodlust. This was a law of origin. It was the most direct and intrinsic manifestation in the universe. Wang Teng felt as though he had become a part of bloodlust itself. There were no other emotions besides the purest thoughts of bloodlust. If he opened his eyes now, other people might realize that his gaze had become devoid of any emotional fluctuations, like a cold and ruthless killing machine. Even so, those who had not yet left the scene noticed the change in his aura. What's happening? Wang Teng seems to have changed. That's right. He became more terrifying. I can't look at him directly. What's going on? Many people started discussing among themselves. They were astounded, stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Origin of slaughter. This bastard comprehended the origin of slaughter? Lu Tian recognized the state instantly. No one knew better than him, and at this moment he was extremely certain. But how was this possible? That guy clearly hadn't mastered the origin of slaughter just now. Did he grasp it during their battle? The incredulity in his eyes deepened as he thought of this possibility. How could anyone be this insane? Even he had experienced countless hardships to comprehend the origin of slaughter. Now, thinking back and looking at Wang Teng, who had just finished comprehending, he suddenly felt a bit unbalanced in his mindset. It didn't take long before Wang Teng's enlightenment ended. His aura converged and he opened his eyes. In an instant, he returned to his original state. A faint smile appeared on his face, as if what had just happened was merely an illusion. He seemed nonchalant. Everyone was speechless. This fellow changed too quickly. They didn't even know what happened. Chapter 1843, Three-Element Martial Warriors. Feng Mo, Yue Qichao is injured. 2. Wang Teng looked at his attributes panel. Origin of Slaughter, 3-8, their 10,000, first rank. This was a brand new power of origin. Wang Teng didn't have it before. Also, this power of origin was extremely formidable. Based on the enlightenment he received just now, Wang Teng felt that the origin of slaughter was as powerful as the origin of space, the origin of lightning, and the origin of darkness. Then there were the divine-level earth talent attribute bubbles. 1,200 points of attributes allowed his divine-level earth talent to rise significantly. Divine-level earth talent, 9,750,000. With these 1,200 points of attributes, his divine-level earth talent had reached 9,700 points. Soon, it would exceed 10,000. Finally, there were the Cosmos Realm Spirit and Universe Realm Enlightenment attributes. Wang Teng noticed that these talented martial warriors didn't specialize in spiritual power, but their spiritual power wasn't weak. Unlike the warriors he had encountered before at the same stage, whose spiritual power was much weaker, they were simply not on the same level. Back then, Wang Teng could only enhance himself by absorbing attribute bubbles dropped by warriors stronger than him. Of course, Wang Teng and Lu Tian were at the same stage, but Wang Teng's spiritual power was far beyond that of an average martial warrior. If he were to fully unleash his spiritual power, Lu Tian and Zhulong Shan wouldn't be able to resist. Spirit, 18,000, 20,000 Cosmos Realm. Enlightenment, 11, 19,000, 400,000 Universe level. Wang Teng glanced at them casually and stopped paying attention to them. These attributes were still far from reaching the next level. However, he did notice that this time there were more spirit and enlightenment attributes compared to the battle he had with Zhulong Shan. Looks like I have to use the lightning slap. He touched his chin and wondered to himself, if it affects my image, so be it. There's nothing more important than getting attribute bubbles. While Wang Teng was counting his gains, a change occurred to the freshman leaderboard stone tablet outside. 2 figures emerged from it. Then, Wang Teng and Zhulong Shan's names were pushed down. The first and second places were occupied by 2 different names. No, 1, Feng Mo. No, 2, Reynolds. Many martial warriors noticed the changes in the rankings and were surprised. Many people came to watch the battle between Wang Teng and Lu Tian, however. Before they could see the result of their battle, another 2 names appeared, taking over Wang Teng and Zhulong Shan's positions. The first place has changed to Feng Mo. Who is this Feng Mo? I've never heard of this name. I don't know. Where did he come from? I've never heard of him. Reynolds is quite famous. He's a talented martial warrior from the Thunderpot territorial domain. I heard that he's the champion of the League of Talents there. He's very powerful. He's first, but he lost to Feng Mo. Does that mean Feng Mo is stronger? I've heard of the Thunderpot territorial domain. It's a unique domain shaped like a pot, and it's known for some unknown reason to be a gathering place for thunderstorms. That's why it's called the Thunderpot territorial domain. This territorial domain is extremely suitable for lightning element martial warriors to cultivate, which gave birth to many lightning element martial warriors. Overall, they are very powerful. Reynolds is the No. 1 of the League of Talents in Thunderpot territorial domain. You mustn't underestimate his ability. Yeah, it seems like neither of these 2 is ordinary. I still can't believe that Zhulong Shan and Wang Teng got pushed down. It's quite incredible. Within a few sentences, the backgrounds of Feng Mo and Reynolds were revealed. In fact, the identities of the Academy students could be found easily with a bit of effort. In mid-air, Feng Mo stepped out of the freshman leaderboard stone plate and glanced at the ranking. His eyes shimmered slightly. No one noticed that his gaze swept over Wang Teng's name, pausing for a moment. Reynolds wore an unpleasant expression. He stared angrily at Feng Mo's back and asked, I didn't expect to find someone like you among the new students. Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. If I see you making things difficult for my friend in the future, I will come and look for you again. Feng Mo turned and glanced at him, speaking calmly. You... Reynolds seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, and his expression darkened. Don't get too complacent. You only won once. I'll win back next time. Feng Mo glanced at him and snorted. Reynolds' face turned even darker. Feng Mo turned to look at the stone tablet once more before turning to leave. Reynolds seemed to notice something, and sneered. You pushed Wang Teng down. He'll probably come looking for you. Let him, Feng Mo replied calmly. I'm not afraid of anyone. He's a talent on the star rankings. Even the talents from the solar dragon race aren't his match. Don't be arrogant. You might fail miserably, Reynolds said. Not many people can defeat me. Feng Mo glanced at the stone plate again. We can talk about it when his ranking returns to second place. Reynolds felt that this fellow was showing off and had a bit of an arrogant attitude, but he had to admit that the other party was powerful. Even he wasn't his match. He wondered if Wang Teng could defeat this person. The way he completely disregarded him made Reynolds so frustrated that he felt like he was about to spit blood. He wished that someone would come forward to suppress this guy's confidence. Chapter 1844, Three-Element Martial Warriors Feng Mo. Yue Qiao is injured. Feng Mo ignored Reynolds and turned to leave. Reynolds didn't linger any longer either. He was unwilling to accept his defeat, so he was determined to go back and train diligently. He would regain his reputation in the next encounter at this moment. Ring. A soft sound was heard from the stone plate behind them. Feng Mo and Reynolds were surprised. They turned their heads instantly. Two people walked out of the stone plate of the freshman leaderboard. One after another, Wang Teng. Both Feng Mo and Reynolds were stunned. Among the two people who had just walked out of the stone tablet, one of them was none other than Wang Teng, whom they had discussed earlier. Why is it him? Feng Mo was speechless. Reynolds had a strange expression, too. They didn't find it strange for people to come out of the stone tablet. Many battle spaces could be generated simultaneously in the freshman leaderboard. It could accommodate numerous individuals, and duels they were just surprised at the coincidence. Lu Tian. Suddenly Reynolds saw the other figure who walked out of the stone plate. His expression changed slightly. He knew Lu Tian. Wang Teng and Lu Tian walked out of the stone tablet simultaneously. It was evident that they had a duel. Reynolds noticed Lu Tian's expression. He didn't look good. If he won, he wouldn't have such a look on his face. Almost at the same time, Feng Mo and Reynolds looked at the freshman leaderboard stone plate. Ring. A golden light shone on the stone plate. Two names suddenly shot up, taking over the first and second places. It was Wang Teng and Lu Tian. No 1, Wang Teng. No 2, Lu Tian. No 3, Feng Mo. Feng Mo, who had just climbed to the first place, dropped to the third place instantly. He couldn't even keep his second place. Feng Mo's expression changed. He was shocked and furious. How did this happen? He hadn't even sat on the throne for long, and someone had already kicked him out. Furthermore, he had just confidently spoken those words, and now reality had instantly turned the tables on him. Wang Teng had reclaimed the first place, and he couldn't even hold on to the second place. This change came too quickly. He was completely caught off guard. What? The people around them regained their senses, too. They were astounded when they saw the change in the ranking. Wang Teng is back in first place. I thought Wang Teng was about to be embarrassed, but I didn't expect him to come back again. This guy must have planned it. Oh my, Feng Mo got pushed down a few seconds after he climbed up. Poor thing. He must be devastated. Ha ha, he probably wants to hit someone now. Look, what a coincidence. The crowd couldn't help but feel sorry for Feng Mo. This guy had it tough. Reynolds was flabbergasted. Wang Teng's ranking being higher than Feng Mo's was one thing, but the fact that even Lu Tian's ranking was higher than his was somewhat unbelievable. However, he immediately remembered what Feng Mo said just now and looked at him mockingly. Feng Mo, what do you think of this ranking? Feng Mo remained expressionless, but his heart was anything but calm. Wang Teng, You got pushed down just now. Someone said that you can challenge him after you return to second place. Reynolds didn't plan to let Feng Mo go so easily. He looked at Wang Teng and spoke to him in a meaningful tone. Feng Mo looked at Reynolds with a cold gaze. It looked like the lesson just now wasn't enough. Wang Teng was about to exchange a few words with Lu Tian to mend their relationship and ease the tension. He felt a bit guilty for going too hard on Lu Tian. What if the other party had a psychological trauma and decided not to fight with him again? Who would he get his bloodlust attributes from? However, before he could speak, he heard someone addressing him. He looked somewhat surprised at a young man not far ahead. "Who are you?" Reynolds, Feng Mo took some satisfaction in seeing Reynolds' discomfort. He deserved it. He, nice to meet you. I'm Reynolds from the Thunderpot Territorial Domain. The corners of Reynolds' lips twitched as he gave a forced smile. Oh, the Thunderpot Territorial Domain? The relevant information appeared in Wang Teng's mind. His eyes lit up. Is it the Thunderpot Territorial Domain that has many thunderstorm gathering areas? Reynolds felt that something was off about Wang Teng's expression, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. However, he decided not to dwell on it and nodded. Yes, that's our Thunderpot Territorial Domain. Does this mean that you're a lightning element martial warrior? Wang Teng asked again. Yes, Reynolds nodded. Oh my, it's Brother Ray. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. Wang Teng suddenly became very enthusiastic and approached Reynolds. He patted the other party's shoulder and said, "Shall we have a duel when you're free?" Wang Teng's sudden enthusiasm left Reynolds feeling a bit bewildered. The strange feeling he had intensified, but if it was just a duel, it shouldn't be a problem, right? However, considering that Wang Teng was stronger than Feng Mo, he doubted he would be a match for Wang Teng. Moreover, he hadn't come here to spar with Wang Teng. Reynolds blinked and said, "Brother Wang Teng, I'm not as strong as you. Let's have a duel after some time. However, this person is stronger than me. I lost to him just now." He looked at Feng Mo. Oh? Wang Teng followed his gaze and looked over. Chapter 1845, Three-Element Martial Warriors, Feng Mo, Yue Qiao is injured, 4. He used his real eye to take a look just now. Reynolds wasn't just a lightning element martial warrior, he was also at the third level of the Cosmos stage on par with Lu Tian. Moreover, he possessed the constellation Wood Force, making him a double-element martial warrior. His Wood Force had also reached the third level of the Cosmos stage. The Seventh Stellar Academy was known for its multi-element force cultivation. Thus, many talented martial warriors who joined this academy had multi-element force talents. Reynolds was one of them. So, from Wang Teng's perspective, the guy seemed to have formidable strength, and he considered him a juicy target to harvest some attributes. However, the other party didn't agree to his duel request. Instead, he claimed that the person beside him was stronger. Wang Teng was puzzled. He activated his real eye again to peek into the other party's ability. Huh! When Wang Teng's gaze landed on Feng Mo, he was stunned. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he exclaimed silently. This person possessed three forces: water, ice, and poison. Wang Teng's interest in this person intensified. Being a three-element martial warrior was impressive, but Wang Teng had seen many other three-element martial warriors before. However, this young man was different. The Constellation Ice Force was enough to surprise him, yet the other party also possessed the Constellation Poison Force, two special force attributes. Each one was rarer than the other. Wang Teng was honestly taken aback. This indicated that this person possessed extraordinary innate talents. Wang Teng could see a lot of opportunities to benefit from this. His name is Feng Mo. He pushed Brother Wang Teng down just now and claimed the first place, but now you've regained it. Your strength truly amazes me, Reynolds chuckled. Wang Teng glanced at him suspiciously. This guy seemed to be persuading him to fight with Feng Mo, but he didn't mind. His main goal was to get attribute bubbles. He had his eyes on this sheep. Feng Mo looked at Wang Teng expressionlessly. His gaze flickered slightly, and his eyes were filled with the desire to fight. Just like what he said, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Wang Teng's strength impressed him and ignited his competitiveness. The fact that he knocked him off the first place showed something. However, when he fought with Reynolds, he didn't use his full strength. Hence, it was hard to tell who was stronger between him and Wang Teng. Wang Teng saw a burning desire in the other party's eyes and smiled. Just when he was about to issue a challenge, Round Ball's voice appeared in his mind. "Wang Teng, something happened to Yue Qiqiao." "What happened?" Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He kept his smile and asked immediately. "I think she fought with someone and got injured. A faction attacked the Constellation Society." Round Ball explained briefly. Wang Teng's expression turned cold. He ignored Feng Mo and the others and took out his spacecraft. Then he swiftly headed towards the Cosmos Zone residential area. Feng Mo and the others were confused. The onlookers around were also left bewildered and disappointed. What happened? Why did Wang Teng leave suddenly? "Fank!" I thought they were going to start fighting. Why did he leave so abruptly? "Come back and finish the duel." I think something happened. Didn't you see the change in his expression? It looks like someone offended him. Feng Mo's gaze flickered, but he didn't say anything. He glanced at Reynolds and turned to leave. Reynolds' expression froze. He was extremely disappointed. What the heck? He almost succeeded in making them fight, but the main character suddenly left without a word. He left. He left just like that. Reynolds was exasperated. He felt like he had just made a complete fool of himself with his expression moments ago. He shot a glare at Feng Mo as he walked away and left in anger. Lu Tian was puzzled. He didn't know what happened to Wang Teng, but he didn't care. That jerk wasn't a good person, and he wouldn't mind if something happened to him. Wang Teng sat on his spacecraft and quickly returned to the Cosmos Zone residential area. He arrived outside Yue Qiqiao's manor. Wade was already waiting there. His face was badly bruised and swollen, and he looked miserable. "You got beaten up too?" Wang Teng's expression got colder when he saw Wade's condition. "Boss, those guys went too far. You've got to help us out," Wade complained bitterly. His anger was evident. Wang Teng patted his shoulder and walked into the manor expressionlessly. The two of them entered the hall, and Wang Teng saw a group of the Constellation Society members present. President! Everyone shouted excitedly when they saw Wang Teng. Wang Teng scanned the crowd and realized that everyone was injured. There were clear signs of being beaten up, especially on their faces. It was evident that the other party had done this intentionally. They wanted this group of talents to bear the humiliation of having swollen and bruised faces. Wang Teng's anger surged even further. With a wave of his hand, small jade bottles appeared in mid-air. "These are healing pills made by me. Take them and your injuries will recover quickly." Everyone received a pill. When they opened the jade bottle, they were astonished to find that every bottle contained master-level healing pills. All of them were of exceptional quality. "President, this is too precious. Don't worry. I may not have much else, but I have plenty of pills," Wang Teng said casually. "President," everyone was shocked and touched. "Take good care of your injuries. I'm going to see Yue Qiqiao." Wang Teng signaled for Wang Teng to lead the way. Wade brought him to the cultivation room. Wang Teng finally saw Yue Qiqiao's current condition. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor, her eyes tightly closed, and her pretty face extremely pale. Chapter 1846, Feng Yun Alliance, Unwelcomed Guests, 1. Wang Teng frowned when he saw Yue Qiqiao's condition. He activated Real Eye and checked her physical condition carefully. He discovered that she had multiple injuries throughout her body, even affecting her internal organs. No wonder she looked so weak. Yu Qiao seemed to have sensed Wang Teng's arrival. She opened her eyes slowly as the corners of her lips moved slightly, attempting to form a smile, but the injuries in her body were so severe and caused her to wince in pain. She frowned tightly. "Stop smiling. You look so fragile," Wang Teng asked. Yu Qiao looked at him with resentment. Did this guy have any conscience? She had been seriously injured, and he was still making remarks like that. Take this first. A jade bottle appeared in Wang Teng's hand. He flicked his finger, and it landed in Yue Chiqiao's hand. This is the 1000-grass elixir, a Grand Master level pill. Yue Chiqiao was slightly shocked and said in a weak voice, "The 1000-grass elixir was originally meant to remove hidden injuries, but it also has remarkable healing properties. I don't have any other Grand Master level healing pills for the time being." "Make do with it and take this first," Wang Teng said. Make do? Yue Chiao did not know what to say. This was a Grandmaster 7th level pill, even she couldn't afford it. However, Wang Teng told her to make do with it. This was really gracious of him. "It's too precious." Yue Chiao took a deep breath and said, "It's up to me to decide whether it's precious or not. I can refine more than 10 pills at once." "What's so precious about it?" Wang Teng said calmly. Yue Chiao was speechless. When it comes to showing off, she has to hand it to Wang Teng. She was not a pretentious person, so she promptly tossed the 1000-grass elixir into her mouth. Then she closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. Wang Teng walked out of the cultivation room and handed Wade a pill. "You should also recover from your injuries. If there's anything, we'll discuss it once you've both healed." "All right." Wade felt reassured in the presence of Wang Teng without wasting any words. He took the pill and went to heal his injuries. No one felt good with a swollen face, although Wade usually appeared indifferent and as if he had grown accustomed to being bullied. Deep down, he didn't like this feeling. Wang Teng arrived at the main hall of the manor president. The members of the Constellation Society were sitting cross-legged on the floor to recover from their injuries. They wanted to get up when they saw Wang Teng. "We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be polite. Focus on recovering quickly." Wang Teng waved his hand and said. Everyone hesitated for a moment and nodded. They did not say anything else. Wang Teng then sat down on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. He was waiting for Yue Chiqiao and the others to recover. Underneath his calm face, a monstrous rage was brewing. He did not expect someone to use such a despicable method. They didn't attack them directly and chose to sneak an attack instead. And they were seniors as well. Not long after, Borate and Yu Hengshan appeared one after another. They had arrived at the manor. "Wang Teng? I heard that something happened to the Constellation Society?" Borate asked solemnly. "That's right," Wang Teng nodded. At that time, both Borate and Yu Hengshan weren't present. Otherwise, Yue Chiqiao would not have been beaten up so badly. However, they immediately rushed back when they heard something had happened. "Do you need us to do anything?" Yun Shen said bluntly. "There's no hurry. Let's wait for them to come out," Wang Teng said. He gestured for them to sit down and wait for a while. Time passed. Half a day later, most of the surrounding martial artists had recovered, the injuries on their faces had already disappeared, and there were no traces of them left. The effects of Wang Teng's pills weren't something ordinary pills could compare to. "Boss." Wade returned to his original appearance and walked over from afar. "Tell me, what happened?" Wang Teng asked. "Did the Feiyun Alliance do it?" "It's not the Feiyun Alliance. It's a faction called the Fengyun Alliance. They are also made up of new students," Wade said. "Fengyun Alliance?" Wang Teng frowned. "A faction by new students?" "Yes, they're all new students, and many of them aren't weak. There are 2 leaders. One is called Shen Yanfeng, and the other is called Shi Tianyun. Sister Yu was defeated by that Shen Yanfeng. That guy wanted to rope Sister Yue in, but Sister Yu refused. He deliberately didn't go to the freshman leaderboard and challenged her on the arena platform. He inflicted serious injuries on her." Wade was furious as he said this. Clearly, the situation at that time was extremely tragic. It was not as simple as it sounded. "Are they that strong? Are you all not their match?" Wang Teng scanned the crowd and asked. They had more people, and they resorted to dirty tactics. "Our people didn't lose in one-on-one arena battles. Instead, they were targeted by underhanded means. Whenever someone was isolated, they seized the opportunity to sabotage us. That is why we ended up in this state," Wade said angrily. "How lawless," Wang Teng said with a cold glint in his eyes. How strong are Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun? Wang Tang asked. I can't tell, but when Shen Yanfeng fought Sister Yu, he didn't have to use his full strength, Wade said. It seems like there are many hidden talents in the Stellar Academies. None of them are willing to be inferior to others, Wang Tang remarked. They must have seen that we were selling pills and making a lot of profits. That's why they attacked us, Wade said. Chapter 1847. Feng Yun Alliance. Unwelcome guests, too. That's even more puzzling. Since they know that we're selling pills, they should know that I'm a peak Grandmaster Alchemist. Even ordinary Grandmaster Alchemists have to give me face. In this situation, for them to dare to offend me, they either lack brains or have an undue sense of confidence. Wang Tang leaned back in his chair and said calmly, You're right. Before Wade could speak, another voice came from the side of the hall. Yui Qiao was walking over from the other side of the door. Color had returned to her pretty face, and she was no longer pale. The feeling of weakness had also disappeared. The effect of the 1,000-grass elixir was unbelievable. Sister Yui, you've recovered, Wade said in surprise. Vice President, the others called out. Yu Qiao had fought with the president of the Feng Yun Alliance to protect them and ended up severely injured. Naturally, they were deeply touched. Now, Yue Qiao's status in the Constellation Society had improved a lot, and her position as the vice president was publicly acknowledged. No one would doubt her in the future. It's all thanks to our president's pills that I've recovered. Yue Qiao looked at Wang Tang and said, What kind of pill can allow the vice president to recover from his injuries in half a day? Everyone was surprised. However, they didn't inquire further. They just found it incredible. At the same time, they felt that they had strong support. Someone recovered from that kind of injury in less than a day. Would any other faction be able to do this? Suddenly, they weren't afraid of getting injured anymore. That was how impressive it was to have strong support. Sit down and talk, Wang Tang said. Yui Qiao nodded and walked over to sit on the sofa. The Feng Yun Alliance gives me the feeling that they're fearless. Although Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun are arrogant, they don't seem like brainless people. It seems like they have someone backing them up, or Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun have some trump card. They think that they can fight against us. Wang Tang nodded. What do you think we should do now? Yue Qiao frowned and asked. She felt that the situation was somewhat tricky. Since they can play dirty, why can't we? Wang Tang smiled and said calmly, Oh, are you going to strike them down? Yue Qiao's eyes lit up. Yes, we'll do it tonight. Wang Tang nodded. All right, I'll get someone to investigate their activities, Yue Qiao said excitedly. However, just as she was about to get up, she suddenly frowned. What's the matter? Wang Tang asked. These people are impatient. They're here again, Yue Qiao sneered. Because Wang Tang was here, she wasn't afraid of the other party. Let's go and take a look. Wang Tang stood up and led the way out of the manor. At the entrance of the manor, a group of people gathered, chatting and laughing without a care in the world. They didn't treat this place as the entrance of someone else's manor at all. 2 youths led this group. One of them was tall and muscular and had an arrogant smile on his face. He was Shen Yanfeng. The other person was Shi Tianyun. He had a tall and handsome stature, dressed in a light blue warrior's robe. His facial expression appeared very warm and friendly, not at all like someone who would engage in bullying or domination. However, since he allowed Shen Yanfeng to attack Yue Qiao, it seemed that things weren't as straightforward as they appeared on the surface. The 2 of them stood in front of the crowd and looked at the gate of the manor calmly. Many people noticed the commotion here and watched from afar. Some people posted this matter on the internet web for more people to see. Now, anything related to the Constellation Society would attract a lot of attention. Therefore, many people would take the initiative to post it on the intranet once they saw it. After all, something like this could earn points if others clicked on it. Of course, one had to post it immediately. If the person were a step late, the points would be gone. They're from the Feng Yun Alliance? I think so. I heard that the Feng Yun Alliance and the Constellation Society had a conflict. There will be a conflict, Both of them are new student factions. Neither of them will submit to the other. But isn't the Feng Yun alliance courting death by provoking Wang Teng? Wang Teng even defeated Lu Tian just now. He's too powerful. There are always people who are unconvinced. There's always someone so stubborn. I want to see the members of the Feng Yun alliance getting thrashed by Wang Teng. What the hell are you talking about? On the intranet, a group of people discussed fervently, creating quite a buzz. The people from the Feng Yun alliance naturally saw these discussions. Someone walked to Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's side and whispered a few words. Their faces instantly darkened. This Wang Teng defeated Lu Tian? Shi Tianyun sent a voice transmission to Shen Yanfeng with a solemn expression. So be it. What are we afraid of? Shen Yanfeng snorted and said, We have to be careful. Wang Teng is too strong. Shi Tianyun shook his head. What's there to be afraid of when the two of us attack at the same time? Shen Yanfeng said. He might not agree, Shi Tianyun said. It's his problem if he doesn't agree. Shen Yanfeng sneered. If he wants to protect the Constellation Society, he has no choice but to agree. While the two of them were talking, the door of the manor suddenly opened and a group of people walked out. They were led by Wang Teng, Yu Yungxian, Yue Qiqiao, and the others. Chapter 1848, Feng Yun Alliance, Unwelcome Guests. 3. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun scanned the crowd. They were shocked when they saw Yue Qiqiao's current condition. They also noticed the people behind Wang Teng, who had previously been visibly battered, had miraculously recovered. They exchanged a glance, their expressions turning ugly. Who dares to bark at the entrance of my Constellation Society? Wang Teng surveyed the people across from him and calmly asked. The faces of the members of the Feng Yun alliance turned black. He was calling them dogs. You're Wang Teng? Shen Yanfeng raised his hand and stopped the people who wanted to rush over. He sized up Wang Teng. You should know the answer. Since you came, how can you not know who I am? Wang Teng mocked as he looked at them. Shen Yanfeng's expression stiffened slightly. Damn, Wang Teng was not playing by the rules. He didn't know how to respond. Wang Teng, the president of the Constellation Society. I've heard of you before. Shi Tianyun smiled and said, You sure know how to talk. You're quite good at flattery. Wang Teng glanced at him. The smile on Shi Tianyun's face froze too. Yue Qiqiao and the others burst out laughing when they saw their frustrated expressions. They felt strangely satisfied. Cut the nonsense, Shen Yanfeng glared at Wang Teng. Wang Teng, you should know why we're here. There can only be one organization left between your Constellation Society and our Feng Yun Alliance. You're not our match. We're not a match for you. Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh. Anyone can talk big. Where did you get your confidence from? Feng Yun Alliance, what is it? I've never heard of it. Wang Teng, how dare you look down on my Feng Yun Alliance? Shen Yanfeng's expression turned grim when he saw Wang Teng's mocking smile. My apologies. It's not that I look down on your Feng Yun Alliance, but you simply haven't done anything to earn my respect. Wang Teng glanced at the people behind Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. He scorned. Do you think you can form a faction just by gathering a bunch of people? Let me guess. You probably can't even afford to give them any points, right? You're starving them. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's expressions changed slightly as they were hit in their weak spots. Their gazes flickered and they felt guilty. The group behind them also started to stir. Wang Teng hit the nail on the head. They joined the Feng Yun Alliance for personal gains. They hoped that they could earn points like the Constellation Society. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun had indeed painted a rosy picture for them, but so far they hadn't seen any points coming their way. They were working hard for them for nothing. Nonsense. Shen Yanfeng was starting to get angry. President Wang Teng, you're mistaken. Strength is the most important thing in the academy. We founded the Feng Yun Alliance because we have enough strength, and in the future there will naturally be a significant source of points. Unlike your Constellation Society, you are too weak to even defend yourselves. I heard you were attacked these past few days, and every member of yours is bruised and battered. They looked quite miserable, Shi Tianyun said with a faint smile. That's right. I think your Constellation Society is nothing but a bunch of weaklings. Shen Yanfeng sneered. Who are you calling weaklings? This is too much. You use dirty tactics yet don't dare to admit it. What kind of strength is that? The members of the Constellation Society were infuriated. They felt insulted, especially because the Feng Yun Alliance didn't defeat them in a fair fight but resorted to underhanded tactics. This made them even more frustrated. Wang Teng calmed down his members and looked at Shen Yanfeng and the others. Bruised and battered? Do they look bruised and battered to you? The members of the Constellation Society regained their senses. It was right. They had recovered from their injuries. No one could tell that they were badly bruised as long as they didn't admit it themselves. There was no evidence. The members of the Constellation Society regained their confidence when they thought about this. They weren't angry anymore and looked at Shen Yanfeng and the others with a sense of triumph. Shen Yanfeng didn't know what to say. This bastard was being shameless. However, when he looked at the members of the Constellation Society, they honestly didn't look injured. He couldn't stimulate them using this topic anymore. President Wang Teng, you must have spent a lot on pills. Shi Tianyun didn't get annoyed. He continued smiling. It's nothing. I have nothing but pills. Everyone who joins the Constellation Society is my brothers and sisters, my people. I, Wang Teng, never mistreat my people. What's a few pills in comparison? I can easily produce them in a day, Wang Teng said calmly, exuding a sense of arrogance. Shi Tianyun found it hard to keep smiling and felt disgusted. Fuck. As he looked at Wang Teng's face, even Shen Yanfeng couldn't help but mutter a curse in his heart. So what if you can make pills? So what if you have money? This damn rich guy. He couldn't understand why such an oddity existed among the new students. He didn't know how to deal with him. The members of the Constellation Society were touched when they heard Wang Teng's words. Their boss was truly remarkable. How domineering and generous. Joining the Constellation Society was the right choice. Wang Teng, you can use pills to treat them once, but can you do it 10 or 20 times? Without strength, you can't protect them. Shen Yanfeng said coldly, looking at Wang Teng. Shen Yanfeng spoke coldly as he looked at Wang Teng. Your Constellation Society can't even resist the Feng Yun Alliance, let alone the factions formed by those senior students. The Constellation Society will never be able to survive. Who says that the Constellation Society can't stop you? Who gave you the confidence to say that? Is it the person behind the scene? Wang Teng said in a meaningful tone. Shen Yanfeng's expression changed slightly. He snorted and said, "Cut the crap, since you're so confident, let's fight. If we win, you must disband the Constellation Society and join the Feng Yun Alliance. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening."